Hello, everybody. Welcome to Do All the Things, a GDQ Hotfix show all about Herm's experience and completionist categories in general. I'm your host, Mr. Shasta, and tonight we have a bunch of quote-unquote deceptive completionist categories in a way, kind of going against the grain of what I normally have in this show. So, for instance, this first run here, Rayman 100% by Textera, we got what's called 100%, but it used to be called 8% until like a memory corruption sort of thing was found. So memory manipulation thing is what it's called. So that's pretty cool. After this, we have Pikmin all parts, which is 8%, but you have to click all the parts because it's faster. So I mean, it fits. It makes sense. And then we have our first 8% run straight up on the show, but it's actually all levels with Sage and herself running World of Goo at the end of this. And then Wolfenstein New Order right at the end with 999 mode, which has you start at like max health for the whole thing, and then like slowly rains down. It's gonna be more a challenge run sort of thing. It's gonna be really cool. Eric could be running that at the end. But for now, we got Rayman here. Rayman is awesome. It's an absolute classic, and I know Tex is very good and loves this game. So hello, how's it going tonight?
Hello. Glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. I have to have you here too.
All right, without further ado, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, welcome everyone. My name is Textera. Welcome to Rayman 100%. As Shasta already pointed out, we did have the name Any% for the longest time. Actually, we even had a part where it was Beat the Game. And then we changed to Any%, and now it's called 100%. So yeah, this category has been named everything possible. But yeah, like a couple years ago, there was a memory manipulation found. Basically, you collect 4 cages in the game, and you have to basically then do a frame-perfect input to load the game in a special way, and then you all of a sudden show up at Mr. Dark's there, and you can enter that. Now, the convenient thing about it is as soon as you enter that level, it gives you all the power-ups. So that's really the only reason we are even able to complete the game with the memory manipulation glitch. Just because, yeah, it gives you all the power-ups. Because otherwise we would enter, we wouldn't have any power-ups, and we would not be able to beat screen 2 of that screen. So, yeah, it all came together, really. And the run is like 10 minutes long, but yeah, it's kind of a meme category anyway. But yeah, we're playing the better version, or the better category called 100%, which means getting all the cages on the way. Now, you do see me skipping some cages, and that is because I currently don't have all the power-ups to even get all the cages yet. So in the first few levels, you will see me skip some cages and miss them. Some of them are, yeah, on purpose, because later on I'll have the power-ups, so the running ability and stuff, and I'll be able to get these cages way faster. So there is even one level later on that I will not get any cages at all, because it's just faster to get them all on the revisit. But yeah, this was the first level of the game. We get these Batilla screens. Batilla is the one that gives you power-ups. Basically, we start out with nothing. All we can do is jump and grimace, which is sticking your tongue out. Sometimes I like to do that just to kill time during auto-scrollers and stuff. So you'll definitely see some grimaces in the run. But yeah, we start up with just the grimace, the jump button. And then the Batilla gives us the fist power up, and then we can start actually breaking some cages here. So Rayman is, in the start, it seems like a slow speed run, because yeah, you don't have the running power up yet. We get that like very far into the run, like 38 minutes into the run roughly. But there is so many little tricks and skips you can do to save like tiny amounts of time. Like, for example, here, getting a quicker hit in on the mosquito, and basically how you do that is as soon as the Bizet, or like the mosquito, has his eyes move, or like when his eyes start moving, you jump, and then you get the damage boosts, and because of that damage boost, it pushes you up high enough, so you hit him slightly earlier than normal. So this was Bizet. We killed him, and now all of a sudden we are friends. And we get to ride him now on this auto-scroller here. But yeah, later on, there's going to be a boss that is similar. He's called the Mosquito. And that damage boost hit I did saves like around 1 second. And we can do that twice, actually, on the Mosquito boss fight. So altogether, that strat saves like 3 seconds, you know? And this game is full with like small optimizations. Even the thing I just did, like basically, normally I cannot go all the way to the left side of the screen because of an invisible wall. But if I get stuck between like the platform and the screen, or like if I get stuck behind the platform, sorry, it actually pushes me further back. Now, this screen is like based on screen cycles, so every time at a certain point in the autoscroller, the screen will start moving slower, right? And then a little bit later, the screen will start moving faster again. So what you want to do is every time the screen is moving fast, you want to like move to the left, because then at some point the screen will start moving slow again. So you want to, benefit from that fast speed as long as possible. So that's why you move left. And then when the screen is going to, after the slow part, it's going to move fast again, you want to be on the right because you want it to move fast again as fast as possible. So doing all that, you saw me move left and right on that screen. I was able to save quite a bit of seconds, without even realizing it. So that's a really nice way to save some time. So here's an autoscroller, but we are greeted with the Rayman here. That is his name. Definitely, definitely not Tarzan. It's the Rayman. Yeah, we get a seed here, magic seed, because we helped him get his loincloth. It was stuck in the tree, so we punched off, and he gave us a magic seed in return. With that magic seed, on this screen only, we lose it right after this, we get to plant flowers, and that actually allows us to, go past this autoscroller here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to. So we're grabbing some cakes.
I've played Rayman 2 before in this case, and like there's no one that's like Rayman in that game at all. Are there other people like is Rayman like a species in this case? Like I'm a little confused by Tarzan there, just a little bit.
A species, I guess you could call it like that, yeah. Because Tarzan does look like him a little bit. That's true, yeah. I mean, there is Dark Rayman as well, which is basically Rayman, but then like completely dark. He's gonna show up like in the final level.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah,
that's pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah. Also, some cheeky live spawns here, like just before you hit the end sign, the live spawns. Like there's some really weird triggers in this game. Like the hardest part about this game is actually finding all the cages. When you first play the game, it's very hard to find them all. Also, I'm not doing the strats that I should be doing, so I'm doing a backup here to get the cage spawn right there. What I was supposed to be doing was punch the plum and then damage boost to the left, but I wasn't able to, but it's all good. We have some backups here. We have backups for everything. So yeah, this is the first level where we actually get all the cages. On the PC version, actually, you cannot get all the cages in this level. On the first run through, you do need to revisit it. And that's also partly the reason why this version is quicker than the PC version, because the cage locations are like different, right? So yeah, there is some differences between the versions. There's Rayman 1 released on so many different platforms. It is actually wild to see that.
And
Rayman 2 every single
that's also on everything.
yeah, true. And like every single version has like small differences. It's really, really awesome actually to see that. But yeah, PlayStation 1 American version is the most popular, also the most fun speedrun, because this one also has like ground clips, which don't really exist in many other versions, basically. And a ground clip is, you can clip in this game by pressing right or left, and then 1 frame later you press down. And if you do that at the right position in a platform that is like, a horizontal platform meeting a diagonal platform, if you do it like where it bends or whatever on the transition of that, you can clip through. And we're gonna be doing that quite a bit in this run as well. Yeah, just standing on the plum here, waiting for water. I like waiting for the plum to move. And yeah, this is another level where we don't get all the cages. We will just get it in the revisits. Okay, pretty cool strat coming up here, actually, if I get it. Like, you can manipulate plums. Basically, that's all we're doing here in the first few levels. Like, manipulate plums as much as we can. So if we jump here and then wait, and then jump here and then punch back. If we do it right, yes, there we go. We get a really nice plum speed, and then, yeah. Maybe it didn't feel that or like look that impressive, but we saved a lot of time by doing that. You know, manipulating the plum
awesome,
to the
honestly.
max.
I love strats like that, especially if circumvents like not being able to run just now. That's really cool.
It is. And then this part right here, let me just do it first before I jinx myself. Okay, there we go. This seemed like, you know, I was just normally doing this section, but if you don't do exactly like I just did, you will not be able to get all these flowers in one cycle. Just because, yeah, this game is based on screen cycles. So what we do as well is we can reset some cycles by turning our camera to the left and then to the right again, which I'm going to do right here after this cage. And that's going to reset a plum cycle. So I'm going to turn around here. And then as soon as the screen catches up, I'm going to turn. And now this plum is like perfectly aligned. Otherwise, I would have to wait for it. So yeah, you will see us do that quite often as well. It's called the camera optimization, we call it. So this game doesn't use global cycles. It's all screen cycles, basically. Okay, pretty cool manipulation here. Okay, perfect. Also, yeah, I just jumped through the ceiling. Don't worry about that. But yeah, that's a really cool strat. Manipulating the plum, jumping off of it while getting the cage at the bottom. It's really cool. There's actually a TAS only strat with that cage. You don't actually need the plum to get the cage, but the way to do it is absolutely insane. It's not RTA friendly. This game has a bunch of RTA unfriendly stuff. So if you ever feel bored and you want to watch something really, really sick, you should definitely check out the TAS of this game. The TAS of this game is absolutely insane. It is very, very nice. It uses so much manipulation of plums and speed strats. It's actually crazy. So yeah, very much recommended. Yeah, another auto-scroller here. Basically, we're getting chased by a mosquito right now, and we're gonna soon get to fight him. And yeah, we're gonna be able to do the damage boost hit again to save a couple seconds. But yeah, first like 20 minutes of the game, it's all about those small optimizations to win some time, really. All right, we can even do a clip here. Okay. Like, that's the first clip you can attempt. Like, basically, you save, like, frames with that one. You lose time, though, if you fail it, what I did, but it's all good. But yeah, to optimize these fights, basically, every time you hit the boss, he will go to the middle and the top of the screen. So you always want to try to hit him as close to that position as possible, because you know he's going to move there. Optimizing this fight saves so much time over just hitting him randomly. Also, there is, like, basically no RNG in the game, so I know exactly where the boss is gonna go, like where it's gonna come from. Now it's gonna come from the left on the top, so I hit him like that. Now I know there's gonna be a purple fruit where I have to crawl, you know, like, yeah, there's no RNG in this game, or almost no RNG in this game. So the game might feel very difficult when you first start playing, but because there is like barely any RNG, it makes it so much easier for the speed run. So here again, damage boost hits. I think I did the one in the start as well. Sometimes I play this game on automatic mode and then I forgot what happened. So I'm assuming I did it in the start of this fight as well.
That's so real,
but yeah,
honestly.
that was another one right there. Sorry, what?
That's so real, honestly. I've been there before too.
Yeah, you have that too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice though. Automatic mode sometimes carries me pretty hard, so that's nice.
I just gotta lock in, honestly. I get it.
Yeah. So, different for this last hit here, you notice I didn't wait until he like moved to the middle and the top of the screen, is because on the final hit only, he moves straight up instead of like diagonally to the middle of the screen. So on the last hit, you can just hit him as soon as you can, like even off screen, and it will be the fastest way to beat him. Unfortunately, he doesn't become friends with us, so he just lays there. So yeah, there we go. Now we get the ring grab ability, and the ring grab ability actually kickstarts amazing things in Rayman. Basically, any speed you get in the game, you can lock that by holding up or down. So I can already do it here. Like as soon as I jump off of the ring, you get varying speeds. And yeah, if you press up or hold up or down, during, when you jump off, you lock that speed. And yeah, you can get some crazy speeds. And you can lock it, and yeah, you just move very fast. The TAS uses that all the time. So yeah, that's already nice. Here we're gonna do a fizz boost. Every time there is a slippery platform, we're probably gonna be punching. Because yeah, it's a slippery platform. If we punch, we generate a lot of force into the opposite direction. So yeah, we're gonna be fizz boosting as much as we can. Here we're just manipulating a cycle, and hopefully we can get the damage boost. There we go. To get through that section correctly. Okay, there we go. Second screen. On the second screen, there is a really big skip. Basically, every time Rayman gets hit, you get these invincibility frames. And you can abuse that. So on this section coming up in a little bit, we're going to get hit. And then we have the invincibility frames. And during the invincibility frames, we can actually go through spikies. Because they don't actually have a hitbox, they just have a hurt box. So yeah, what's going to happen is I'm going to get damaged here, turn around, and then while the invisibility frames are moving, we can move through. But you do have to make sure that you are close enough to the wall though, because otherwise you do get, you cannot pass through. So I guess they do have an invisible wall to an extent. But yeah, okay, this is probably a very hard jump, the one I just did. If you're new to the game, you're probably gonna fail that. Timing that jump is kind of hard. Not for speedrunners though. Okay, so here we have a rocket, and we can use this rocket to do really cool stuff. Look, there is a ceiling coming up, and boom, I just zipped through. And we're not only gonna do it once, we're gonna do it twice even on this screen. Also, if I drop down here perfectly, what I did, you can drop down without basically hitting anything. Like, you can drop down. It's so satisfying. I love that strat. Okay, so we just did a zip, and we're going to do another one right here. It's probably one of the oldest tricks in the game. So basically how it works is we jump on the rocket and the platform at the same time. And then if we hold down and the rocket pushes us into a ceiling, the game doesn't know what to do with us, and it just zips us up. So it's very cool. It saves about 16 seconds, this one. So yeah, it's awesome. A very, very cool strategy. Yeah. Every time there is like, every time I'm streaming and there's like a new person, they always like, what is going on? They are always so impressed by it. It's so cool to see. Then, let's do a 3-minute and 30-second time save. Here we go. And boom. Easiest thread in the game. We just saved 3 minutes, 30 seconds. So usually what you're supposed to do here is get the helicopter ability. But because of the speed lock, we can lock our speed jumping off of a ring. And we can actually just, avoid needing the helicopter completely there. And we can reach that cage. But yeah. Very, very long time ago, on the first people that started speedrunning this, they actually did this level in particular twice. Just because, at the time they didn't know about speed locking. So they had to beat this level twice. So, it's a 3-minute time save right there, very easily. Okay. So now we're just going to jump down, wait for this cloud here. We're going to do another invincibility trick here. So we're going to be damaged by the spiky balls, and then we can just go through here very easily to the cage. There we go. And we got the cage. And then we get another dead abuse, because it's the fastest way to get back. We cannot actually get back up. So the only way to get back is either stay on that cloud right there that you maybe saw at the left side of the screen and it moves up. but that's very slow. So we just dead abuse. There's a few dead abuses in this game. Also, there is some dead abuses where you take a checkpoint and then, yeah, you dead abuse and then you appear back in the checkpoint. Basically the same as screen 3 here that we did. All right. We don't actually, apart from dead abusing for a checkpoint, we don't really take any checkpoints for safety in the speedrun, basically. It loses quite a bit of time to take them all. So yeah, we choose to avoid all of them. All right, so yeah, Rayman is pretty evil as well with cage placements. So for this one, for example, you need to jump over the end sign and fall down to find the cage at the bottom. So
It's pretty
yeah.
evil. What the heck?
Yeah, it is. Okay, so we're gonna try and get it from as far away as possible. Yeah. So if we go farther to the left there is a hunter that spawns. So as long as we get the cage from far away, the hunter doesn't spawn. You can actually zip up here as well, but it's extremely hard. Pretty much stats only, but it's really cool. I've done it RTA like 2 times or something in total. All right, final screen of this level. We're gonna turn around here. Easy damage boost through the red drummer. Fun fact, the red drummer, if you hit him, and I'm not joking, if you hit him 200 times, even though you don't do damage, if you hit him 200 times and then hit him frame perfectly, you can actually kill him and he goes off screen. And not only that, but he acts as a boss. So if you kill him, he goes off screen and it actually ends you the screen as well. So the screen is over after a while. Pretty cool. I actually went ahead and tried that out. So I had like a ROM hack where I kept refilling my HP and I hit him 200 times and then I actually managed to do it. So it's a really cool thing. A really fun fact. Okay, let's see if we can do this clip here. Of course not. So this is the famous Allegro clip. It is really something you only try like once. It saves like 16 seconds. It's quite major actually in speedruns. But yeah, you get basically you can clip like I explained earlier by pressing right and then down 1 frame later, and then you get straight to this cage here, which saves a lot of time. Unfortunately, also, if you want to go for world record in this game, getting Allegro clip is, at this point, pretty much required. It's technically not required, but it is getting to the point where, yeah, like without it, you're going to have a bad time. So, yeah, the trick is kind of annoying to get, but yeah, it is what it is. And yeah, because of the momentum, trying it more than once is generally not really worth it. Yeah, and that makes it suck even more, but whatever. Okay, so more slippery platforms here, so we're gonna do some fizz boosts. Then there's another clip we can do here at the top. We call it the God clip, because you're literally a god when you get it. Oh, I actually failed the trumpets. That's crazy. There, another fizz boost here, and then there is 2 ways to clip in this game. Not only pressing left or right and then 1 frame later down, but you can also spam the crawl left button or the crawl right button while holding down. And if you do that, you can also clip. So for these clips that are kind of hard to see where you have to press the input, we like to do the spamming clip and just pray and then hope for the best that you do the inputs in the correct place. So that's what I did there. But yeah, it's hard to get. So okay, so here, basically the cage spawns as you jump on this platform, but if you get hit by the lightning, you can spawn it and still get the cage as well. So it's a very cool way to get that cage much faster than normal. Okay, so here, this is actually a pretty difficult area as well. A lot of these small platforms, and yeah, if you drop down, you die. So especially this part coming up here. Probably the hardest part of this level, really, to do it perfectly. Let's see if we can do it. And then we're not done yet. Oh! That's unfortunate.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah. It was bound to happen. So that's the small platforms. Yeah. if you do the entire strat, it looks so impressive. But unfortunately, I was not able to show that off. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, dying here is kind of bad though, because you lose out on HP. I'm just gonna do it normal now. So basically, we use our health points a lot in this run as well to set up our HP to like specific amounts, so that when there is a dead abuse coming up, we prepare our HP for it. Yeah, dying here makes us lose our 5 HP that we had. So it actually sucks because we have some damage boosts coming up, and then we can do less damage boosts now because of the death. But hey, it is what it is. Okay, really cool trick here. We actually will use a damage boost to drop down, save a bunch of time here. So we can just run off here, go through, and then drop down. There we go. Okay. Also, every time you die, you lose a fist power-up as well. So there is 2 speed stages. For the longest time, we believe there was 3, but there is only 2. And sometimes that is also... I'm gonna actually wait for Mr. Sax. Sometimes it actually is important. For some tricks in this game, you need stage 2 fist. And some tricks in the game, stage 1 speed fist makes things easier, and sometimes stage 2 makes things easier. Sometimes a slow fist makes things easier. So yeah, we're playing around with health, with our fist power-ups, everything. Okay, there we go. We get the helicopter ability now. Very nice. And now, while we speed lock, we can actually extend it by helicoptering. So we're gonna try and get this really crazy strat in this next screen. It's probably not gonna happen, but it would be crazy if we do get it. It's called the double golem jump. It saves about 5 seconds versus doing it normal. No, we didn't get it. So if you manipulate the rings perfectly, you can actually get over the second golem there and fly all the way to this platform right here that I just jumped from. It's it saves a lot of time because yeah, we still don't have the running power up, so you're just walking. So any speed you get, you know, faster than walking speed, you want to benefit from that as long as possible. Okay, so the reason basically on the final screen of the last level, there was Mr. Sax there. It was a boss we actually don't get to fight in this run because you can skip him. But yeah, I usually you run into him, damage boost him, run through him, and hit the end sign. But I chose not to do that this time because I'll be doing a damage boost here instead. Because I died in the level, I missed out on HP, and I would not be able to do this. And I think this saves more time than the Mr. Sax damage boost. Okay. Alright, let's get a life here. It's good. Once again, we're gonna set up our HP here, do a really cool trick here with a damage boost. Basically, you can not only you can lock your speed going off of rings, but you can also lock your speed by getting damaged by a boss fight, or like by a boss. And you know, the boss we just got damaged from was actually the first time we did a speed lock. Like speed locking originated from that specific boss right there. It is the Mr. Stone boss fight, although we just, you know, it's not really the boss fight yet. The boss fight, the actual boss fight is coming up later. This was just, you know, it was just him chasing you for a bit. Like, I don't know why, but this game likes to throw bosses at you even though you're not fighting them yet, which is kind of cool anyway. But yeah, another dead abuse there. And now this screen actually has 2 end signs. So obviously we're gonna go for the fastest one. So we're gonna jump down here and get some crazy fizz boost here and go all the way to the end sign. There's also an end sign all the way on the right, but yeah, that one is obviously slow and there's no cages there, so we don't need to get that one. Okay, welcome to a really awesome soundtrack right here. Very cozy. I love this soundtrack. We're gonna spawn a cloud here, jump up, and we're gonna go to a cage. Then once again, we're gonna play a lot with our health. We're gonna use as many damage boosts as we can. course. That's the plan. So we're gonna damage boost here. I didn't do it on the way to the left because we don't have enough HP to do all of them here. Because there's one more coming up soon. Okay, getting a cage here. And then one more damage boost. And then conveniently, there's gonna be a big P to refill our HP completely. And then we get back full HP. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then, yeah, there we go. Can catch that cycle if we just do like a tap jump. Basically, the longer you press the jump button here, the higher you jump. Sometimes, yeah, you want to do like a very, very small jump. Sometimes you want to do a high jump, you know, depending on what area you're at. Okay. Small auto-scroller there. Also, earlier we had like the smallest auto-scroller in the game. You probably didn't even notice the auto-scroller there. Okay, let's try a super jump
here. I did,
here.
Actually.
You did? Okay.
Surprisingly. It's like, hold on, why is the screen scrolling like this? You were platforming. Yeah.
Really? Okay, we're gonna... Nah, okay. So, there's this crazy strat there. Like, basically, you have to do like 3 frame-perfect inputs in a row. That's why I was pausing. It's called a super jump. It's very, very cool. It saves about 10 seconds here if you can do it. But it's crazy, crazy hard. I wanted to try it at least a few times. But yeah, I do it with a pause buffer because, yeah, doing it without a pause buffer is crazy. But unfortunately, I was not able to show it off, but it is very, very cool. And one day I'll get it in the run. One day. So yeah, once again, a damage boost or like a dead abuse here, rather. We're gonna get the checkpoint, get the cage, and then, yeah, we are 1 HP right now, which is perfect to instantly die on this spike. We also took this checkpoint in a rather weird way, but that is because, yeah, we set up that we set it up like that to basically manipulate the blue spike there that was moving around, and that sets it up for the damage boost that we did afterwards. So yeah, everything is done with a reason, basically. And sometimes it's hard to explain stuff because I'm already like moved past it because there's so much things going on. There's so many things going on, and you have limited time to explain it all.
It's one of those games.
So yeah,
sure.
a lot of yeah. All right, that was Hard Rocks. Up next is Mr. Stone Peaks. So at the end of that level, we will get to actually fight the one that was chasing us earlier. But first, we have to break this boulder here. And yeah, give the magician his guitar back. And then we get a infinite helicopter ability. And now we can use speed locking again. Basically, if you hover to the right, there's always a few frames where Rayman moves the fastest. So what you do is you hold up on that frame, and then you get a lot of more speed from it, you know? So that's what we try to do here constantly, is just that. So as many speed locks as we can do is what we try there. So we try it literally everywhere to get to the screen fastest. And then some damage boost here to speed this section up, because we have invincibility frames, so we can go very close to that spike there. And then one more speed lock here. Drop down for the cage. There we go. And yeah, some convenient P's on the way to refill our HP, which is nice. And then one more set of speed locks. You can even punch out of it, and as long as you keep holding up or down, you get that speed locked still. So it's a very cool mechanic, or very cool speed tech. And then here, this screen is really awesome game design, in my opinion. You use the helicopter hair here to cut these ropes, and you have limited time to do so because there's, you know, they're moving down slowly. If you're too late, the water will catch up and you will die. But yeah, very cool mechanic. Definitely. So yeah, if we punch and on the way back, you know, the fist still does, you know, break stuff and then does damage. So the way we get this cage here is in a really cool way. So we're gonna stand on the edge here, charge our fist, and then get a boomerang going. And then on the way down we hit the cage. which is a really cool way to get it. Saves quite a bit of time. Now,
sick.
it's a lot easier to do this with a slow fist. Like, with a fast fist, it is technically possible, but a lot harder. Alright, damage boost here to get up quicker. So, 2 pretty long auto-scrollers here. But we do get some cages on the way. I don't know, actually, Shasta, is there something you want to be talking about? Because now is a great time for that.
Man, I could read off like an announcement, so I do have some of these over here. Could do that.
Sure,
For instance,
go
we
for
got Speedruns 6 coming up on the GDQ channel. We're doing the English commentary for that event, so be sure to sign up for that if you want to help out with English commentary for that. It's happening May 7th through 10th. And yeah, I'll see you in stream for that one. So yeah, expect Shark Speedruns in chat to learn more. And submit by April 10th if you want to commentate any of the runs. Which I could personally, but I'll be out of town that week, so yeah, rip. just how it is. It's all good. Yeah, so
Alright.
how long have you been running this game, by the way?
Since 2014, off and on.
Sheesh.
Yeah, a long time. It was my first speed game ever, and it's just always so fun to get back to it, you know? Like,
Absolutely.
it's such a fun speed run. A lot of people are intimidated by it, by the difficulty, but usually it's, yeah, they're just mad about the casual difficulty. The speedrun makes things a lot better, up to a certain point, of course. If you're hunting for world record, then it starts becoming really hard again. Because, yeah, like, you have to reset over stupid stuff sometimes, like missing the Allegro clip. It's already a lot of time lost, but yeah, it's a very fun speedrun.
It
Definitely.
looks really awesome, honestly, especially when things start like flowing together like this. Lots of
Yeah.
very unique mechanics in this game.
Like here, we're basically jumping over triggers. Normally, there is lava balls spawning on every single small platform. But because we jump over the triggers, they don't spawn, and we can do that section very fast. You know, there's a lot of small things that by just watching and not knowing the run, you have no idea what's going on, you know, but there's a lot of things going on in the background. Here, once again, like an optimizer, fizz boost. Because it's slippery platforms. Then this boss fight here, Mr. Stone. This one has, like... We used to do it so slow, and now it's so extremely fast to beat this boss fight. It's a very cool boss fight if done correctly. Here I need to hit him as late as possible, because otherwise he spawns 3 dogs. But if we do it late as possible, he spawns the boulder. Then here on this one, we wait as long as possible and hit it as long as possible. And then here we damage boost on the boulders, which is actually easier than it looks. Yeah, it looks pretty hard maybe, but it's actually easier than it looks. Now we actually hit the boss. Even though it doesn't do any damage, he will be in the air less long during his jumps. I don't know why, that's just how it works. So if you hit him on this next part here, he will be off screen less long. So right there, he would have stayed off screen longer if I didn't punch him. Even though it doesn't do any damage, he still, you know, it still changes the mechanics a little bit. And it's not only in this boss, like on Mr. Scops, which is the second last boss in the game, it also has a sort of similar mechanic. By if you hit him, something happens even though it doesn't do any damage. It's pretty weird, but yeah. Okay. Last Batilla screen here, we finally got all the power-ups now. We just unlocked the running ability. So now we can actually run through the game. And yeah, since we have all the power-ups, we still have a lot of cages left over. We're actually going to go ahead and go back to grab all of them. Starting with Twilight Gulch here. So we had no cages on the first visit. And now we're just going to pick them all up. Okay, so once again, playing with HP here, barely having enough iframes here to pass through those spikes. 1 HP, but it's fine. We will grab a P in a second and then do another damage boost. It lines up really nicely sometimes, the health. It's really cool. So yeah, some speed locking here on the rings. Dropping down, then the convenient P here. But we don't actually go there just for the P. we have to go there because it spawned these clouds. Because otherwise, yeah, the clouds wouldn't be spawned and we cannot move back up. Also, that jump I just did there is among the hardest jumps in the game. But yeah, once you know exactly where to jump, exactly where to helicopter, it's not too bad anymore. And then, yeah, this cage, the fastest way to get it is right, you know, like that. And then we just hit the end sign, go out. Yeah. All right. Gong Heights. Gong Heights is a very difficult screen. Basically a giant pit below you at all times. So, yeah, if you screw up, you fall down, you die, and you lose a lot of time. Okay. But yeah, since this game is all screen cycles, I know exactly what's coming up at all times. So it should be fine. Also, I haven't explained to you yet, but since the end of... basically, since the end of Hard Rocks, I have been trying to avoid grabbing things. Just because it will set us up perfectly later on in the game. Because, yeah, as you might know, if you get 100 things, it refills your HP. So we're gonna try and specifically set up our thing count to a specific amount, so we get a refill at a specific time. And yes, that starts after Hard Rocks. And that will be used in Eraser Plains, which is, yeah, not happening yet for sure. So here I'm gonna try to skip as many things as possible, because if we get too many things, we will not be able to do the manipulation. We call it the 99 things strat, because yeah, you get 99 things at a specific time, then you do some extra damage boosts, and then you use one thing to refill your HP. But yeah, there is only one thing there as well that you can use, so you have to be 99 things there, otherwise, yeah, the strat is not really useful. But yeah, it's really cool that way, that we set it up so early already in the game to use it so late. So yeah, if I die at any point here, the strat is kind of dead, you know, like... So here, yeah, jumping in between these things here to try to skip as many as possible. Of course, you can't skip them all, but yeah, we try to skip as many as possible. All right, 60 things I have here, which is perfect. It's all good. All right, so that was Gong Heights. Next up is Mr. Sax. This one has one screen with all the cages, and the screen afterwards would be the one with the boss fight. But yeah, this game doesn't check whether you've killed the bosses. So all we need to do is get all the cages, dead abuse, and then just exit the level. Also, the strat in the start is really cool. It's called a lightning boost. Basically, yeah, you get hit by the lightning. It pushes you up just high enough, and then you can skip that part. Here, there is a required clip. Hopefully, we get it pretty fast. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is frame perfect input here. Usually, it goes better than this, unfortunately. Yeah, this is the only, like, the only way with this strat to go down. Oh my god, I got 2 half clips. That's so unlucky. Like, sometimes it looks like Rayman is clipping, but he's not. Oh my god, this is literally because of the marathon. Or, like, the marathon run. What is this, man? Okay, I've never had it that bad. This is actually wild. Holy, okay.
The marathon classic,
okay.
Unfortunately.
There we go. Damn, okay. It's been a while since it was that bad. All right. So here we can do it again. Ah, it's fine. Wow. Yeah, it's been a while since it was that bad. It must be because of the marathon, definitely. Okay. So yeah, that was the first clip. Upcoming is another one here, but here you have... Okay, here it's first try. Wow. So yeah, as I said, you can do clips whenever there is a horizontal platform meeting a diagonal platform. And the one I just did, there is a ton of these, you know, like horizontal meeting a diagonal. So you can try it so many times. So yeah, that one is pretty easy to get. But yeah, we got it on the first try, so that's all good. Pretty cool ring strat here to get to the cage fast, and then we just dead abuse. Now, the speed we just got running off of, or like jumping off of that slippery platform has given us speed, right? So every time Rayman does this rolling animation, you can actually lock that speed, and we call it speed storage, or like store the speed rather, sorry. And we call it speed storage. So we can use the speed we just set up on the slippery platform by doing a full running jump off of a event. So the plum I just jumped from. So there we use the speed we set up in Mr. Sax. It's really cool how that works. So as long as you don't do rolling jumps anymore in between, you still have it in it's still stored right now. Like I still have it. So I'm going to enter this level and I'm going to use it one more time. So this time the event is this flower here. There we go. Oh, okay. I accidentally let go of up. Okay. But yeah, that's a really cool thing in this game, speed storage. It's going to show up one more time later on as well in Space Masquerader. Yeah, it's just a really cool strat. It makes getting that cage in the mosquito's nest so much easier than it used to be. So yeah, it's very cool how that's a thing. So yeah, you basically if you store the speed and you hit a wall, you lose it. You know, there's a lot of ways you can lose speed storage. So you really don't wanna you really don't wanna do it. Also, this is the time where the pause is possible. So if you want, we can pause right now.
Yeah, we can do that real quickly then. So
okay.
Yep.
Pausing
in that
then.
case, we'll pause right here. When we get back, we'll have more Rayman on. This has been such a smooth run, so I'm very excited to see more of it. So see you all in a few minutes.
Bye.
Welcome back to Do All the Things, everybody. The Hotfix show about Herm's experience and completionist categories in general. I'm your host, Mr. Shasta, and we're back to more Rayman here with text. This has been awesome to watch. Take it away. That's what I say.
All right, great. Let's do it in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. All right, so we're just cleaning up the forest here by almost dying. Don't talk about that. So I did take some extra things here, which is not that great. I talked about trying to avoid grabbing as many things as possible. I'm on 75, which is not actually a great number, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, we're cleaning up the forest here. One more forest level to clean up. And then we actually get to the harder part of the run, which is Picture City. It's one of the, in my opinion, harder levels to do perfectly. But yeah, before that, we tried to get the cage here in a pretty cool way. Yep, there we go. We got him basically on the boomerang, and then we get a damage boost, which allows us to go here pretty quickly. And then, yeah, we get this cage in a pretty cool way as well while using a speed lock. And then the final cage. Basically, this cage spawns when you're on the tree. So, yeah, we routed it out like in a very cool way. Okay, there we go. Let's enter Eraser Plains here. So upcoming is another dead abuse, and yeah, I talked about speed fists being important. Well, this is probably one of the most important sections for that. So we're gonna be dead abusing in a bit. We're gonna take some extra damage here. There we go. Try to optimize the dead abuse. And then, yeah, with 1 HP, I know it seems kind of risky, but yeah, we do it all for the time save. There we go, we do a dead abuse here, and now we actually exit the level and re-enter. Now, the reason we do that is to get our speed fist back. So basically, if you exit the level and you re-enter, you get the speed fist you had when you entered it for the first time, right? So it's a very cool way to get your speed fist back, and it's definitely worth it. You think like, oh, didn't you waste some time like exiting? Yes, but it is so worth doing, because we will be able to get a cage very quickly. Also, this section is normally very hard, and I make it look easy. It looks, yeah, it looks crazy hard, but yeah, doing it like I'm doing, I don't know, like I'm so used to this movement, like. Yeah, because I said it's based on screen cycles, so it's not too bad, but this section is brutal when you're doing this casually, for sure. Also, there's this ink, like, everywhere. So if you make a mistake, you get hit. Yeah, every time you get hit, you get knocked back. You're pretty much guaranteed to fall in the ink if that happens. But yeah, stage fist, very important. If I would have died anywhere on the first screen, I would have to re-enter again to get the speed fist back. But thankfully, we didn't die. Okay, quick screen here. We just get this stage, move back on. And then on the next screen, that is where we actually use the stage 2 fist that I was talking about. So here, a cool ring strat. Turns out I have too many things as well. Normally, I want to be here with 93 things, but I have 98, so I will not be able to do the 99 thing strat, unfortunately. Yeah, sometimes it just is that way. But yeah, we do have a stage 2 fist, which is nice. So we can get this next stage here. Now, the problem is you need to hit it on an odd frame. So it's not guaranteed to get this first try, but I was lucky, so I got it first try. Nice. So yeah, in my PB, this took 5 attempts. It lost me 10 seconds, and I'm still sad about it. 10 seconds is a lot of time if you're hunting for a world record, you know? So yeah, I'm very sad that happened. It's like out of my control too. Because yeah, you need to hit it on an odd frame. Yeah, there is as many odd frames as even frames, you know? So for a human, it is, yeah, basically 50% chance. That's why we call it the 50-50 cage. Because you have a 50% chance to get it. Fun little fact.
Always is, though. Either you get it or you don't. It's always 50%.
Yeah, okay. fair. Fun fact though, on the Japanese version on the game, I don't know why, the cage is 1 pixel more to the left, and you can always get it.
Oh my god.
You don't have to be lucky there. I don't know why that is the case, but that is the case.
Of course. That's funny.
Yeah. Now, you might wonder, why don't you play the Japanese version? Well, for some reason, the Japanese version has really long loading times. It doesn't matter what PS2 you use. It doesn't matter at all. It is just by default a lot longer. So therefore, yeah. If we would play with in-game timer, like loadless, Japanese would be faster. But yeah, we don't. So cutting out loads is... We've tried it before. It's kind of a pain for this game. Because yeah, you see this freeze frame right here? It is like almost impossible to know when the actual load starts. So there is like games that have like a visual loading screen that they cut out, like a program that detects it. But that's kind of like almost impossible for this game. So yeah, we just do RTA with loads. So therefore, the American version is the fastest. So I'm not even unhappy about that though, because the Japanese version also has like some weird movement going on. If you run off a platform, there's like some weird momentum going on. So I'm not even mad that that Japanese has long loads. All right, we have the next boss fight here. We can do some extra hits here that are unintended. That's why it was very important for me to not take damage or as much damage. We're going to be able to jump up her. It's going to push us up, and we're going to be able to hit her here, which is unintended. Now, you can do this 3 times in the fight. The first 2 times, it doesn't matter when you do it. You can just do it as fast as you can. It doesn't matter. But the 3rd time you can do it, it's actually on the final hit. And since the game doesn't expect you to beat the boss while she's doing that attack, it actually can softlock the game if you time it wrong. But yeah, like we have a setup for it. Softlock will never happen. Apart from ESA Germany 2017, I did have the softlock happen there. I still think about it sometimes. But yeah, obviously it's not going to happen here because we are gamers, right?
Oh, so yeah, absolutely. As soon as we're fine.
Exactly. There we go. Yeah, got it. So if you mistime it, you can keep moving, and it's basically stuck on this screen, and you keep moving. Yeah, you can keep moving Rayman, basically, and that's yeah how that story ends if it happens. But yeah, we didn't need to do that. We're better at the game since 2017, so we're all good. Okay, let's see. Next up here, this cage. We're gonna go into a dead abuse right away. We set up our HP again. instant dead abuse with 1 HP left. And then we do like an unintended jump here to get up this section faster. And then in PC version, this cage is really awful. Basically, you have to go all the way around here where I'm now to spawn that cage and then go all the way back. Like, PC has a bunch of backtrack cages. I don't know why, but yeah, that's another reason why this version is slower. Like, PC version is slower, rather. Okay, now a very unique... a very unique mechanic here is basically if you crawl, even though it's not a slippery platform, I'm gonna try and see if I can do it here. Ah, okay. So even though it goes from a slippery platform into like a normal platform, if you crawl, you can actually extend the slippery physics on the normal platform. It's really weird how that works, but yeah. Once again, unfortunately, I was not able to show it off. I'm sad, but yeah, it looks really, really funky. All right, so this screen we get the infinite helicopter again, and yeah, hitboxes are weird, so I can just fly in between that platform and the pencil there.
I see.
And then here once again, hitboxes are kind of weird, so yeah, we can just do that. Oh, careful here. Okay, try to speed lock as much as we can again. There we go. Convenient live here to get a refill. And checkpoints we don't care about. So once again, a hitbox that is weird coming up here. We can go in between the spike and the wall here. Because we can push ourselves into the wall and yeah, you don't get hit by the spike that way. If they placed the knife a little bit more closer to the ground, yeah, or like closer to the wall, we would have been hit. But yeah, they didn't, so it's all good. So yeah, there I was able to do it again. Just basically move inside of the wall, and then yeah, you can avoid the spike. Okay, so this another very evil cage placement. Just before you hit the end sign, it spawns. Very, very evil. I've even forgotten this cage before in a speedrun. Sorry, go ahead.
Understandable, honestly. Yeah. Understandable for sure.
And this is where, yeah, everyone that played this casually probably remembers this screen. It is pretty bad casually, but in the speedrun it's not too bad because we know exactly where to go and where to fly or hover. So yeah, this screen is a nightmare when you first play it. Okay, I'm gonna try and do a pretty impressive looking trick. It's a speed storage strat. I'm not that great at it, but I'm gonna try my best and do it anyway. So currently, if you run off a platform and you jump late enough, you don't actually get a rolling momentum. So therefore, I still have storage, right? So now I can use the storage to the right. And I failed it on the second jump. Damn it. But yeah, you can extend it like all the way to here, basically, where I'm at right now, if you do it correctly. Looks really cool. Small little storage thread there. Alright, that was Pencil Pentathlon already done. Up next, Space Mama. Space Mama has some really awesome strats as well. We actually can do a part that was believed to be impossible back in the days. So it's always nice that we were able to do that. Also, there is an even cooler strat as well on the second screen here. We call it the squeeze. Basically, it's a frame-perfect jump. I'm gonna try it. I should at least try it once. The thing is, it actually loses quite a lot of time if you fail it, because you need to wait for an anti-tune to move to a certain position to even attempt it. But if you get it, it doesn't only look amazing, you also save about 5 seconds. So that's really cool. I'm gonna try it just for fun. Even though it's pretty hard to get. As I said, it's a frame-perfect jump. But yeah, we'll see. It's in the second screen though, not yet. First, we have to get this cage here. Basically, what we do here is on the way on the way up, we punch the first yin-yang, then we hover, and then we punch the cage on the way back. And then here's some ring strats, jump over the ensign, and get the cage. Okay, so let's see. Hopefully this screen goes well. We start off with a trick called Stormer Skip Skip. It used to be Stormer Skip, but then we found a skip for the Stormer Skip. It looks really impressive. Pretty consistent with it nowadays. So yeah, that's it right there. When you first start, you know, speedrunning the game, that trick will probably cost you multiple hours to get once. Okay. Oh no! Oh, I failed the setup for the squeeze. I was supposed to hang there. Damn it. Okay, no squeeze. Sorry. Sorry, guys. No squeeze. But yeah, you hang there, you get a setup there, you wait for the anti-tune, and then basically where I'm gonna drop down here, you can go up here. It's really cool. You skip that whole section I just did on the right side. But yeah, unfortunate. It's all good though, it's all good. But yeah, the trick I did in the start of the screen, Stormer Skip Skip, it looks so impressive. Like, basically, you do a lot of speed locking, and you... Basically, when you punch a ring, if it hits the ring, you can jump again, and you can get a boost in height that way. So how we set that up right there is like there is like a wall that goes pretty far downwards. But if we set it up that a punch is gonna hit a ring, just at that time we are below the wall. It gives us the the jump, and we can get to the next section. It's so cool. Okay, let's see. A pretty cool strat here too. Alright, that's looking pretty decent. And there we go. Made the cycle. So that disappearing cloud there is on a cycle. Every time you fail a cycle, yeah, you obviously lose some time. And yeah, I'm taking some damage. The fight is gonna start soon, the Space Mom boss fight. But I'll be refilling my HP soon. There's gonna be a lot of things on the ground, or like on the screen. And I'm gonna use that to refill my HP here. I'm gonna have to grab a lot of them though. I'm barely gonna have enough. Okay, that's enough. There we go. And then we get full HP for the boss fight, because just like the Eraser Plains boss, the Viking Mama, we're able to get extra hits here by doing a damage boost as well. So it's pretty important. We have some HP here. Technically, the minimum HP you need here to do a perfect boss fight is 3. But yeah, obviously, we want to make it safe, you know, for any weird things that happen. So here, if you hit the boss every time after she fires at you, you can get 4 hits in. If you screw up at all a little bit, because the hitbox of Space Mama is pretty bad. Sometimes you miss some hits. Yeah, missing a hit loses like 10 seconds. And then here I was talking about the double hits. Basically how this works, the boss has invincibility frames as well, just like Rayman if you get hit. Or like there is a certain amount of time where you cannot hit the boss. Now, what the developers didn't really think about is if you turn the boss around, her invincibility frames will actually run out and you can hit her again. So yeah, that's how we get double hits. We hit her once, we make her turn around by doing a damage boost and running to her other side. And then yeah, her invincibility frames run out. So it's a very cool way to get extra hits in. Saving quite a bit of time. But yeah, no RNG in this fight. Yeah, it's always the same cycles here. This fight is probably the hardest casual fight there is. Because, yeah, it is a very long level to get here. And then if you fail once, like if you die once, you only have 3 HP for the entire fight. Which makes this fight very, very difficult for casual players. So here we have the washing machine. This washing machine actually has a health bar. If you look at the top right of the washing machine, you see like these little circles. Every time I hit her, they move. So now it's on the red run, so I have to hit it one more time. We used to like spam hits, but actually if you time it, it's yeah, it's faster, or like it's better if you time the hits, because there is, yeah, invincibility frames for that one too. So here, one more damage boost strat here. Turn her around. and then can hit her like that to get an easy last double hit. There we go. Perfect boss fight. That's good. All right, next up, Crystal Palace. Very impressive looking screen if I can do it perfectly. We're going to start off with a dead abuse as well. Basically grab the cage, dead abuse, save like 2 seconds on the dead abuse. Something like that. Spawn the cage, and then yeah, on the way into the pit, we get the cage. Saves a bit of time compared to not doing it. And now is where the fun starts. We're gonna do really cool strats here by using speed locking and everything. Let's see if we can do it perfectly. So far, so good. Ooh, I'm pretty low. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this ring. Okay, I don't know why I was that low, but yeah. Better safe than sorry. Alright. And then this next part here. Oh. Oh no. Okay, let's just do it normal. This part is very nerve-wracking. Okay, there we go. Oh no! Ah, damn it. I'm so sad. Oh. Okay. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna exit the level and re-enter. Typical Crystal Palace in a marathon run right there. Just nerve overload. Damn. It's fine though. Oh, now I'm not getting
it
speed.
Happens for sure.
Yeah. Alright. Okay, I don't know what that was, but it's fine. Let's just keep moving. I should have just done it normal, probably. That's fine. Alright, let's try it again. There we go, that's what should have happened. So yeah, once again, speed locking off of a ring, going right in between the spikes. I think if I had 1 more HP, I would have survived. I would have been able to damage boost and then probably hang, I think. Would have been crazy, but yeah, unfortunately, didn't have the HP. Okay. Let's go down here, get another cage. Alright. Not too much going on here. Damage boost here. If you jump against the spiky ball, you have enough time here to get past this section. And then here we actually jump to the right because it spawns a platform or like a cloud. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to jump on that bottom cloud there. And then when you're on that cloud, it spawns the cloud I'm on now. But you can, yeah, by just jumping to the right, you hit the trigger of this cloud. And you don't need to do what I just said. Final cage of this level here. Alright, and now we try a little strat here. Not too much. Okay. That looked a little bit scary, actually. Oh, these spikes spawned in pretty bad. Okay, best strat there is just land on the spike or like on the boulder. Makes that part a lot easier to do it like that. Instead of, like, if you break the boulder, it makes that part a lot harder. Also, the trigger there of the end sign was supposed to be inside of the boulder. But yeah, if you just run close to it, you spawn it. So you don't need to beat it. Alright, probably the biggest downtime of the run here. There's like 40 seconds of nothing. We just, yeah, have Ida Joe, or like have Joe here talking at us. Basically,
go.
Yeah.
Someone in chat is asking about the plushie behind you, if you want to disclose that real quickly.
The Rayman plushie? Yeah, it's the U2's plushie. It's really cool. I love it.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah. That's cool.
You could get it through U2s for a bit. I don't know if you can still get it right now, but yeah, it's a very cool plushie. It's been a while since there's been Rayman merch, to be honest. Like, there's not too much Rayman merch out there, so it's cool to see that. Oh yeah, this screen is completely dark, by the way. But yeah, we are speedrunners. We know exactly what's coming up. So yeah, I know exactly where everything is. So that makes this screen very quickly, very fast. Very easy and fast. There is actually a ROM hack that turns the entire game into that. We call it darkness %. I hate it. I don't like it at all.
That sounds awful. I don't like that
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Okay. Little cycle manipulation there. That's fine. I have enough HP. We get a full P coming up here. Very convenient way to get full HP again. There we go. And then in a bit, we're going to try another clip. We're only going to try it once, though. But it saves like 4 seconds if we can get it. It's pretty cool if you get it. It's like right where I'm at right now. That's where we're going to try and clip. First the cage, and then try to clip down, save some time. Didn't get it. It's fine. Doesn't, lose that much time. Get a really nice speed boost here. Oh, that was a great section. Okay. And then damage boost here, so we can get down here quicker. And then a really cool, we call it the swag cage. Basically, you punch to the right, then you jump left to spawn the cage, and then you just get it, the cage off screen. It's really cool. That was supposed to be a speed lock. Okay. If you jump here, you jump over a trigger. If you don't jump there, there's gonna be like 2 annoying enemies spawning. But yeah, we can just jump over the trigger there, making it a lot easier. And then yeah, you see 1 HP again, but it's fine because there's gonna be a secret live here. If we jump over this blue spike, boom, full HP again. Very nice.
Very convenient.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Gonna jump off now. Basically, the end sign is where we started in this screen, which is kind of cool. So yeah, Joe in the start of this level actually asked us to basically hit a switch to get this power going. If we hit the switch, all these alien platforms move. If for some reason you would be able to enter this screen immediately without without hitting the switch, these alien platforms would not be moving around. They only move around when you hit the switch. Alright, we're already getting closer to the end of the game. I feel like I've only been playing for like 10 minutes, but it's been well over that.
That's so real.
Yeah.
Things have gone very well so far, I'd say, at least. So it's really just all blend together, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best run in the world, but I'm pretty decently happy with it so far. It's alright.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Smooth
Just
sailing.
a little
sure.
bit... Yeah, a little bit disappointing I was not able to show off some really cool strats, but it is what it is. Okay. The famous ball screen here in Ida Joe's. Now, hopefully my controller will work with me. Because, yeah, we will do a lot of speed locks here. And, yeah, during practice, I noticed that... basically, you want to swipe from holding right to holding up, right? To get a speed lock. And I've been not too happy with my controller. Because sometimes it still holds right, even though I'm, like... almost sure I'm only holding up, but yeah, then the speed lock ends because you can only hold up and down. So hopefully it will work out. One more hard one here. Okay, thank God. Here, you can see that these jumps are so tight, but if you do them properly, this screen is so fast and it's so nice. Like casually, you're just waiting on these balls a lot for the fish, kill the fish, but yeah, in the speedrun, all of that is not needed. Alright, the final few cages, like, we've been collecting 102 cages in total, and yeah, we're almost at 102 now. Going fast. Yeah, 3 more cages and we've collected all 102 cages. So, yeah, it's fine. Okay. So yeah, earlier I talked about hitting bosses, even though it doesn't do any damage, it still benefits you. And on this boss, it actually benefits you quite a bit, because you save quite a bit of time for it. Basically, Mr. Scops is gonna move to the edge of a platform, and if you hit him, he moves to the right quicker. So he actually moves to the edge of the platform 3 times, so you can save a lot of time by just hitting him 3 times. When he's on the edge. It will make sense in a bit. First, we're gonna try and hit him as fast as possible here, so he starts, you know, his thing. Otherwise, he keeps sleeping for a bit. Now, this is one of the true RNG parts in the run. The red platforms rather that he knocks off. It's not always the same. So yeah, not that it matters that much, but yeah. Not too much RNG in this game. So yeah, after this section here, he moves to the edge, and then if we hit him, he moves to the right immediately, as you can see. So if you don't hit him, he doesn't actually move for like a second or 2. So yeah, we can do this like 3 times, so that's quite a bit, you know, quite a bit of a time save just by hitting him, even though it doesn't do any damage. Because we can't do damage to him on this screen. We can only do it on the next one, where we can actually beat him completely. Very confusing boss to figure out in the start. Basically, he's gonna fire like blue attacks at us, and we have to punch to redirect it to him, like that. Also, I'm gonna be attempting a double hit here. Let's see if we can get it. Ah, I actually didn't get it, whatever. So yeah, if you time it perfect, every time you hit him, like there is a set amount of, what is it, like say seconds or frames. If you hit him like perfectly again, he doesn't actually throw a claw at you. And we call it claw skips. And we basically use an HP every time we do it. And it saves like what, like 1 to 2 seconds per claw skip. So yeah, if you enter this boss fight with 5 HP, you can do like 3 or 4 of them. And you save quite a bit of time by doing that. But yeah, I only entered with like 2 HP, so or like 3 HP, so I'm gonna play it safe. I just wanted to, you know, show it off once or try it once. Alright, and that was Mr. Scobbs down. Once you know the fight, you can even do it blindfolded. One of the easiest fights when you know the mechanic. And there we go. Mr. Dark's Dare has now opened because we got all the cages. Let's get it. About 4 minutes left in the run here. We're starting off with a level full of candy. It's called Candy Chateau, or Mr. Dark's Dare. It's a very cool looking level. Also, Rayman is on a pan. It's freaking awesome, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I almost died. There is like this yellow liquid here. It's funny because on different versions of the game, it has different colors. I don't know why. But yeah, on one of the versions, it's like green. So we think it's like acid. And here it's like maybe caramel or something. I don't know, even though acid doesn't really make much sense when it's all about candy. So I'm not sure what the green stuff is supposed to be. But hey, anyway. Yeah, this world is full of candy and chocolate and everything. It's really cool game design, honestly.
Like a taffy, maybe, or at least with something like green food, like with green food coloring, maybe.
Oh yeah, food coloring, maybe.
Yeah,
true.
That's the boring answer, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true. Okay, trying to get as much, you know, the further the distance you have from a ring, swinging on it, the more speed you can get with like the tether. Also, there is a clip here that we can do. Let's see if we can get it. Nope. We call it the chocolate clip or choco clip. It saves like almost nothing, but we just do it for fun. Or attempt it for fun, because it doesn't really lose that much time. Here, my controls are inversed, so right now I'm holding left. So yeah, each of these levels have like a little bit of, you know, magic from Mr. Dark. So on this screen in particular, to move left, you have to hold right. On the previous screen, yeah, it was Dark Rayman chasing me. And in a bit, I'm going to be moving automatically without being able to stop. So yeah, these fun little mechanics here in the last level. Okay, here, let's see if we can do this. Okay. So there is another thing in this game. We call the frame jump. The TAS uses it across the entire run. Basically, every time you do like a rolling jump, you can, if you hold up or down and you land on the ground and you jump on the frame you land, you can extend that speed. So, and you can basically chain that together, like constantly jumping on the first frame when you land. And the TAS does that like constantly, but yeah, it's obviously very hard because you need to do it on the frame you land. But that right there, when I tried it there, was a good occasion to try it because then you save quite a bit of time to try it there. But yeah, there's a few parts in the run where it's useful to try. I have tried it every time, but I didn't get it. But yeah, very cool mechanic as well in the game. So yeah, this is the final fight already. Within 2 minutes, we'll be done with the run. First of all, we have to dodge some fires here. Very underwhelming boss fight, if you ask me. Like, you can't actually beat Mr. Dark. He just throws like basically bosses at you, like that are now like abominations or whatever you call it. Basically a mix of the bosses smacked together. But you don't actually get to fight Mr. Dark himself, unfortunately. So yeah, this is Mr. Scop's head, claw, and then Mr. Stone's body, for example. But yeah. And then here we have Mosquito with the Space Mama. Or like Viking Mama. I don't know, it's kind of funny. And then here, yeah, you can see what happens here. So here, there is frame perfect double hits. Basically, if you do a hit and 58 frames later you hit him again, you do double hits like that right there. And you can chain that all the way to death. So ideally, you do it 8 times in a row and time is coming up and time, sorry. There it is. That was a little bit fast. It went a bit faster at the end, but yeah, that was Rayman 100%. A lot of things to explain in a very small amount of time, so yeah, it's pretty difficult to get everything explained for sure. So yeah,
very well personally.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope it was all clear, the information. I hope you yeah, had a fun time, because I did. That was fun. That was over in like nothing. Like, it went so fast. Damn.
Such a smooth run, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. I always like running this game. So yeah, anyway, big shout outs to the Rayman community. We started like on Skype back in the days in like 2013 or whatever. Then we moved to Discord in 2016. We have been a really nice community so far. They're always so helpful, always so nice. So if you want to learn this game, learn this speedrun, feel free to hop into the Rayman Speedrunning Discord. You can find links on speedrun.com. Don't be intimidated by the casual difficulty of this game. It really pays off. It's so fun to speedrun this game. But yeah, that's all for me. You can find me live sometimes on twitch.tv/Dextera_. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for running that. That was such a fun time. I haven't seen that run quite a while, and it was such a treat. Welcome back, everybody, to Do All the Things, a Hotfix show all about Hermsmith speedruns and completionist categories in general. I'm your host, Mr. Shasta, and we got another run here that's really, really cool. Pikmin all parts. It is essentially it's 8%, but like it's just faster to get everything. So it fits the show theme in the end because of that. So enjoy. That's what I say. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Pikmin's very cool, very comfy game, very cool speedrun to say at least. And the fact that it can be this fast can be impressive to say at least. So, hello, Speed Diver. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. Joined by me on commentary, we've got Strongman Lynn.
How's it going?
If you want to introduce yourself.
Yep. I'm Strongman Lynn. I also run this game, specifically the Switch and GameCube version, although mostly Switch recently. Yeah, it's a fun game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So basically, I'm SBU. I really like Pikmin. Go follow me. Go follow Strongman Lin. But let's get into it. So starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, yeah. So this is.
All right. So if you
sorry, you go.
Okay. So if you've never played Pikmin before, this is Pikmin. The plot is Olimar is on a space voyage. He is flying his ship, and he strikes an asteroid, and he goes tumbling into this planet called PNF-44, aka Earth. And on this planet, his ship gets destroyed, and all these ship parts get scattered across the entire planet. And he has 30 days to go and retrieve all of them, or he dies. Luckily, this is a speedrun, so we're not going to need all 30 days. Hopefully, we will just need 6, but there is a good chance that we might need 8 or so, but hopefully not.
Yeah.
But starting off, we're just going to the impact site, and this is going to be a quick tutorial on how this game works.
Yeah, and hopefully this is the only cutscene we see in the entire run, essentially. There's normally a cutscene at the end of every day that shows Olimar returning to his ship and blasting off with the Pikmin. But you can just press A to skip that on the Switch version. It's really, really nice. And there are also some cutscenes that happen when you collect parts, but almost all of them are skippable. There's probably like a couple that it's like an 8-second cutscene, but for the most part, we should be skipping them. So, yeah.
I mean, keep emphasis on
should. Yeah.
We'll see how.
Ideally, usually, I feel like in a real run, it's usually about like half of them are successfully skipped. But yeah.
It's got to be more than that. I mean, if you look at the world record, I think they skipped about like 26 or so out of the 30, and 2 of them. Oh, I forgot to do that. You can skip this cutscene, but I forgot.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, at the beginning, there's just a couple cutscenes with immediately skippable text, which I love this. This is a great thing that all games should do. You can just press B to immediately load all the text and then just clear it, and you're out of there. But yeah, there's just a couple cutscenes just telling you, like, hey, this is a Pikmin. You can throw it. It picks things up, easy stuff. So.
Yeah, this part isn't that hard. You need a lot of Pikmin to do sorts of things in this game, and when they give you just only one, you can't really do a whole lot. But we're just going to make the most of what we have so we can get more.
Yeah, there's not a ton of optimization on day one, and in particular, actually, the RNG of where these pellets, or where these Pikmin are spat out of the onion, that can matter a little bit. So sometimes you'll have like a couple seconds difference even if you executed the same on day one, but it doesn't really matter too much. Right now we're basically
in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
The grand scheme of things, like 2-3 seconds, 7 minutes split is not really a whole lot, especially in this game, which we'll see later.
Yeah, right now we're just trying to get pretty much 10 Pikmin to move this box that you'll kind of barely see on the right side of the screen there. Once that's moved, we just need to collect all the pellets in the area so we can move the engine, which is the first part. Fun fact, though, actually. So the engine is what you collect, and like the story, quote-unquote, of the game is like, oh, luckily the engine is here, so you can lift off on the first day after you collect it. But you don't actually need to collect the engine specifically. Any first part will do. And there is actually one other part in this area, which is like barely possible, I think, to collect on the first day. And if you collect that one instead, it still acts as if you collect the engine, I should say, and you're able to blast off on the first day.
Yeah, so even if they didn't make it, oh, he gets the engine, he's so lucky, he's able to get any other part would just serve as the engine, that plot element doesn't exist.
Yeah, if you've ever played Randomizer, you'll probably see that as well, because it's usually not the engine that shows up in this area.
Yeah.
One thing also, I guess, kind of like the theme of this whole run is whatever is like the last thing that's going to get into the ship or the onion, that's what we're trying to speed up. So like SBU he plucked 3 Pikmin there and tried as fast as he could to throw them onto the 5 pellet, because that's kind of like the limiting factor in this area, or I guess in this segment, is getting the 5 pellet into the ship.
Yeah, that's the limiting factor is basically all about the routing. You figure out the route, and you go and take the slowest thing in the area, and you do that first. And while that sort of thing is happening, that's when you go back and do everything else.
Yeah.
And you're going to see that a lot in this run. It was pretty obvious here. You know, the 5 pellets definitely the slowest thing, so we focused that one as best we can. But when you get to complex areas later, it's like, what's the slowest thing? I don't know, but we routed that out to figure out what the slowest thing is.
Mm-hmm. One thing also SBU did that we kind of glossed over was he activated a cutscene right after a 1 pellet got into the onion. So during cutscenes, most things are frozen just in time, like whether it's enemies or ship parts moving or whatever. The one thing that does not freeze during cutscenes is Pikmin that are growing in the ground and also onions. So like during the cutscene, essentially, the animation of the 1 pellet getting sucked up and then the Pikmin growing in the ground was still happening. So that was just kind of like an overlapping thing that he did to save a little bit of time. I don't know if there's that many other places where it shows up in the run. There's probably a couple. But yeah, it's occasionally relevant that time passes for onions even during cutscenes.
The only other one I can think of is when you activate the bombs, or when you first collect bombs, it's like, hey, it's a bomb, this is what it does. You want to make sure that you're growing yellows at the time, so you want like the pellets like, underneath the onion before you activate that cutscene.
That's true. Yeah.
I think that's the only other time in the run.
All right, so day 1 is done.
Probably be saving.
Time for day 2. Day 2 is the hardest day. Day 2 will probably decide whether it'll be a 6th day or not. But yeah, day 2 is really hard just because like you start with no Pikmin, but you need to collect everything in the area. And so you start, essentially the first half of the day is just growing Pikmin, and then really you only have half a day to collect everything.
Yeah, so if you compare Forest of Hope to like Distant Spring, it's 8 parts versus 10, so Distant Spring sounds harder, but in reality you have half a day to collect 8 versus a whole day to collect 10. That nectar is very
nice. Yeah,
there is a 8% chance that any nectar patch just won't give you nectar at all. This game's awesome.
Yes.
And if it does, it's just like kind of bad. Obviously, we have backups. In like an actual world record attempt, if that didn't give nectar, it should be set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a second nectar patch in here that you can use, but similarly, it can also not give you nectar. So, yeah.
I've had that happen once.
It
was in a race. I had to quit out of the entire day and come back in. That's the backup at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, there's really nothing you can do at that point, but that's like 1 in 1,000 or something. It's super unlikely. So.
Yeah, like I said, I've only seen it once.
Mm-hmm. Yes, right now we're just waiting for this gate to come down. It's a bit of an auto-scroller at the beginning of the day, and then once it does, then things start to go fast. We want to get to, I think it's at least 77 reds, but preferably like closer to 80, and then we'll collect, I should say grow, 17 yellows as well. And that's pretty much all of the reds and yellows we'll need for the remainder of the run. So you can see we're just like, we call it urgency in Pikmin. I think like in Mario games it's called like having good movement. It's just like just going really fast and just throwing the Pikmin and immediately moving on as fast as you can with all these pellets and everything.
So a lot of like it's a lot of time save in this game. It's like you'll watch like I guess from a less experienced runner to a top runner, it's like they'll kill a bulborb and they'll pause for like half a second to like make sure the bulborb's dead before like getting the pellet. The top runner will just immediately throw at the bulborb, and the second the Pikmin are gone, he's immediately going to like get the pellet instead of like waiting to see if the bulborb's dead or not.
You just like assume that everything went perfectly and act based on that, and if it didn't, then you like clean up and fix it later, but just assume that you're fine basically. So
yeah, everything's fine, guys.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Nothing to worry about. No big deal.
All right, so we had a couple of extra pellet drops there, so we're definitely going to have more than 77, which is really nice actually, because like I said, it's like 77 is like all we're going to need for the remainder of the run. What that really means is if any Pikmin die less than 77, it's really bad. So having more than 77 is nice, because there are a couple places in particular that are like, oh, the Pikmin dies and there's nothing you can do about it. Like it tripped. That's a big thing in this game is Pikmin can randomly trip. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes it's just like you're out of luck if the Pikmin trips. Sorry. But yeah, so he will have, what are that? He'll have 81 reds here, I think. So that should be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna overgrow a little bit.
Yeah,
just, play it safe. There's backups later as well. But let's just not get to that point.
Yeah. One thing that SBU did earlier as well is there's 2 parts in Force of Hope that you're, I guess kind of 3, but really 2 that you're like intended to use blue Pikmin for, because they're across water. One thing he did to skip earlier was you can just throw the reds into the water like pretty close to where you would need to use the blues, and they have a little timer before they drown, so you can just kind of whistle them to the land on the other side of the water to skip the blue Pikmin. Later, there's another thing we're going to do to essentially destroy a wall that's in the water by throwing some Pikmin up on a ledge. But yeah, the things that needed to use blue Pikmin are kind of suggestions in Force of Hope. In Force Enable and Distant Spring, they're much more required though, so we can't really skip them very much. It is possible though. Someone has beaten the game with only red Pikmin. It's really dumb. But
is it only red?
Yeah, red only is possible. It's really dumb though. So
I thought it was reds and yellows. I can't even I can visualize how you get the blue Pikmin skips. I don't even understand how you're meant to do the yellow skips. It's just a wall. How you get past that?
Yeah, I think MoKG was so he is the one who did it. I think he was the one who actually found most of the stuff too. There's ways to clip things through walls basically by having bulborbs run into them, and it just clips them out of bounds, and then they respawn on the other side of the wall basically. But yeah,
let's just give it a shout out to MoKG right now. He's actually just the most insane Pikmin 1 runner ever.
Yeah, he is built different, as the kids say.
Really cool guy, also.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, right now we're just growing yellows. There's just enough stuff in this area to grow. I mean, there's a little more than just enough, but we can fairly quickly grow 17 yellows in this area. Just from the pellets and that one bulborb in the corner there, which is nice because there's essentially the limit for yellows. It's more of a hard limit on GameCube, but there's one part that's very high up that requires 15 yellow Pikmin. So that was originally where the requirement came from. On the Switch version, you can actually throw the red Pikmin high as well, so you don't actually need the yellows for that, but as you just saw, the yellow Pikmin can pick up bomb rocks, and you usually need 10 to 15 bomb rocks per area to clear out some walls and stuff. So that's kind of the bigger use of the yellows.
Yeah, a lot of cans are just 15 bombs in there, so that's where the number 15 also comes from. We just grew 17. Okay, that's fine. We just do 17 because it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, it's another
I guess it is possible with 15.
Yeah, it's another if you have only 15 and one dies, it's catastrophic. So we take the 2-second time loss to grow 17 basically.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's. I think that.
So this is the first bit of real RNG. I know we had the nectar patch earlier, but as long as it spawns, it's okay. This is the real RNG that can kind of make or break Force of Hope.
Mm-hmm. Yes, these are snag
So this snag
Yeah, that's right. You go.
Yeah, they can come up in 2 ways. They can either come up real slow, which is not what he did, but that's what we want. It's a 40% chance. And okay, so second try. That's perfectly fine.
Nice. Yeah, so basically he gets his head stuck on the ground there when he comes up slowly, and that allows the Pikmin to attach onto his head where they do more damage. So you can essentially just one-cycle him like that. And then this is the even more significant part, is we just need nectar here. Again, it's still possible to 6-day if we don't... Oh, nice. There we go.
I chucked the nectar though.
Oh, wow, wait. Oh,
it's
dang.
all good.
All right, well...
It's okay, I can nectar it.
Yeah, you got enough flowers.
I got enough.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically the nectar is super critical there because we need flowers on this part in order to get it past some enemies. Because again, this is another thing that you'll see a lot in the run is we just let it, like, we let a thing go and we just go, okay, it'll be fine if we don't look at it. Because generally, when enemies are off screen and they're not near Pikmin, they don't really attack Pikmin, and because they're just kind of like frozen in space. So as long as Pikmin don't get too close, then they're fine. For that part in particular, it will actually wake up a couple of Bulborbs, but because we have all flowers on it, it's fast enough that the Bulborbs will not be able to eat it. So it'll be able to just get all the way to the ship on its own, as long as we don't look at it. If we do look at it, then sometimes the Bulborb can actually kill it. But all right, nice. Lost 1 yellow there, but it's fine because we grew 17. So yeah, there you go. All right, and this is hopefully the first cutscene skip here. Essentially, if you bring up a text box on the same frame that a part comes into the ship, then the text box remains during the cutscene, and the cutscene ends once you clear a text box. You can just immediately clear the text box and skip the cutscene. And also, luckily, we got a bunch of nectar here. That's, yeah, nice. That's plenty. So now everyone's flowered. So that's good.
Yeah, so ideally I would have skipped the cutscene, but keyword on ideally.
Yeah. That one's really annoying when you do have some leaves on there because the speed that parts move is based on how many Pikmin are on it and also how much the part weighs. That one weighs only 40 and you have close to only 40 Pikmin on it, so it moves really slowly and it's a little bit harder to get it like on the same exact frame essentially when it enters the ship if it moves very slowly because it's hard to like see the difference between the frames basically. All right, so here is the water wall skip I mentioned earlier. This is supposed to need blues, but you can just throw those yellows up on the edge and they just drop their bombs on top of the wall, which kills it. So
yeah, another thing we did is when you throw them on the ledge, they're going to fall into the water, but we actually switched Pikmin to basically just teleport them back into our squad so that they don't.
Yeah.
So that's another small tag.
Yeah, there's like essentially when you hold a Pikmin and you press B, I think it is, or no, I guess it's R on Switch. Yeah, there's like infinite range essentially where the Pikmin will just teleport immediately into Olimar's hand. So there we just teleport the yellows over the water because normally we need to wait for them to like swim over the water basically. But wow, that is a very unfortunate spawn location. I think there was a sheer grub there that they were all trying to attack that was underground. But yeah, good enough.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why we have extras.
Yeah.
I also lost a Pikmin where Nova Blaster is. He didn't grab on. I didn't whistle him.
Right.
So I was aware of that if I needed an extra, but I think it's faster to just let him die. So this is Armored Cannon Beetle, or ACB. You can skip this by deloading him, but it's very risky, so we're not going to do that, and we're just going to kill him.
It's even riskier also on the Switch version, because the thing I mentioned earlier about like, oh, if like enemies are off screen, they're kind of like frozen in place, they don't attack Pikmin. That range of being off screen is like a little larger on the Switch version, so like Pikmin have to be even farther away to keep the enemies deloaded. So like the Cannon Beetle there is essentially always loaded on the Switch version, so you just have to get lucky. If you, well, I mean, there's some things you can do, but even then at a certain point, you just have to hope that it doesn't screw you over. So
yeah, it's just not worth it. So this is the area cutscene, which happens when you have enough ship parts to go to the next area. You can skip this if you skip a ship part like the one before, or I guess two before, and then have another one come in. But because I was fighting the Armored Cannon Beetle, I didn't get back in time.
Yeah, this is definitely the hardest area cutscene to skip. The one in Forest Naval is not too bad, and the one in Distant Spring you pretty much always have time for, but it is also just a little hard to get the timing right because you need two ship parts to come in like essentially within like a second or two of each other. And both like the part, timing of when they show up matters, but also like if parts are really big, then they can push other parts out of the way, and you can get like traffic jams that mess you up and stuff, and that is a little relevant in Distant Spring for the area cutscene as well.
Yeah, it's a lot easier if they're coming from like the same path, so it's like they can't really get in each other's way.
Yeah.
But you know, when they're going in two different directions, it's like really awkward.
Yeah. I will say this is a 6-day, so that's good. Or I should say it's a 1-day Force of Hope, which is indicative of a 6-day. There's plenty of time left in the day, so looks like we should be all okay.
Yeah. So getting a 6-day in this game is actually like really hard.
Yeah. It's definitely easier on Switch, but it's not free. Like any new player would probably start with 8-day runs, just because they would probably use 2 days for Forest of Hope and Force Enable each. And these are the last ship parts in here. I think we shouldn't see any traffic jams, but it is possible.
Yeah.
I don't know, that Nova Blaster's looking... Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, cutscene skips are actually harder on the Switch version, because on the GameCube and Wii version, you can actually do it with other parts, which are a 2-frame window, but you can't on the Switch version. You can only do it with the ship, and the ship is a 1-frame window.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit harder.
So basically what he's doing there is he's like pressing A on the ship, and then he's trying to buffer like 1 frame at a time as it's coming in. But if you do, there's like a weird thing where the ship can kind of push you away while you're trying to do the buffers, which can mess you up, because essentially it'll push you too far away, so you can't like press A on the ship anymore. But if you face a certain direction, so you're essentially like clockwise around the ship, I think it is, or maybe counterclockwise. I think it's clockwise, then it doesn't do that. But yeah, there we go. There's a 6-day with about 1 tick left in the day. There's, I don't know, we didn't mention it, but at the top of the screen, there's a little like a day timer showing how much you have left in the day. Pretty much like top level Force of Hope runs will have a little over 2 ticks left. So I think that was like around 1 tick left, which is also pretty good.
Yeah, it was like the Sunset Warning had been on for like a couple frames.
Yeah, yeah. So here's Force Naval. This is my favorite area in the game. I love this area.
It's also not.
Yeah, in particular, because it has very... I mean, there is some RNG, but compared to the other areas, this is a very low RNG area, so it's like really fun to do ILs, because it's mostly pure execution.
Yeah. So the other thing we were talking about, that limiting factor, is a lot of people like to go to this area and they immediately grow blues, but then it's like, now what? Mm-hmm. So we like to overlap growing blues with something else. So growing blues takes a long time, so we go and collect the slowest parts in the area, which is these bosses over here. And while they're coming back, that's when we decide to grow blues, because it's optimal to do so.
Yep. For this area, also, you only need 40 blues. Eventually, we'll want 90. And you can grow 90 blues on this day, but it's just faster to grow them in the next area. Or I guess technically it's in the first area. Because there is a pearl you can grab that gives you 50 Pikmin, so it's just a very quick way to go from 40 blues to 90. One enemy also that we just saw on screen there was the bread bug. The bread bug is kind of the one RNG aspect of this level. It can kind of it walks around the area randomly and tries to pick up 1 pellets and other 1 weight things like the shear grubs that he killed at the beginning. And we essentially later in the day need it to take a path that isn't too out of the way, so it'll see the pellets that we spawned at the beginning of the day, so we can kill it at a particular time. Because there's actually like a weird bug with the bread bug where if a cutscene happens while the bread bug is carrying something, then it becomes detached from that thing, and it just like completely messes up its pathing. Lose a bunch of time. Oh, that was close.
And obviously they didn't fix it.
Yes, yeah, obviously. Why would they? Of course, just, you know, leave that in. So.
So this is a boss fight. Very difficult.
Yes, clearly a boss for sure. Yeah.
But this next boss fight is a little bit.
Yeah. The next one is actually real, and it's what kills a lot of early runners. Well, even honestly, experienced runners runs die to BD. It's a little spider thing here, because the part that it drops it weighs 20, and we have just over 20 Pikmin that we come into the fight with. So if you have too many deaths, then it can end up killing a run. But yeah.
That was not great. All right.
I think I may have Peter's cursed a little bit.
It's okay.
I think you can whistle off of the Meg stabilizer if you want.
I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
And if it gets stuck, then I can come back for it.
Yeah.
So I can deload these so they can be at a specific cycle.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That should go through. Hopefully, but I think it'll be okay.
Yeah. And you just saw Olimar.
I'll come back for it.
Olimar walked past some shear grubs that are also in the path of the part. But for whatever reason, very luckily, shear grubs don't come out of the ground if Pikmin go by. It's only if Olimar goes by. So
that got stopped. So I'll get it in a sec.
Yeah.
I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I'll just whistle off that ship part right there, come back and speed it up.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
So here we finally blue Pikmin. This is my favorite Pikmin in the game. I think they look the coolest because they have mouths. They call them gills, but they look like mouths.
Yeah, they're mouths.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
That's my favorite too.
And it's
Just
also
look at 'em.
it's a little
They're
frowny
little
mouth
guys.
too. They're not even smiling. It's just like it's pretty funny.
They're feeling emotions right now. I get it.
Yeah.
Scary planet. I gotcha.
But yeah, so essentially this area we're in right now is super red Pikmin heavy because there's all the fire geysers everywhere and the fiery blowhogs. The distance spring is pretty much all water. So after this area, we really don't use reds at all. We just use blues for the entirety of Distant Spring, and even for the final fight as well. On the Emperor Bullbacks, we just use blues. So, yeah, I like it.
I mean, we do blues have a little cameo here, but it's reds at the start of the show.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple ship parts that are like in water that we need to grab them to pull them out of the water with blues, but then we always just immediately swap to reds, basically.
It's a little bit awkward, but
Yeah. Did the blue Pikmin go? Oh no, it's there. Okay, nice. There we go. Oh yeah, I guess because he was on the shear wave. Yeah. And here SVU is going to do a cool little trick so there's essentially a bridge you can see at the top of the screen that is normally behind a gate that is kind of on the left side of the area here, that we normally need to break down the gate to then go into this area to start throwing Pikmin onto the bridge, but the Switch and Wii versions just have such long throwing distances that you can just throw from where SVU was all the way to the bridge and skip breaking the gate until later.
the yellows also took. They did take a pellet from me, so I'm gonna have to get it back up, but it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think you had some pellets at the shear grubs. Also, that was funny actually that the yellow got saved there from lifeguarding. There's like a really obscure mechanic where if Pikmin are in, if like red or yellow Pikmin are in the water and there's a blue Pikmin nearby, they will see the drowning yellow Pikmin and they'll just run over and like throw it somewhere onto land so that it doesn't die. Which I totally thought that yellow was gonna die. I forgot that the blue would be close enough.
They do it in Pikmin 2 as well, but they removed it from the later games, being Pikmin 2 and Pikmin 3 and Pikmin 4.
Yeah.
Maybe they do it in Hey Pikmin. I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I've never played Hey Pikmin. I don't know. Is there water in that game? I don't really know. Hey Pikmin is this weird, like, it's the real black sheep of the series. It's a 2D side-scroller, I think, on the Nintendo 3DS.
That's correct.
Or maybe regular DS, I'm not sure.
3D,
yeah, but
3DS,
it's a very weird like entry in the series because it's not like any of the other games. Basically, it's more of like a puzzle solver than a Pikmin game.
I know someone who experienced the game actually. Shout out to Brandino.
Oh yeah. He's in the Pikmin Discord a lot. I think he's.
Yeah, there's a few people that run it.
Oh really? Oh, I thought he was the only one. I didn't know.
Well, maybe like nowadays, but I know Ash used to run it.
Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, so here we're just getting to 40 blues, which luckily the blowhog is like nearby the blue Pikmin, so we use that to grow them, because it's a pretty efficient source. Actually, really all the stuff near there is pretty efficient, because the shearwigs also are near there, and they're, I think, the most, like the highest ratio of like Pikmin yield to heaviness of any enemy in the game. They only weigh 1 Pikmin, but they give you 4. So they're super nice to grow. You can grow 16 from those, plus the blowhog and the pellets nearby just give you a quick 40 blues. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it ends up being that the exact area gives exactly 40, which is like awesome.
Yeah. And so we have essentially want to take out enough blue Pikmin to have 40 on the field. So we put away reds, and SV used a cool little mechanic there that's it's exclusive to the Wii and Switch versions, where when you're holding a
It's
Pikmin...
not on the Wii.
Oh wait, really? You can't switch to buds?
Oh wait, yeah.
Oh okay, well yeah.
Okay, I might have jumped ahead. I thought you were talking about the menuing tab. I might have jumped again.
Oh yeah. Well yeah, that's I guess 2 things. One thing they added specifically to the Switch version is you can put away and grab out Pikmin 10 at a time, which is just a nice little time saver. But also you can press some button, I forget what it is, to swap between like leaves, buds, and flowers. So when you're putting away the red Pikmin, you can swap to your buds, which puts the buds in the front of your party, so that when you then throw all 29 reds back into the onion, then only the buds go into the onion, which is really nice because they're slow, so you don't want to have to deal with them. So you just put them away and say, "Hey, get out of here! I'm never seeing you again." Oh, nice.
It's okay.
That blowhog, it gets to live because it's slow.
And it's not the way.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole area is covered with fire, so if not for these fire geysers, maybe we would kill the blowhog. I don't know, but since the geysers are here, we need to just use reds anyway, so we just throw reds on all the parts here and just ignore that blowhog.
Yeah, key thing in this game is if an enemy doesn't have to be killed, then we're not going to kill it.
Yeah, in particular in Distant Spring, we kill like a couple and maybe like 3 or 4, like very few enemies, despite the fact that Distant Spring is just completely covered in enemies. Most of them are just not quite in the way.
Yeah, a few shearwigs and then 2 enemies that have a ship part inside of them.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah.
Wrong, I guess.
And then the whatever they're called, switch bugs as well.
Oh yeah, but even those are like technically optional.
Yeah, and so here, this is the part that like you're intended to need yellows for because it's very high up. But yeah, you can just essentially you aim in a particular way on the Switch version, and you are able to like ricochet the reds off of the hill.
It's pretty tricky though.
Yeah.
Thought I had it immediately.
I think it works better if you're facing left first, and then you do the dismiss whistle thing.
Okay. It's weird.
I would say try just dismissing everyone to the right. Oh no, okay, there we go. Yeah, all right. I usually, when I mess it up, I just like completely reset the whole thing and just dismiss everyone to the right and just like reset the whole like trick from the beginning. And usually it works out.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually run the Wii game, Wii version of this game, so
yeah,
stuff like that is like a little new to me. But
I will say
yeah,
though, despite some rust on this area, we still have enough time, I think, to finish it in one day. This day is just a lot more generous than Forest of Hope.
Yeah, it'll be close. It'll be close.
Yeah.
You might see the countdown, but this should be doable. And another example of enemies existing, but only existing, we just move them out the way, and they're not an issue.
Yeah.
Alright. Red bug, and I need to stop the part at the top. Oh, I got time.
Nice.
So we're gonna switch them, switch the blues off that, because I need the blues for another ship part.
Yeah, I think as long as the there's like certain time, I guess checkpoints I use during the day. If as long as you put the 15 or however many you have on that before the oh, I guess you need to destroy the wall too. But yeah, before the whatever one thing left in the day starts, then you have enough time, I think.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Got plenty of time. Yeah, this area is pretty weird.
Yeah. This area also, I really like the ending of it, because it's just like, there's like 6 ship parts or something that all come in at the end of the day. So it's just like prep, and then you just do cutscene skip after cutscene skip after cutscene skip, and just like, it's really satisfying just having everything come in one after the other.
An excellent round right there.
Okay, so you saw Olimar punch there and nothing happened. That was me pressing A to bring up the text box, so
Yeah, that was...
the ship pushed me out the way.
Yeah, if you face the other way on the ship, then it doesn't push you out of the way.
Okay. Oh, hold up.
Oh, did it get stuck on the thing? Oh! What? Huh.
I don't know. Should be okay.
Yeah. The,
Oh, no.
I think what happened there is the slope... Oh, interesting. So that slope is very glitchy with large parts, and the anti-detection filter is pretty much the biggest part. So it can just, like, essentially some of the Pikmin, like, slide off the edge while it goes up that slope, and they just fall off, basically.
Yeah.
Thing.
It's really, really cool.
Yeah, right there, when it, like,
Okay.
hooked into that stalagmite
Yeah.
is usually where it happens.
No 6 state, though. It's okay.
Yeah. This is also another nice thing about the Switch version. Is because you can skip that end-of-day cutscene, it doesn't take that long to like re-enter an area and like collect the last couple parts. On the GameCube version, it's like a 2.5 minute time loss or something if you don't get everything done in one day.
I don't think it's that long. It's like a 40-second cutscene plus.
I guess that's true.
But I think a majority of it is just the fact that you have to do another day, and not so much
Yeah.
like the menuing and stuff.
Alright, so grabbing the last couple parts, and then coming up next is the impact site. We're essentially going back to the first area to clean up that one other ship part there. And that's where we'll also grow the last 50 blue Pikmin. And there's a really fun strat, which you can do on the GameCube version, that I'm sad you can't do it on Switch, and I think it's also not possible on Wii just because of how the bombs work. But you intentionally kill 50 Pikmin, and it saves time. On the GameCube version, it's really funny. Okay, yeah, there we go. There was one of the cutscene skips as well.
I'm like 1 for 50 now. Let's go.
Nice.
But yeah, as Lynn was saying, there's a cool strat on the GameCube version that's not possible. I think it like technically is if you can get perfect RNG from like the front beetle.
Yes,
like,
that's true.
no one's doing that.
Yeah.
No one's doing it.
But yeah, so essentially the strat is it takes time to open the onion menu and to put away and grab out Pikmin. And so when we grow these 50 extra blues here, we don't want them to come out as sprouts and we'll have to pluck 50 of them from the ground. That would take forever. So what we do is we take out 50 reds and fill the field with Pikmin, because once you have 100 Pikmin on the field, then all the extra sprouts, they just show up in the onion, and then you can just take them out as normal Pikmin, essentially. So in the GameCube version, we take out 50 reds, and then we don't want to spend the time to, use the onion menu to put back the 50 reds afterwards to take out the blues. So we just throw a bomb and kill all of the reds, which makes room for the blues, and then we just take out all the blues, and it's a really fun strat.
Yeah, so for safety, I'm going to grow this as well.
Yeah.
Just to be safe. In the actual speedrun, obviously, you won't do it. But you can lose a lot of Pikmin in Distant Spring, and if you don't have blue Pikmin to get the part out the water, then it's just GG.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think Distant Spring is while it is quote unquote the easiest level for a speedrun because you can do it the fastest, it also has the most potential for oh yeah, you just lost 60 Pikmin, sorry. Just because there's a lot of enemies called bull bears, which have a really fast eating animation, and they can eat a lot of Pikmin at a time. And like I said earlier, most of the time we just go, we'll just ignore that, ship part as it goes past, and it'll probably be fine. But if it's not, the bull bear is there eating all your Pikmin that are halfway across the map because you assumed it would be fine, essentially. So it's just really easy to lose a ton of blues, basically.
Yeah, there's also Wollywogs that are capable of doing it as well. So it's just
yeah,
it's capable to have it's easy to have a very bad time. So just gonna prevent that as much as possible. So I'm gonna nectar these guys, but I'm gonna wait until that ship part comes to start.
Yeah, that is one other thing that does time does pass during cutscenes is so when nectar spawns, there's a weird timer where Pikmin can grab it and it'll stay active for a bit. But once that timer is up, then a single Pikmin touches the nectar and it almost immediately starts going away. That timer does pass during cutscenes. So if you get a nectar spawning right before the cutscene starts, then after the cutscene ends, the nectar will almost immediately disappear and your Pikmin won't be able to grab it. So yeah, that's a good thing to wait out a cutscene for. Alright, so Distant Spring here, as you can see, there's water everywhere. We immediately grab out 90 blues, and then later we'll also grab 10 yellows just because we need some bomb rocks for some stuff. But essentially every part in this area, we will just min load it with blues. So if it weighs 25, we put 25 blues on it. And with that, essentially, method of collecting things, there's actually just perfectly the amount of Pikmin out to grab, so however many things at a time, just by min loading everything, and we can have 4 things moving at once.
Oops. Oh, that's not me.
Also though, this place has the most time, so it's fine for that to happen, and you can just essentially I said in Force Naval, or I should say Force of Hope, the top level runs have I guess 2 ticks left in the day. Forest Naval, I think top level runs have 3 ticks left in the day. For Distant Spring, it's absurd. Top level runs have 4.5 ticks left in the day. There's just so much extra time, basically, which is really nice.
Yeah, especially if you play this in the 8-day route where you don't have to deal with flinch bugs at all. It's you just have so much time for errors. 4.5 minutes worth of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you don't kill everybody. And even kill everybody, it's still probably 1 day, half the time.
Yeah.
So something like that is not going to be an issue.
Also, so SBU just put, I think it was 64 blues on that bridge. Bridges work a little weird in this game, where you would think oh, if you have 62 Pikmin on a bridge, it would be faster than having 61 Pikmin on a bridge. But that's actually not the case. There's a weird floor function that it uses to calculate how fast you build bridges. So as long as you have at least 61 Pikmin on that bridge, then it will always be built at the same speed. Whether it's 61 to 72 or something like that, it doesn't matter exactly.
It's 61 to 80.
To 80, okay, yeah, it's a huge range. So that's why we keep a couple extras there. just because like when you fought the Shearwigs, it's kind of easy to lose Pikmin to those Shearwigs. But as long as you have 61, then you're good.
Yeah, it's got some really weird ranges. Like, I looked at it, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which makes sense. But then it's 7 and 8 that are together, and then it goes 9, 10, 11, like all on its own. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's.
And then there's,
I forget exactly what. Like there's a formula basically that someone found that's like, oh, it's this divided by this other number, and then you round it to an integer or something like that, which is the reason for it. But it does look very weird when you first see it. It's like, wait, what? Why would they program it that way? So.
yeah, it's a lot of things in this game.
Yeah. All right, and so you just saw he had a blue trip there. Totally fine, though, because it's blue, thankfully, so it can just walk through the water. If that was a yellow, that would be really annoying, because there's a bull bear here, and if it tripped, it could easily, like, walk into the bull bear or walk into the water and cause you to, you know, try to seasick your Pikmin, and they wake up the bull bear, and it's just, it's terrible. But thankfully, you mostly have blue Pikmin, so it's usually fine.
Yeah, so on paper, this game is about controlling. Oh, this is awesome.
Oh,
so it's,
yeah. Sorry, continue what you were saying, but yeah, this is
yeah, so on paper, this game is about controlling 100 dudes to work for you. In reality, it's like babysitting 100 dudes.
Yes, for sure. And so this enemy that SP is dealing with right now, it's called the Snitch Bug. There are 2 of them in this level, and they're the real X factor here, because they are one of the few enemies that actually does move, regardless of whether Pikmin are nearby or not. And I guess like for speed wise, it's like not that great that it showed up there. Like there's a couple places where it can show up and you lose essentially no time. But for safety wise, it's really nice that it showed up there because there were not a lot of enemies around, and it's really risky to try to fight the Snitch Bugs when there's like 2 bull bears and a blowhog nearby. So it's nice that he was able to deal with one at least there. There's a second one that will be somewhere. Usually it's back here, so not always, but being able to just get at least one out of the way is really nice.
Yeah, so Snitch Bugs are just able to just kill your run like whenever. So it's like, as Lynn said, it's slow to get it there, but I'd rather just it be slow and I don't have to deal with it now.
Yeah.
Like, because he can show up in some really awful spots.
Yeah, it's the worst when he shows up essentially on that bridge that he's throwing Pikmin onto right now. He can grab Pikmin that are working on that bridge and carry them over the fire geysers, and they die to the fire. Because he's not normally, like, technically a lethal enemy. He can't kill Pikmin, he just, like, throws them into the ground. But he can throw them into enemies or carry them over fire, which is what can end up killing them, so.
Yeah.
And the other one...
Well, they can also, if he shows up in that, like, little, like, area right there, he can also just, like, fly over the wall. And just be, like, a real massive problem.
Yeah. You would think the walls would get in the way because they don't fly that high, but they actually, like, barely get over the walls.
Yeah, and it's like if they swoop down and then go into the wall, they'll actually like teleport, which is really funny. It's not funny when it's happening.
Yeah, but it's funny in theory. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that can happen. And it's like really annoying. So I'm just, okay, well that's awesome. Yeah, the Pikmin just tripped.
Yeah, so that's one of the places where it is pretty annoying if it trips. Again, not catastrophic. Because
no, it is actually.
Well, okay, I should say it loses a lot of the time, but you are in distant spring, so I think you still have enough time. So
yeah, I'll have enough time, but it's like this section requires exactly 90.
Yeah,
89 doesn't work. So Pikmin tripped in front of an enemy and died. Not a good thing.
Yeah.
So to do the walk.
Yeah. One nice thing also though here is so the blowhog, it normally blows your Pikmin away and they like deflower and stuff, but it actually cannot blow Pikmin off of parts in Pikmin 1, which is super nice. Because this route just wouldn't work at all, I think, if it could do that. It can do that in Pikmin 2, but not in 1, thankfully. So.
Yeah. So there's a game called Pikmin 1 Squared by Pickhacker. Shout out to him. But it basically is Pikmin 1 recreated in Pikmin 2 engine. And one of those things that he recreated was the Pikmin 2 blowhogs, which can blow off the ship parts. So doing this area with the blowhogs active that are basically just like lethal is very painful because you have to look at them for like a certain time and get them into their pattern where they're just like deloaded basically or just facing away. This snitch bug is probably going to be an issue.
Yes, this is essentially the worst place to see a snitch bug. Did it grab a bomb? I couldn't tell.
It did.
Okay. That's... Ooh.
Yeah, so
ooh.
Yeah, he just body slammed him.
May have to do a second walk of shame, but hopefully it'll be fine. As long as you can kill the snitch bug, then you're okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did it not? Oh, it did die. Okay. Huh. Does it not see that?
I don't know if you saw that there, but a cutscene happened while I was on that bridge and I clicked through it.
Oh, I didn't. That's funny. Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Is it?
That's what I was
Switch
laughing
version?
at. I've never had it happen on the Wii. I mean, it only happened because like the pace was weird. They decided to do the walk of shame.
All right, nice. It looks. I guess you just got out scot-free without having to fight the snitch bug, which is rare, but it can happen.
I mean, he did like just screw me up.
That's true. He did.
So
he
I didn't
did
really get off scot-free. But you know, I'll take it. You know.
Yeah, there's SBU's taking a wide line there as well because there's 3 more shear grubs that are in the ground there. Where if Olimar were to walk by, then they would wake up and eat all this Pikmin on the part. So we had to take a bit of a wide line there, but thankfully they just ignore the Pikmin.
This walk of shame is not going to as much kind of close. We're just going right here.
Yeah. This is the only like high part that you need yellows for on the Switch version, but luckily it only weighs 10, not 15. So even if you have some yellow deaths, it's okay.
Well, I had the Stitch Bug body.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, you could grow them if you needed to. All right, so these SVs essentially, I don't want to jinx it, but like close to done basically with the area now. There's just like 2 more parts to collect in like the side area. That one of them involves a pretty cool trick, which is I don't know if I would call it like the most recent trick discovered, but like it's the most recent like significant thing discovered, I guess. It changed the route basically in Distant Spring, because we used to do a different route until we realized, well, someone, not we, I think it was TRR, realized that we could collect this ship part without having to build a bridge to it, which freed up about like 29 blue Pikmin to use elsewhere in the route. So it's pretty
Yeah,
cool
it's
trick.
pretty cool.
Yeah, essentially there's the way pathing works in this game is Pikmin, there's like different waypoints on the map that are invisible, that Pikmin will just go towards the nearest waypoint if there are no obstacles in the way. And so for this one ship part in particular, there is an obstacle in the way that is the bridge. So they have to wait for you to build the bridge. But if you move the ship part slightly like to the right, basically, there's a different waypoint that's close enough that it actually goes like not towards the bridge. It goes through the water without having to build a bridge, which is really nice.
That blowhog was crazy.
Yeah, that was.
I didn't think you could see.
That was a little criminal, honestly. I think you're good though.
Yeah, that's a couple of these. It's fine.
Oh wow, that was close. All right. So first, there's this one other ship part that just because it's on Switch, we can just throw over this wall because we have very high, throw height. And then this is the other part, which normally you need that, whatever it's called, that bridge to be built. I don't love where that Wollywog is, but ignoring that, you can essentially.
It'll be okay.
Yeah. I might move that Wollywog, but we'll see.
I mean, I'll move it like once it gets down.
Yeah. Okay, so you can see here there are the dead enemy bodies. When you pick them up with Pikmin, they do a little circle, and they collide with the ship part. And if you have them do that enough times, it pushes the ship part into the water. And once it slides into the water, then it's essentially close enough to that other waypoint to be like, oh, okay, I won't take the bridge. I'll go this other way.
Okay, so you may have been right.
It's okay. I think it's far enough away, yeah, that it's just gonna go back to its home now.
I'll just get him out of the way now.
Yeah, that's probably good. Okay, yeah. There was another thing that happened there that is a little random. Is the Wollywog sometimes just like doesn't jump for whatever reason. It just like whiffs it, and
Yeah, it's a pump fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was like a second.
Didn't time the A press.
Yeah. All right. 1 or 2 more pushes, I think. Yeah, there you go. All right, so now it's in the water.
Yeah.
He can just put all the Pikmin on it and take it off screen, and then it'll just take a nice path like around the bridge. A weird thing in this game also is that like physics, in addition to like enemies being deloaded, physics acts differently if it's like on screen versus off screen, and that there's like a ledge that it normally can't get up, that it actually can if it's off screen. That's unfortunate. Luckily though, you have plenty of extra blues, so you're good. And for this part in particular, as long as it starts moving before the like one thing left bell, goes, one tick left bell goes, then it'll get in before the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're good.
Nice. Yeah, you're good.
And that one tick bell is assuming you had
70
50 on. This is
which you do, so you're good.
Yeah.
These are the 2 enemies also that are actually in the path of a part. So we do need to distract them. But once we do, then you can just take them off screen, and then it then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Actually, pretty set up for the maybe not for the area cutscene. The thing, Draft Jam.
Maybe.
I think as long as the blowhog goes off before they collect it, they won't get blown. So yeah, you can just yeah. There you go. Nice.
That's okay.
Yeah, actually, that would have been worse if it got collected earlier, because then they all would have been, blown out and lost their leaves and stuff. But that worked out.
Yeah.
All right, so now the only thing left is the final trial, which is, it's supposed to be this whole like gauntlet of like, oh, you use the yellow Pikmin for this and the red Pikmin for this, but it's like entirely skippable. You could do it with only yellow Pikmin, but we use blues just to make it a little faster as well. But essentially it takes like maybe like 40 seconds to a minute to get to the final boss, and then we hopefully 2-cycle the final boss, sometimes 3-cycle, and then just collect the last ship part. Which actually, this ship part is optional. That's something, I don't know if it really, it probably tells you in the game somewhere, but not all the ship parts are required to like get the good quote unquote ending. Like we could just end the day, whatever, 26 times right now and go to the last, the 30th day, and it would count as like beating the game basically. But it's just faster to fight this boss, so.
Yeah, so I guess like that's where any percent comes from. I guess there could be an any percent category to do that, but it's just like it'd be really funny opening leaderboards and then you got 80%, which is just like an hour and a half.
Yeah, I think
100%.
I think like
which is just like
one person has done it maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, you have to be like really bored to do it.
Yeah, I think it's called good ending because I think the best one is best ending or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
I think it's neutral best and bad.
Is it? Are the endings named in Pikmin 3? Because there are also different endings in like Pikmin 3 and stuff, aren't there?
Well, I think there's like the planning ending. That's the only one I know, and then we just called it good ending, where it's just like the narrator's just like, yeah, the Copides have enough seats to not die.
All right.
So we just call that one the good ending, and then it was just all fruits and 80%, which is the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if they're named.
All right, so yeah, here's how we essentially skip this area. You can just throw Pikmin over this wall, so you don't need to use reds for anything. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty tame sequence break.
Yeah.
Things considered.
Something that I'm sure any child could probably have figured out as well. So. All right, so this is Emperor Bullbacks. He is terrifying in this game. He's like completely not a threat in Pikmin 2. In this game, he can literally kill 100 Pikmin in one attack. It's like insane how broken they made him. Whereas in the second game, he can kill like 10 or something. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think in the second game you can still crush like
I guess that's true. Yeah, you can crush them. But yeah, SVU got the 2 cycle here. Basically, you throw one bomb at him, which stuns him, and then you do it a second time, and then you kill him before he finishes getting unstunned. So that's pretty clean 2 cycle there. He does have a really cool death animation too. I kind of love it, but you don't get to see it too much, unfortunately, on GameCube, and I assume Wii as well, because it actually lags the game pretty bad if it's on screen. On Switch though, you can mostly look at it, and it's fine though.
Yeah, I mean it's probably slower to look at it.
Yeah, not too bad though.
So this is the one shit part that you don't want to cutscene skip because it's faster not to, because timing's going to end when the shit parts gets in about 10 seconds.
Yep. It's also the most Pikmin you can put on a ship part. But also, yeah, time's coming up in like 2 seconds.
Time.
GG.
Nice. What was that one? I don't actually see the timer.
I don't either. I'm gonna guess 59 minutes and 17 seconds.
It's like,
see how close it was.
It's like 1 hour and 27 seconds.
Ah, dang, close.
Very close.
I was going off the IRL time. So not bad, yes. But not a bad run.
Yeah. One day, Force of Hope. Love to see it.
Yeah, could have gone a lot worse.
This is a great ending cutscene too. There's a really awesome credits thing they do as well, where they show like one of every enemy at the end. It'll take forever, so we can't watch it. But it's casually, you should definitely try to get the best ending because it looks really cool. So, yeah.
Such a great game, honestly.
Yeah.
Take a minute just to shout out the entire Pikmin community, and if anyone's watching this and wants to join or is interested in speedrunning this game at all, I highly encourage you to go to the speedrun.com leaderboards and join our Discord.
Yes.
We have countless runners that are able to answer your questions. We got guides, and really just an awesome community in general. I also want to give a shout out to Mr. Shasta and for hosting us, and Strongman Lynn for coming on here and mostly doing all the commentary for me.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you both for coming on and doing this. This is a lot of fun. Pikmin Run's always very comfy, always a lot of fun to watch, honestly. So thanks for doing it for the show tonight.
Yeah. I also want to say if you like any of the other Pikmin games, also join the Discord. Pikmin 1's a very execution-heavy one. Pikmin 2 is a very like big brain, like 200 IQ plays type of run. I don't know 3 and 4 as much, but I think they're similarly like execution-based. So yeah, they're pretty fun.
Yeah, 3 is execution. 4 is like kind of more like a platformer, but also has a lot of execution.
Yeah.
4's got the dog. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Ochi, my goat. Gochi.
We love Ochi. Welcome back, everybody, to Do All the Things, the GDQ Hotfix show about Hermson experience and completionist categories in general. I'm your host, Mr. Shasta, and what is this, an 8% run on the completionist show, which usually has 100% runs and stuff on? What's the deal with that? What's going on here? I'm not sure. Actually, I do know, but let's let Satan herself explain it. That's what I say. Hello, Satan. How you doing tonight?
Hi, Shasta. Yeah, I know. You might be looking at the little nameplate and being like, what? Any percent? I thought this whole show, the whole point of the show is to not do that. Well, World of Goo is a physics platformer, or not platformer, I can always say that, physics puzzle game. And because it's a puzzle game, it wants to make sure it's very accessible to the audience. So it has skips built into its levels. Almost every level you can just skip in World of Goo. So the true any percent speedrun is like 20 minutes long. It's literally just skipping a bunch of levels and doing just a couple of select ones throughout the game. So our any percent is actually all stages in disguise. So that is the reason why it is here on Do All the Things. This is World of Goo. If you've never seen it, it is a 2008 physics puzzle game. It's very interesting, super unique speedrun, and I'm very excited to show it to you all today. So we're going to get ourselves started in just a sec here. Time does not start when I click into chapter 1. It starts when I click into the first level. And we're going to go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so in the first level here, we're introduced to our main mechanic, which is building with little goo balls and building structures with them. And you have to always build a structure to get to a pipe and then feed the pipe the requisite amount of goo balls. So in that level, it was only 4. We shoveled them right in, and it was all quick and done easy. But of course, the game is going to increase the puzzles and complexity by quite a lot as we go along, and lots more interesting mechanics will be introduced. So in this one, the game wants you to know that you can build across gaps. Surprised that worked. And you can see at the end of each level here, I'm going to be funneling the goo balls manually into the pipe with my my cursor. There's going to become an easier way to do that later, but that's quite a bit later, so that's a super important skill to be able to employ early on in the game. Also, a fun feature is that at the end of every level, it shows you what time you got. So this is a very speedrun-friendly game, and in fact, a lot of the 100% achievements come from building fast. So, meant to be. Now we're introduced the albino goo balls, which are pretty similar to the gray ones we were just looking at. The only real difference is that they make more connections per build when you build with them. And there we go. We're also going to have our first cutscene here, which is going to introduce the main antagonist of the game, which I think is kind of funny considering what it's going to be. I'm also going to go no hands for every cutscene in this game, because there are certain cutscenes that if you spam click, it will shake the cutscene, and that is not legal in this speedrun, because it is inconsistent. It doesn't always work. So here's our main antagonist. It's World of Goo Corporation. Now open. Remember that this game was released in 2008. It'll explain quite a lot about the story.
Oh no.
It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's more just like, oh yeah, that's when this came out, huh?
Probably of its time and all that.
Exactly. I love its art style, though. This is such a unique game in terms of art style. It's always held up, in my opinion, super well.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to introduce, yeah, for sure, our flying goo balls here, or balloon balls, as you might colloquially call them. And they do exactly what you'd think that they would do. They make stuff fly. So here in Flying Machine, that is literally all that's happening. So Shasta, what do you think of this game so far? Have you seen World of Goo?
I've seen it before, yeah. I've seen a few marathons as well. I actually watched the video you submitted for Fastest First for this recently. That's pretty
heck
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool. I'll be running Jazz Punk for that. I'm very excited to show another really cool indie game on that one. But in the meantime, let's go to Tumblr, not the website that was not quite popular in 2008, but rather a big old contraption. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to outsmart this contraption by making a big, giant... Oh, got close. Tower up the wall and just letting it fall and hoping that we can shovel enough goo balls in as fast as possible to get to 8. Not quite there, but it can certainly work. That is the fast strat that we can do. And then, of course, if it doesn't work, then it's pretty easy to just build another tower up there. Not too bad. We'll take that as a backup. All right. Fisty's Bog. So this is one of the first levels that doesn't introduce a new mechanic, but it does introduce new ways to play with it. So here's Fisty. Hi. We're gonna go ahead and build out from his mouth to the pipe. And what I'm not showing you here is that there are spikes on the top and bottom of the level. So we actually have to make sure that the tether stays in the middle, because otherwise the goo balls will die. But you also just want that to happen anyway, because the pipe is also in the middle of the screen. And there we go. Oftentimes a very awkward level, so that was a pretty clean instance of that there. I can't be too mad about that. Alright, and then Ivy Towers. So we just got introduced to the green goo balls just a few levels ago. I know this run is a breakneck pace kind of run. But we're gonna see their special feature here in action, because the green goo balls have something very, very unique that they can do. And that is that you can actually detach them from the structure. This sometimes causes more trouble than it's worth, but for this level, you have to do it. Because you don't quite have enough goo balls to build up top. So there we go. A little bit of a clever implementation of that mechanic. We'll see many more things like that throughout the run, where detaching the green goo balls is going to be vital for completing certain levels and completing certain levels quickly as well. Now, Impale Sticky is kind of just avoiding the saw. It's spinning in the middle here and getting to the pipe. It's just kind of a precision build level. So we're gonna go through that. And Shasta, if you have like an announcement or something, now's a good time.
Yep, I can tell you all about the. Speaking of puzzles, this is a puzzle game after all. I can tell you about Passion for Puzzles, which is a event happening on the channel pretty soon. Celebration of the puzzle game genre and the speedrunners who solve them in record time. It's running from April 11th through the 12th. Let's check out the schedule using the !Mark Puzzles command in chats. Let's know on social media what you're excited to see.
That is super fun. That's super soon, too. That's like in a little bit more than a week. So definitely check that out. That's going to be a whole weekend long. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Amber Saccharin's the one who's organizing that, so shout out to Amber for organizing the whole thing.
Amber's going to do a great job with that. I already know. I know Blue Jeweled is going to be featured in that. I'm really excited for that one.
Puzzle Bob on the schedule. That's my favorite. Let's go.
Ooh, heck yeah. So this is Chain. We're going to kind of cheese it. The game wants you here. Oh, I did this a little bit incorrectly, unfortunately. Let's fix that. There we go. The game wants you to kind of balance between each side and make a big tether down. But if we just send a little structure of green goo balls by detaching down there, that does the same job. Down there are sleeping goo balls that we had to make unsleep, and you have to put a structure next to goo balls to make them wake up. So that's how that worked. Luckily, you only need enough from one side to be able to complete Chain. So, all done. Little messy, but not too bad. All right, here's Tower of Goo. So if you've ever seen me play this game at a marathon before, we actually skip this level usually, because I like a category called any % skips, which would not quite work for this show because we skip levels in that one. But in this one, we don't. So we're going to do Tower of Goo. Normally we would skip it just because it is really long. As you can see, we have to make a really long tower to get all the way up to the top of the screen. So I'm kind of just slapping goo balls down. You can't put down too many because then you won't have enough to finish. So we're not going completely hog wild with like a super long base or anything. But we can do stuff kind of like that, because we do have a secret weapon. I don't think we're going to need it here. No, we didn't. But if we needed it, we could have actually thrown goo balls at the structure to restabilize it if it was falling one way or the other. So we can make a really wonky sort of tight structure in the middle like that without having to necessarily worry about it too much, because as speedrunners, we know how to manipulate the physics to our advantage. And there we go. That's Tower of Goo. Fun one. Very classic level. All right, Ode to the Bridge Builder. This is a very iconic level because the game is kind of like, whoa, super big gap. What are you going to possibly do about that? And it kind of hints at you a couple of different ways that instead of building a big bridge, you should make a tower and knock it down. That is a fast way to complete this level, but actually in theory, bridge building is the fastest way to complete this level, and it's perfectly possible. The game just wants you to think outside the box. But we can be traditionalist if it in the name of speed. And so that's what we're going to do.
Sometimes the simplest solution is indeed the obvious one.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And see, there's plenty of goo balls left over.
Oh, yeah.
They really do not. It's really not a challenge once you know how optimal bridge building works in this game. And we're going to see another really interesting set of optimal, or instance of optimal bridge building later in this run. So definitely stick around for that. It is not a volume-based thing. It is the goo balls are actually scarce in that one. I'm excited to show it off. But for now, regurgitation pumping station. It's exactly what it sounds like. So we start in this sort of like sack of fluid down here. Very exciting. And we make a nice little large base in order to make sure that we don't flip over. We still might. This level loves to not go according to plan. But luckily, ooh, nice. All right, we got a pretty good instance of regurgitation pumping station here. So I'm pretty happy with that. As you can see, once you get up to the wheels and attach them in the right way, it just carries your structure up. And then we put these little eyeball things on this. Ooh, nice, I got all of them. It's always fun to get all of them on there. You don't need to. But it always is like a little bonus achievement if I can do that. And this is the first end of world cutscene, so that's the end of World 1. We've sent the goo balls up to the high heavens for them to see far and wide out through the rest of the world. This is going to be a fairly short cutscene, but the ends of all of the rest of the worlds pretty much have really long cutscenes attached to them. So at that point, you know, we can do announcements or talk about the story or whatever. But here is just the beginning. Basically, the goo balls now know that the world is bigger than just the rolling hills, and we're going to be able to explore outside. Oh, nice gold split. I'll take it.
Those?
Yeah. So chapter 2 is when things start to get really interesting, in my opinion. Not really with Drool, but this is a funny little level because it introduces the Drool balls, which really just have one purpose, and that's to make a single connection and hang down. They're not all that unique or interesting, but they do look kind of funny. So there's that. But we are going to take advantage of our favorite goo ball type, the green goo ball here, to make a nice little structure. Oh! And see how the green ones can sometimes just disagree with your plans? That's what they'll do. And here, of course, we're going to have to help along by funneling everything to the pipe. A little bit of a messy one there, because it's so easy to detach the green ones from your structures accidentally while trying to place a free go ball. Happens all the time. All the time. And now it's time for Fly Away Little Ones. So this is a really fun level because it shows off a huge cheese strat that we're able to do. So I mentioned earlier that you can throw goo balls at structures in order to move them or restabilize them. Well, we're going to take that to the extreme here. We're going to make a flying structure, and instead of rotating it with these goo balls like the level intends, we're just going to throw goo balls at them. The flying goo balls in particular have huge hitboxes, so they're really, really good to do this with. Oh, I missed my throw there. That's okay. I actually wanted to miss there. Ah! No, don't go away. I haven't had that happen in a good while. There we go. Do we have any extras? No? Wow. Okay. Well, in that case, what we're gonna do is we're gonna show off the flies. One fly? No more flies? That's rude. Alright, we're gonna have to retry. That's alright. Game is like this sometimes. We'll get a better, second half this time. You want to try to pick up all the goo balls here, as many as you can, to avoid situations like that. And here I'm going to play it safe and let the structure rise up high before crashing it down. Usually I wouldn't play it that safe, just like I was trying to do earlier. Usually just pushing it a couple hard times and letting it fall is faster, but it was a little too risky that particular time. 23 is perfectly fine. I'll take that. And then here is a Blustery Day. So this one is going to involve the Drool balls again as well, but the game intends us to do something we're definitely not going to do. Shocking, speedrunners doing that. But we're not going to make a big old chain that goes above this windmill. Well, we're going to accidentally do that, so we're kind of going to, but not really. But what we're going to do is instead we're going to bring a goo ball all the way over here, and this is the perfect convenient length to just attach another one through the windmill. So don't need to care about that, which is pretty fun. Now we're gonna do a really tight strat there. Good, got it. Ah, what? That's really unlucky. You should never see that happen. We got super, super unlucky there. Randomness of physics. So as long as we attach 2 goo balls, or 2 drool balls with a balloon in between, it should be okay. Ah, that's really unlucky again. But that's okay, we should still be fine. And then we'll let it fall. Then bring over goo balls as they come over to the pipe. Nice. All right, that's a really tough technical strat, as you can see there. You kind of have to rely on the goo balls that are flying, staying underneath that windmill to not pop. And that can be really technically difficult to do. But we got through it. All right, welcoming unit. This is kind of a pseudo auto-scroller. There are a couple things we can do to make it a little bit quicker, but basically what the game wants you to do is it wants you to make this big structure with these green goo balls in order to trap a lot of those black ones. Those black ones you can't build with, and you can't grab. So they kind of just need to be brought from place to place, but we do need them because we need 30 whole goo balls in this level, which is actually a lot. So we're gonna, instead of kind of relying on the Freedom Scraper to just throw them in the right place, we're going to throw this structure towards the right side to grab everything as it comes down. We also grabbed the green ones because we can, and put them on the structure manually. Nice, okay. Yeah, I was right to play that a little bit more safe, because we got pretty much just over the line. Yeah, 42 is good, though. That's actually really good. 41 is my best on this level, so I will take that. All right, Beauty School. This is a very interesting level. Introduces to the main idea of World 2. You might have thought it was the drill balls. It's not. It's this thing. Hello, Beauty Ball. And we're going to send her to Beauty School, and she's going to have a great time. Nothing bad will happen to her.
Hooray.
Whatsoever. Yep. Totally nothing bad could ever happen to the Beauty Ball.
It'll all be okay.
Ever. Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
And she's fine, right?
Yeah, she'll be okay.
Yeah, she just needs like a little checkup, some bandages, and she'll be back to good as new, right? Well, actually not. We're gonna see what happens to her here in this cutscene. But before we go, there's this red pipe. Those red pipes can only get beauty balls, so we're gonna be focusing on those when you see a red pipe in a level. And this is what happened to her. Yay!
Oh,
beauty products.
Woo.
I want everyone to remember that this game was made in 2008 for the remainder of this world. All right, leap hole. So the game is telling you here that you can do something that you might have already figured out as a casual player. You can just leave a little trail of green goo balls at the pipe, let the pipe suction, keep it sort of suspended up there, and then use that to beat the level. Thank you, leap hole. Very cool. One of the fastest levels in the game, already done. And leap hole actually gives you a really, really nice reward. This is the whistle. So we're going to be using this every single level from now on for the rest of the game. This is actually not a required level in any percent skips, but we still play it anyway because the whistle is so good throughout the remainder of the playthrough. And it is going to be able to direct our goo balls in a location we choose. I'll explain how that kind of works later, but first, Volcanic Percolator Day Spa. This goo ball looks a little bit different from the one we just saw, but the red pipe will still accept those goo balls anyway. So we're gonna go ahead and bring upon her a pretty similar fate that the beauty ball experienced. The game wants us to get her all the way to the top of the structure. And now we can show off the flies. The flies let you go back and move. There's a lot of them in this level because it's a very chaotic level due to things like that. Annoying. Yep. Yeah. That's what this level does. It's worth kind of being a little bit messy with it a lot of the time, in my opinion. Because you can just get good launches like that, and that'll just get her all the way up there because there's a little bit of suction force. There's a whole, like, contraption up there that's destroying her, so I'll show you. There it is. So you need to get to that. And there we go. Go into the pipe. And you can see that now, when we hold down our left mouse button, we can activate the whistle. And that let the goo balls follow us into the pipe. Pretty cool. We're going to see an entire level based off of it here in just a sec. 1 minute 9's fine for Volcanic Percolator Day Spa, especially because it was being a bit finicky. But let's go to Whistler. So this is going to show you really the advantage of being able to manipulate goo balls. Of course, this level is kind of manufactured to show you that. But in general, making sure that you know where your goo balls are going to go is really helpful, because your goo balls weigh something. This is a physics simulator. So, they certainly influence your structures and how you're able to build in the world. This particular structure is really annoying, because it can sometimes launch your goo balls in any direction that it feels like when you pick them up, so that's why I always put 3 or 4 of the drill balls on the structure when you only need 2, because the black pit below kills your goo balls. Not so good. Anyhow, that's Whistler. So not only can we move the goo balls into the pipe faster with the whistle, but we can also make physics things happen. That will be important throughout the remainder of the game. Alright, Beauty and the Electric Tentacle. How did she get up there? Good question. Now, a really cool thing you can do in this level is you can send the beauty ball the other way. Highly recommend trying that at home. We're not going to do it here because it's slow, but if you're going to play this game at home, which again, highly recommend that you do, try it. But this level wants you to move her to the right, because that's where the pipe is. So that's what we're going to do. So first I'm just going to elongate the electric tentacle out real long. There's no real penalty for doing this, so I do it all at once, pretty much, to just, you know, reduce the amount of time I'm moving around the screen. And then we're going to use the goo balls to sort of skillfully move our beauty ball across the electric tentacle. Add an extra one there, just to make sure we're good, and there we are. Very clean. Very, very clean.
Nicely done.
I'll take that for sure. There we go. All done. You also saw there that the beauty balls can wake up sleeping goo balls. That's the reason you can't just move a bunch of the goo balls from over here into the pipe in this level, because it just wouldn't work. All right, red carpet. This is a really, really fun gimmick level that has a solution that you'll definitely not be expecting. So the game is asking you to weigh down that block with the down arrow, because that will release the beauty ball onto this gap here. But we have other ideas. All right, let's do this. So the game conveniently forgot that this gap is just big enough to sneak a goo ball into. And there we go. And then we can use the physics abilities if we don't miss. There, the goo ball actually phased through the arm and died to the spikes on the other end. But there we go. To push the arm down ourselves. And then sometimes... Oh, not what I meant to do. And then sometimes the beauty ball will just roll all the way to the end by itself based on the structure you made. Sometimes it won't, and you'll need to do a little extra help. The physics is very chaotic, so you want to get to the pipe as soon as those beauty balls start dropping down the top, because then they will go right into the pipe. Pretty clean. I don't mind that. Yeah, 59. We'll take a sub-minute there with having to redo the arm. Okay. Now, genetic sorting machine. Some balls are prettier than other balls. The game is certainly attempting to make social commentary. How well it's doing is up for debate.
But they are doing, I think.
They're attempting. And that I can give them some credit for. Regardless of the quality of execution.
Yeah.
But here we're going to do what we've been doing for the last couple of levels, and moving these giant goo balls into their spots. Oh, my bad. There are no flies in this level, so you kind of just have to go with the flow, and there we go. We're going to take a green goo ball along with us, because that's going to allow us to sort of hit against the beauty ball and speed her up or slow her down in the ways that we want to. There we go. Ah. Sometimes she gets trapped against the green ones. And there we go. Finally. That wasn't a bad one, actually. At all. And then finally, this is the climax of this world. We've been eyeing this giant, beautiful tower this whole time. Going, whoa, that's a really interesting, like, decorative piece that's out here in the middle of the, of the fields. What is it possibly doing? So, we're gonna find out after we supply it with a few beauty balls. What are the last goo balls gonna discover? What do you think? Shasta.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Well, the giant lady thing is an living electric generator, obviously. And beauty is a highly reactive liquid chemical, obviously. Like gasoline. Or turpentine.
Or turpentine.
I love this part. Killer. For years, her beauty juice powered the entire world. But as the world grew older, so did she. And when her beauty dried up, so did her electrical output. I know, so tragic. Until tonight, but we fixed it. Yay!
Hooray!
Hooray!
We did it good.
Fabulous new cosmetic surgery options and raw beauty product injected directly into her forehead. The signs of age melted away.
Oh my goodness.
Even though she couldn't move her face because of all the chemicals, the beauty generator was back. A truly sustainable energy solution. So the best part of this whole world, I think, is that we've had windmills throughout this entire world. It's been a theme. And this place is like super windy, so clearly wind power was like an option here. But no, they'd rather have beauty juice power. And with that, we're able to reopen the factory. Let's go visit the factory, shall we? Chapter 3 is home to a bunch of wild levels with wild strats, and we start immediately with Burning Man. So first, we have to burn this man. The game is introducing us here to flammable goo balls, which are these little red friends. Ah, a little too fast. And we're going to use them to catch things on fire, just like that. So the game actually expected us to make a big giant structure to go to the flame there. No. We can just throw a goo ball and get it done. That was fast. Good Burning Man. Happy with that. For some reason, throwing it from the back end doesn't actually work. You have to throw it against the wall and bounce it back correctly, so it's a bit of a tough strategy to learn, but once you get it, you can definitely do it fairly consistently. Alright, secondhand smoke. This one is going to show you even more things you can do with flammable goo balls. We're going to make a little flammable goo ball structure here, and then build down to the fire as fast as we can. We're gonna keep a couple of goo balls on this albino structure for fun. And you can see that the fire is carving out the structure around this sort of little polygon here. And then it falls down and lets us collect the goo balls. Yay.
Hooray.
Secondhand smoke. Very consistent level. I did lose it in one of my any percent skips PBs in the last couple weeks. I was dumbfounded as to how I did that. But luckily I PB'd after, so it's all good. Ah, the Z product. So, Shasta, do you know what the Z product is?
I have no idea. Looks like a cube to me.
Okay. Yep, so true. You and everybody else should make a guess as to what the Z product is. Either put it in the chat or keep it in your head, whatever you'd like. And we'll find out later. I kind of guarantee none of you will be right. It's definitely not solid green, but green is going to be relevant. Trust me.
Seems like
but
it.
we have a little while before we get there. We're in the desolate factory lands first. Speaking of desolate, oof. Yeah, exactly. We have these bone balls. So these guys, which Anarchy, who will be coming up next, by the way, with Wolfenstein, very exciting, once described these as if Minecraft Steve was dead. So, I've never been able to look at them any other way.
That's pretty accurate, I would say.
Yep.
Just square and skull. That's perfect. That is definitely Steve right there.
Yep, it's true. She was not wrong. And then we're gonna do a nice job of using those bone balls, which are already dead, so can't die again, to build across these spikes. There we go, that's Misty's. Also, shout out to Fisty, who can be seen in the background here. Nice little sequel level. I like Misty's more than I like the progenitor, though. 45, very solid. Let's take that. Alright, Superfuse Challenge time. This is the level that the game wants you to go fast in, actually, because it is giving you a natural time limit. If this fire reaches your structure, well, you're done for. You see how long that string is? We're not gonna have to worry about that whatsoever. Who cares? Come on. There we go. There we go. All done. You don't even see the fire get close or even hear it really approaching at all at the end of the level. You can hear it a little bit faintly in the background. Nah. There we go. Okay, this next one, third wheel, is kind of also like an auto-scroller. Although there's an optimization we can do that's actually fairly important to hit, so I'm definitely going to focus up on that. Shasta, if you'd like to make an announcement, now's a great time.
Definitely good for sure. Yeah, if y'all want to catch up on past like shows from GDQ Hotfix, you know, like for instance, Creature Corner by hosted by Satan herself, could be one of them. Check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube as well, consider liking, subscribing, or becoming a channel member to support GDQ. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, come on down. We are pretty cool, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not biased at all. But
No
here,
bias.
our optimization is we're going to grab these... yeah, unlucky. Okay, we're going to have to go back here. We're going to try to grab these bony goo balls. Yeah, this is a tough structure to do this with. Okay. Let's see if we can... No? Okay. This is unlucky. That's all I'll say. We're going to try doing it like this. We went back a little bit longer. This optimization is pretty important to hit, because if you don't hit this, you'll have to go all the way around this circle again. You can see how slow this is moving. But sometimes you just can't do it the way that you want. Luckily here, this setup's a lot better. So we should be okay. There we go. Sometimes the physics in this game is pretty random. But yeah, we're using the bony balls here. Same thing, to make sure those spikes, don't get us.
The Minecraft Steve heads, you know.
Exactly. Minecraft Steve heads are our MVPs. But yeah, it's just barely doable to get that there and then make sure to grab him back on the wheel. So, happy we were able to do it, even if it did cost us a little bit of time doing it second try. Alright. Upper shaft. This is the scariest level in the game by a large margin. At least for me right now with the strats that I am capable of doing. So, the way that you're supposed to do this level is you're supposed to very, very slowly lower this bomb down and destroy these walls that you can see already have cracks in them, so they would be vulnerable to an explosion. But, we're not going to do that. Remember that we can build through stuff? Well, that's one thing we're going to do here, but it's only half the battle. So... come on. I'm also going to build down a little bit more here, because... Alright. Okay. That was an attempt. Structure's weird. That was so close. Those are both so close. Of course, the weight distribution is going to be a little weird here. Let's try it this way. We're gonna have to, unfortunately... Let's do this. Let's weigh it down on the top. Yeah, that's... no. Okay. We can fix this. Usually this is not the problem.
Mm-hmm. I believe...
Throwing through the wall is the problem. Another good attempt there. This is obviously really, really difficult. First of all, this wall is large, so throwing through it is non-trivial. Second of all, there's spikes on the other side. So most of the time, when the goo ball goes to the other side, it will die. You have to pick it up while it is in falling position, after you throw it at the other side, and you basically always have to hit it to the back of the wall behind the pipe specifically. Oh, yeah. That's a glitch that can happen sometimes where you get it across, but it just immediately falls and dies, and you can't do anything about that. This is, as you can see, hard. Like there, we're getting it across the wall sometimes, but it just immediately goes into the spikes. You have to get it behind the pipe, specifically.
What's the intended solution for this level?
You lower the bomb really, really slowly down here and then explode it and then really slowly build a structure of the pipe. It's actually about a 2-minute level, if done quote-unquote properly. You can, of course, get this much earlier than I'm getting it here and get a super fast version of Upper Shaft, but this strat is just really hard. And it depends kind of on, you know, the DPS of your mouse, your flicking speed, all that stuff has to be just right. We've had some good attempts here, but the game just has not been kind to us, unfortunately, and has not made any of them pan out yet. Just like that. See, that was a really good attempt. If it had not flown right back into the spike, yep. You can see how difficult this is. There's some runners who are really good at this. I am not one of them.
It's not like easy for sure.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's usually faster to do this, even if you're bad at it.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, we're probably going to have to back this up, though, because it's just really not agreeing with me. This can happen. It's really weird. I don't know why sometimes the game just does not agree with you. Is what it is. I'm going to try it one more time because it really, truly is that much faster. And it's really cool.
Mm-hmm. I believe.
That's a better structure. Oh. Yeah. Those times where it gets over and just falls right into it, don't even worry about those because those are just immediately failed attempts. You have to get it to bounce across the back of the wall. Oh. We're just getting too... They're just too fast. There we go! Ah, oh, finally.
Hey.
See, what if that had happened the first time? See?
Now we're good.
Yay.
Hooray.
It's cool though, right? It's really, really hard. I hope that communicated how difficult that was. But like, that was a 52-second level. If we had done the backup, that would have been about a 2-minute level, probably longer. So, you know, not faster than just doing the backup outright that time, but it very well could have been.
Definitely worth going for every time, for sure, even if it just doesn't go the best.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it is absolutely worth trying every single time that you go for it. All right, Waterlock is really boring, unfortunately. Contrasting a really cool and interesting level with a not very cool and interesting level. You're just using hydrodynamics to launch it up, which is fun. To launch this little structure up, using the sticky goo ball that we saw in one of the previous levels on this sort of like bone hand thing. This one, you almost always get a 2-cycle. If you're really unlucky, you might have to do a 3-cycle. But almost always a 2-cycle. It's almost always pretty much the exact same time in like a second or two of variance. This is, again, the most boring level in the game by a pretty wide margin, in my opinion. But I'm gonna probably implement it soon in my any percent skip strat, and I'm sad about that. It is on average a little faster than one of the other ones I incorporate right now. I'm just like, no. But, yeah, welcome to You Have to Explode the Head. Back to interesting levels. So we're gonna do more throwing strats, but this one should be much, much more reliable. There's a bomb at the top of the level, which you have to use to explode the head.
Whoa.
Whoa. Because the head is hiding the pipe. So we're gonna throw the goo balls in this sort of precise precision place, and then catch them on fire, and if we get the right angle and the right speed, it'll fly right into the bomb. And of course it's not agreeing with me. I usually get it somewhere between first and fourth try. My PB, I believe it was second try. But of course today, for some reason, it's just not doing it.
The classic
you of course can't see where you're aiming. Yep, because you can't just go fling it right through the fire. You have to hit a wall first, as previously discussed. Truly getting marathon luck here today. I am very sad. Don't know what's up with this. Why? How many do we have? What? The bomb is done? Okay, that was not my fault. We hit the bomb. It just decided to go away.
Okay.
That is, I'll do a GDQ classic. I have never seen that before. Don't expect to ever see that again.
Interesting.
There we go, see? And that's why I was confused.
Simple as that. What the heck?
The bomb just went away. It simply decided to peace out. Okay.
Where could it have gone?
Weird.
Who knows?
Thanks, game. Really cool.
Oh my.
What was that? Okay, that one was not my fault. I did that right, actually, because the only way probably that can happen is it goes up to the bomb. But usually the bomb just drops down and kills the head. Anyway, this is Incineration Destination. So we have to get our balls up to that pipe. And the balls that pipe obviously specifically wants are the beauty balls, because it is red. So we have to go grab those. The first thing that we're going to do in order to go grab those is make a bridge. This one you can also do the same way in terms of just like building a big tower if you want and knocking it over. But again, I don't think that that's actually all that advantageous time-wise, if at all. And then we're going to build a albino goo ball structure because those are not flammable. Down here, light a bomb, move our goo balls over here, and then we're going to try to do something here. There we go. Flick that goo ball right through that wall. And that saves a little bit of time because otherwise you'd have to light up a bomb and destroy the structure there too. It's always fun to flick goo balls through walls. It's really hard, as you can see, but it is very, very fun to execute when you can. Sub-minute, solid. Can't complain. Alright, now it's time to visit the product launcher. So, we're gonna find out what the Z product is.
Ooh.
Keep those guesses in mind.
I think it's something plant-based for sure.
What kind of thing do you think?
I don't know. Could be, I don't know, honestly. Could be a seaweed
I like
wrap.
your, That'd be fun. That'd be nice. That'd be yummy. I like your ideas. Well, we'll see. Again, you might be right with the green thing. But first, we're gonna bring all these flammable go balls over to the Z and light them on fire. And they're gonna explode in beautiful, dramatic fashion. Yay.
Woo!
And then there's the product launcher. That's the joke. It's gonna very literally launch the product. Z is gonna go that way.
As is tradition.
So that's a little bit of a hint. It's gonna be fired out of this gun here. But what's gonna happen? We'll have to see.
Ooh.
Very imposing. All of the population is eagerly awaiting what the Z product will do. Because they've been so loyal to World of Goo Corp for so long. They're very excited to see what will happen. What's that?
What? Square?
Square? They don't know either. But it's doing something. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Oh no.
Oh.
Square.
Green. Square.
Cube.
So, World of Goo Corp has a little message for us about what just happened. So let's see what they have to say. Congratulations! World of Goo is now 3D. Welcome to the third dimension. That's what the Z product is. It's a Z axis.
Oh.
Again, I'm sure that if you got that right, good for you. But warning, we're incompatible with the world. We're outdated firmware in our system. We're too 2D, so we gotta go fix that. And we gotta go talk to the information superhighway to do that, aka the internet. And welcome to what the internet looked like in 2008. It's green.
No. Do not take me back.
Very, very green.
I should take me back.
This
Flash
is
games
what
were a
they
thing
thought.
back then. Let's.
So
bring it back
true.
for Flash games. Why not?
And like MySpace and stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't on MySpace personally, at least. I was.
But either way-
on Facebook back then. Anyways.
Understandable. Well, maybe you'll be able to find Mom on Facebook. That's who we're going to go consult, by the way. We don't know what she stands for, MOM, so come up with your best acronyms. But first of all, this level introduces us to goo balls we can launch. We've already been able to throw goo balls, obviously, but these we can actually fling with their own mechanics, but we can't pick them up and drag them. So we're going to have to use their flicking abilities to be able to sort of move them around. Bulletin board system is going to be all about that. So first we're going to wake up the structure of goo balls, and then bring a few down with us. And then try to fling them through these scary gear things. And that's why we brought a few extras.
I love the visuals in this world a lot.
That should work. Yeah, it's very unique for sure. The aesthetic is can't be beat.
People talking about like the Matrix and chat, and like that's definitely.
Oh, totally.
Sure.
It's so Matrix, actually. That's a really good point. I would imagine that was a direct inspiration for the art direction here. Very,
Has to
very
be,
nice.
for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Not enough numbers.
No, everything
though.
is so green. Yeah, true. Now, I don't know what inspired this level, but I don't like it, whatever it is. Welcome to Grapevine Virus. This level, you'll see what happens. So first we're gonna just sacrifice a bunch of our green goo balls into the pit of red. Sorry. But I promise it'll be for the greater good. And then they are still going to retain their launch abilities, but they're red now. This will matter in a little bit, but it's kind of hard to describe, so just wait and see. First, we're going to bring a bunch of them up to this sort of second level, then we're going to bring a bunch of them up to the third level. I promise they need to come up here. And then we're going to bring one to the fourth level, because there's this red tether thing here. And what the red ones do is they attach to any kind of red tether when they're nearby. So we're going to launch them near this red tether. That was pretty efficient. And you can see we've kept a few at each level. Oh, that was a slight miss. In order to sort of use them effectively like that. That almost could have done it. We're also trying to not... Ooh, that was close. We're trying to not swing the tether all that much, because there are... Rude. There are those gears next door that will destroy the tether. Ooh, unlucky. Okay, we have to be really careful, because we only have 4 of these left. Oh, no, we have 5. Still not as many as I'd like. There we go. There. Woof. Okay. Not the cleanest grapevine, but not too bad either. This level's a hassle.
Could have been a lot worse, for sure.
For sure. You want to shoot off of kind of the bottom in that like upwards direction towards the end of the tether, so that it doesn't swing very much. So that makes it a little bit more difficult to do, but we got it. All right, GPU. So we're going to play with those red ones again, in conjunction with the green ones. There's going to be a tether down here away from sight that will reach the pipe once we elongate it. But first we have to wake up the red ones. So we're going to send a few goo balls towards their direction. Oh, there we go. There we go. And we're going to use the gravitational pull of this little planet here to send a bunch of them around. Nice. I used to do this in a bit of a different way, but then I learned from some of the really amazing runners of this game. By the way, shout outs to Liwan and Ben and all the other consistent runners and just community members in the World of Goo community. There's so many people who keep this game alive this much into its lifespan. But yeah, that was a pretty clean GPU. All right, roadblocks. This level is the one with the bridge building I was talking about earlier. So the game is saying your main bridge building strategy, which is to make kind of bottom supports off of the ledge, is not going to work anymore. We're going to put big scary saws down there. And we're like, okay, so what? Quite a bit harder than it looks. And That's pretty much the only way to win roadblocks there. That particular sequence of precise builds, without building a sort of support in the middle, which is what it expects you to do. 28's really solid. Very, very good roadblocks. I will take that. All right, this is the exact opposite. We just used a bunch of precision and math. Well, the game wants you to do that again because it wants you to play Jenga with these blocks here. I think not. That's going to take too long.
Just knock it all off.
Playing a little Jenga here because we got a bit unlucky. We have 2 flies. We can... What? How did that happen? No. Yeah. I had to try it. That's weird. That would usually work fine. Yeah. You kind of have to push it in this really precise way. Fortunately, that particular one is getting in the way a lot. I don't know why. To get it to fall down the way that you want. 2 tries is fairly standard for graceful failure. I'm not too sad about that, but of course first try is awesome. Yeah, pretty good. Much faster than if we were to do it the expected way. Alright, Alice and Bob and the third party. So this is a commentary on how unsafe chat rooms were at the time. And still are. For your personal details. Don't share your personal details on the internet.
Do not do that.
Don't.
Bad idea.
Yeah, but they're doing it. A and B. But we're going to interrupt those personal details and use them for ourselves. We are the evil ones.
No.
I know.
We're the bad guys here. I can't believe it.
We sure are. So first we're going to just use a bunch of these blocks to make a little highway for that information that we're going to intercept. There's a specific order of blocks that you're supposed to do here, so this is just the same way every time. Nothing fancy. So Shasta, what do you think is going to happen when we reach Mom?
We'll give her a big ol' hug.
About... Yay! So true.
Hooray.
Hug your mom. But, yeah, we're gonna try to make it so that we're compatible with the world again, so let's see what she decides to do. But first, let's go ahead and intercept that information.
Some big ears.
So here I'm kind of cheesing the, yeah, there we go. The, red little tether line by sort of flinging it towards itself. And there we go. Not too bad. We'll take that. Yeah, 110's totally fine. Very low variance in this level, considering it's kind of the same every time. That's not true of the server farm. This is one of the most difficult technical building levels in the game, so let's see how it's going to go. And in any percent skips, this is kind of the final boss, at least in my route. It's very quick when done well, but it can go so wrong so quickly. We have this platform here that is going to make everything we're doing very, very unstable. Come on. Yes. Perfect.
Ooh.
And we have to build a really long, skinny tower, make sure it doesn't fall over, and get the goo balls up to the top as fast as possible. That is really, really difficult. I promise you, if you've played this game as a novice, you know. Or if you do after this. Which please do! World of Goo is great. You will know.
You will.
Alright.
That's a threat.
Let's go visit Mom. Exactly. So, we're gonna use some games to go talk to Mom. We all like games, right? On GDQ?
I like those. I like
Yeah,
those
we
quick,
like
too.
games. Yeah, exactly. What? I've never seen that. Actually, no, I was miscounting. That's pretty standard. The games are longer and taller than the applications, so we just use the games.
Yeah,
stack
very
on top
tall
of each
monitor
other.
here.
There we go.
All
Exactly.
these folders all the way up here. I
Mom.
can't believe it. Hello.
And what we're going to say to Mom is, please help us. make everything 2D again. She says, no thanks, I'm gonna get back to work and deliver all my mail to everyone. And we say, you're sending spam to millions of people? And she's like, yeah, I love sending people deals, but they always delete them. And we're like, well, how do we help you send all of your spam email back to everybody at World of Goo Corporation? She says, just go to the big recycle bin in the southeast, I'll authorize you, and we get to send all of my mail to everyone at the corporation. That's such a good idea. And we say, love you, Mom. Goodbye. There we go. So we have a new plan. Because Mom isn't going to help us voluntarily, well, she's going to help us involuntarily. Watch that. Accept those terms and conditions. And deliverance. Alright. So we're going to try to get that undelete command all the way down to where all the spam email is. First, we're going to have to destroy a bunch of barriers on the way, so we're going to inflame some goo balls. Let them sort of create some fireworks on the way down here. Perfectly fine. That will not work. There we go. Then we're going to use that tether to go inflame the goo ball. Get the undelete down there. There we go. And here comes the spam! Yay! Woo! Every single spam email that everyone's ever deleted. Yep. And remember, this is 2008. Back. So, this was the wild, wild west of spam campaigns. Back then.
Yeah, the Nigerian princes and stuff.
But all those Nigerian princes are going to, at once, attack everyone at the World of Goo Corporation. Do you think they're going to be able to handle that?
No.
Yeah,
okay.
It's... no, not so much. They tried. Boom. They did not survive. World of Goo Corp is destroyed. So we've beat our adversary. Good for us.
Good for us.
And I have to say this every time. That's a bad sign. That's a pretty bad sign.
That's a pretty bad sign.
There we go. Oh, nice gold split. All right, 2 gold splits and 2 not. Up till now. I'll take it. Okay, and then welcome to the epilogue levels. These are kind of the game's final tests of your skill and your ingenuity. So this is Infesty the Worm. The game wants us to use these goo balls to sort of rotate it across the sky, but in a very similar fashion to what we did to Fly Away Little Ones. We're going to ignore that idea and instead do our own thing. But first, we have to push Infesty off of the platform. There we go. I'm going to direct some of the goo balls to stay on the structure if I can. By attaching 3 floating goo balls to the structure, it should make something a little bit like that. And yes, a lot of the goo balls stayed, which is excellent. So we're going to do a similar thing we did before and try to push the structure along. It's a little bit smaller than the one in Fly Away Little Ones, so it's a bit harder, but it's definitely doable. The pipe is way at the end here, and imagine if we had to do that with that giant snake. But no, since the bottom of the level just kills whatever comes in contact with it, we can do this strat. A little bit more push. Perfect! Super clean Infesties.
Hey.
Probably the cleanest one I've done. That was real nice. Happy with that. Yep. Just a 107. Not bad at all considering how long that level normally takes. Alright. HTIC. This one is probably the wildest cheese strat of the entire game, because it looks nothing like you'd expect it to. Similar principle as last level, but very different execution. So first we're going to make the structure just hold on by a thread, and then we're going to use the whistle to control the goo balls, and make it so that there's just this little bit left. This tiny little bit.
Here.
There is, but this one's quite a bit different, as you can see. I'm going to take one of these goo balls and move it over here because the goo balls are weighing the structure down and we want it to be able to float. And we're just using these to barely push the structure. This is harder than it looks because if you bring it too far out and don't push it far enough, it'll just build. on top of this little line, which is not what you want. And of course, we're moving goo balls away strategically to make it lighter, to make it fly when we want. Not what I meant to do there. Boop. There we go. Very clean HITC. Epilogue level's going well so far. Solid. Yeah, 101 is good. I'll take that. And the final real level in this run, Weather Vane. This is it. We do have one more level, but it's kind of just decorative. Kind of a victory lap. But this one's scary. So we're gonna have to build around this big giant weather vane in the center of the level. So I'm gonna start with a pretty sturdy base. Not too sturdy, because there's something we are gonna try to do here. That involves a little bit of fragility. Come on. Thank you. Nope, too early. Let's see what happens here. No? Yeah, didn't think so. That's alright. We can use the flies to our advantage here. And there we go. Making our own little flying machine.
Nice.
Alright, not too bad. We'll take it. And then here's our final level. The time will come up when our cursor disappears after the island starts floating up. I will call it out. But we're gonna go ahead and let the goo balls see not only just all over the world of goo that we've already explored, but into the whole big, wide universe with this telescope. Because that's all they've ever wanted to do. Reach new places. And see what's out there.
They have.
Mm-hmm. Completed our little journey. Not too far over an hour. I will take that. Not too bad considering what we were enduring in World 3. Everything else was pretty darn fast, so I will take it.
Absolutely.
I'll take that. So time is going to come up in maybe like 7 seconds here. 6, 5, 4, 3, no, 1. Time. It was a little off.
GG.
Thank you for the GGs. All right. And the goo balls are going to see out into the vast expanses of space, see that there's some pretty cool stuff out there, and then that's going to be the game. And funny thing is that this game just stood alone as a really cool, innovative indie game for many years. It really was ahead of its time in a lot of areas. It really spearheaded a lot of things in the physics puzzle genre and in a lot of other ways as well in sort of indie games in general as a whole, art style wise and everything like that. But then in 2024, they out of nowhere released World of Goo 2. So there is a sequel to this game as well. If you played this game as a younger person and you were like, oh my gosh, I remember this. It's so cool. Go play World of Goo 2. It's out. You can play it. Pretty wild that they followed up this game that many years later. I still get people surprised in my chat all the time that that exists. But as the credits roll, I'm just going to say thank you for having me, Shasta. Really appreciate it. This was a super fun little showcase of World of Goo. Highly recommend checking out the top runs of this game. They do some strategies that are absolutely wild, so go to the boards and check their runs out as well. If you want to find me, I stream at Satan Isn't Herself on Twitch. That is where I stream this game, as well as a lot of other games. I'm very big on Peggle Knights any percent right now. I'm trying to get that sub-hour by the end of the year. And Plants vs. Zombies and a bunch of other games as well.
Bookworm Adventures.
Yeah. Bookworm Bookworm. I am playing Bookworm right
Yeah.
now. That's one that I'm trying to get better at. It's really difficult to spell fast, but it's so good. I love that game.
That's such a hard
It is
game,
so, so
honestly.
good.
So, like props to Trevor
It
on
is.
that one.
Oh, it's so difficult, but so rewarding. If you like puzzle speedruns, if you like PopCap games, that's where all of that can be found. And also some other interesting little indie games like World of Go. Yeah, that's all I've got for y'all today. So thanks for having me, Shasta. And
Absolutely.
enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody, to Do All the Things, the GDQ Hotfix show all about Herm's experience and completionist categories in general. I'm your host, Mr. Shasta, and we're here with our final of the night, Wolfenstein New Order with Anarchy, for a remote called 9-9 mode. What's that one about? Why don't you introduce yourself and explain what that's about, if you don't mind.
Yeah, hello everyone, my name is Anarchy, and tonight we're going to be running Wolfenstein The New Order 999 mode. Wolfenstein has some collectibles in the game where you can, they're called Enigma codes, and they let you unlock bonus modes in the game, and they let you kind of play the game with different kind of rule sets as opposed to regular. The mode that we're going to be doing is called 999 mode, and with this, it says you get 999% more action. So essentially what this is we're going to start every time we load into the game or we reload a save, we are going to start with 999 health. We also have unlimited ammo for every weapon in the game as well. And the caveat to that is we're going to be playing on the hardest difficulty in the game, Uber. So it's like kind of completionist. So I think it fits. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into the game. Time is going to start when we skip this first cutscene. We're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Eyes open, Blazkowicz. You keep a lookout. I need to go for this. A shite!
Ouch!
Blazkowicz, go back into the flight deck. Clamp the fuel line to engine 6, quickly!
Alright, so this is Wolfenstein The New Order. This was released in 2014 by Machine Games, and it is the first game in sort of the revival of the Wolfenstein franchise that they started. Also in the alternate timeline, alternate history Wolfenstein games, where essentially we explore a universe where instead of the Allied powers winning World War II, they kind of didn't, and the Nazis took over the world. So this first chapter in the game, this is probably one of the longer ones. It is kind of this game's like sort of prologue to how that happened.
This flak is coming from distance. Up to the turret, Blazkowicz. Go! Take care. Find a friendly.
It's very, very action-filled. This is one of my favorite games ever. And was one of the first games that I speedrun seriously. This is actually the first time this game is going to be on this channel since 2022, which is wild to think about. Yeah, so very, very happy to be running this again.
Get the engines on those things. Straight ahead. It's coming.
Oh, wow.
Right in front of us, Blazkowicz.
Have to have you, honestly. That's awesome.
Ouch. So as you might have seen when we loaded in, we did have our max health, but there are a couple gameplay sections where you're scripted to lose all of your health. This is one of them. So you can see we have a regular amount. But to elaborate a little bit on the health situation, as I said, you start every time you load into the game, you start with 999 health, and it's going to be essentially you have like a default health value. I think it's like 80 to 100 to start the game off with, and anything over that will be considered over health, and that's what all of the 999 health is considered over health, so it'll take down over the course of the level. So one thing that you'll see in one of the first bits of tech that we're going to be doing is checkpoint reloading, which sometimes the game makes a checkpoint for something that happens in the game before it actually happens. And because the main timing method for this game is load remove time, we can save time because when we reload the checkpoint, it'll put us ahead of where we're actually supposed to be. And one cool thing with that, with this mode in particular, is we can use that to reset our health. So Uber difficulty is really, really hard. Essentially, any of the enemies in this game can kill you with a couple well-placed shots. So it's very easy to die, and it's very easy to lose your health very quickly. The enemies do a lot of damage. So there'll be a couple instances where we'll also be getting checkpoints, and then we'll be reloading to reset our health value.
All right, bad boy. Listen up, pay close attention. Now, you see the pilot's wheel? Yes, sir! Right, I want you to grab it as hard as you can with both hands and pull it towards you. But don't turn it, mind you. You keep it level, just pull it towards your chest. Okay, sir! I think it's working! We're leveling out! Okay, Private Wyatt, I need you to do...
Here we're going to see the first instance of that checkpoint reloading here. When we open this door here.
You are getting visitors. Roger that, sir! Blazkowicz, get the cockpit door open.
So we're going to look for that little saving icon in our the left side of our screen. And we are going to have game load. For some reason, this game takes marginally longer to load than, for example, like the Old Blood, which is on the same engine. But that one was pretty good, so... Ouch! Yeah, so to elaborate a little bit on what is happening, this chapter is kind of an introduction to this new sort of setting where we are currently BJ Blazkowicz, and we are with the United States military, and we are trying to storm General Death's Head. He's a very high-ranking Nazi officer, and we are trying to storm his compound. Like, he's like a really big castle here on the coast of the Baltic Sea, and we're trying to go storm that and kill him. And essentially, killing him would be something that's essential to stopping the Nazi war machine. I think what it's supposed to do is would destabilize them enough that we'd be able to turn the tide a little bit. But there's a lot happening. I hear BJ, he kind of explains everything that's going on, because it's a lot. Kind of put you in the middle of everything.
Nazi war machine is advancing at an astonishing rate, and we can't catch up. Our tactics are failing. Outclassed and outgunned.
There's a big old doggy. So unfortunately our plane crashed, and we're now kind of on the coast. And we still gotta get into Death's castle. Here, we're gonna see another little bit of tech in this game. This game has a little bit of movement tech. In particular, this one is sprint swimming. Where if you, kind of like Doom or like the original Wolf 3D, where if you look at an angle and then you spam your sprint key, you can swim a lot faster than normal. Did get a little bit stuck there, but it's all good. Now we need to rescue two of the guys we saw earlier, Wyatt and Fergus, as well as some other guys, so we can still try and execute this mission we've got going on here. Alright. So now we've got to make it through the trenches. There's a lot going on here. But we are going to go down in here. We're going to shoot this guy through this gap in the door. And here is where we're really going to take advantage of having all that health. These guys we can kind of just walk past and not worry about it. There's going to be some more dogs here. One's going to spawn right here. We're just going to jump over him. It's supposed to jump scare you. There's going to be another one here. We'll jump right over him. As you can see, we are taking a lot of damage. Those guys really do hurt. I holstered my weapon. There we go. Trying to remember what key it is there. Here we kind of want to be careful now, because I used up all my health here. Unfortunate. So as you can see, those guys do a lot of damage. We definitely want to be careful here, but after we died here, our health should reset, so we'll be able to tank the rest of this no problem. But this category does really make you think a lot more and do a lot than kind of the default categories. Before I started running this category, there's a checkpoint right there, awesome. Before I started running this category, I mainly ran glitchless. And one would think that the logical upgrade would be to learn any percent. But personally, I think a lot of the glitches in the 90% run are very... There are a lot of cool speedrunners out there that have really cool tricks, but some of them are just annoying, and I find a lot of the ones in this game just really finicky and really annoying to do on a consistent basis. So that is why I decided for a challenge to go ahead and learn 999 mode. So we're going to make our way up through the inside of the castle here. And we want to make sure we're being a little bit careful. Here, we're going to use grenades to take out these guys. Because one of the other features of this mode is we have infinite ammo. And that applies to grenades as well. These guys should be dead. Nice. Now that we've killed that guy, that door will open. Door should open, there we go. And then we'll have the next checkpoint. We're going to be careful here again because I'm starting to lose my health. Ouch. Unlucky. It's alright though, my headset disconnected really quick, so we're going to turn that back on. There we go. Good timing for that.
Welcome back.
There we go. I will say most of the checkpoints in this game are very convenient for this, so we don't actually lose all that much time by dying. We're just gonna go ahead and run past all of those guys. Because what we really want is this guy. And we'll just run past the rest of them. And oh my goodness, another doggy.
That's a big doggy right there.
That is a big doggy right there. But don't worry, Private Wyatt has taken care of it.
Take my hand, I'll help you up. Private Wyatt, good kid. I'm sure you'll return the favor, sir, and then some.
Awesome.
Pay attention, bear boys. This is all turned from a goose hunt to a stick-up job.
This game has, I say this usually about the new Colossus, but this game also has a really good story, and it really wants you to see it. So this game has a lot of cutscenes. This game is quite a fair bit longer than that game, at least speedrun-wise. It's about, well, like 40 minutes more in game time. It's I think the record for the new Colossus is it's like a 105 in game versus this game it's like a 140-ish time, so it's a little bit longer, but I do actually really enjoy this run. So now we are finally making it inside Death's Head's compound. We are losing more and more of our squad mates as time goes. But if you know anything about BJ, he's going to do everything to get the job done. There's also be another instance where we're kind of just going to run through everyone. We still got 700 of our health, which is quite a lot. And we should be fine. There's going to be a dog here we want to take care of. Unlucky. There's also another dog behind me, but we managed to dodge that just fine. Awesome.
Just been staring intently at the health bar down there the entire time.
It's like pretty mesmerizing, and it's a really cool concept for like a bonus mode that I don't think I've ever seen like anywhere else. Because the other ones are like kind of like regular like things you would think of when you think about increasing the difficulty. For example, one of them is Iron Man mode. I don't know which one in Iron Man mode is, actually, I forget. But one of them is Walk in the Park, where you... Let's see, we get that guy. One of them, you play the game on permadeath, which is actually... They ended up making that a difficulty for the sequel. Another one is where you don't have a HUD anymore.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty annoying. So you don't have a HUD. And all of those are also on the hardest difficulty again, so they make it extra challenging.
This is definitely very unique for sure, though. It's a very cool idea for a harder mode of the game.
Yeah.
Can't move this beam from our position. We're trapped up here, Blazkowicz. See if you can remove this beam from your possession.
Sir, maybe you can use this to pry it loose.
Come on, lads. Scream.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe it can be done? Well, then, Babs. I reckon you boys better jump. You first, Wayne.
Go to church every Sunday?
Yeah, but you ain't got churches in England. You ain't got no priests.
Here's another instance where we're going to be doing a checkpoint reload. We do have to wait for this little bit to happen. So we get to see Headwound jumping, but we are going to skip Blondie over there. So again, we just want to wait for the little save icon to show up, and then we should be safe. I do try to give it a little bit of a grace period. It's not so much with this game where it gets finicky, but sometimes in the Old Blood, which is like I said, the same engine as this game. Sometimes that one you can see the save icon, and then it'll be like, I didn't checkpoint actually, which has happened to me a handful of times. So.
I've got you.
Oh, ouch.
What a fucking circus. My feet are broken.
Now, here we are kind of in the bowels of Death's Head's kind of research laboratories. This game takes... because it's like a reimagining of the Wolfenstein franchise, it takes like bits and pieces from previous games. In particular, Death's Head was the antagonist for Wolfenstein 09. He's in that game, I'm pretty sure. No one really remembers Wolfenstein 09, but
He's not exists until you mention it right now.
yeah, that is definitely a video game of all time. If you've never heard of it, never played it, sometimes for good reason, but. In that game, Death's Head is actually no. I think he's also in Return to Castle Wolfenstein, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot, but he is a high-ranking Nazi official and also a researcher. I say in quotations, and kind of uses the things that kind of went on. Throughout the Nazi regime to do experiments on people, and this game really does not shy away from showing you that, which is something I kind of appreciate. One of those we are going to see in the Super Soldaten, which are these really Big guys. That's unfortunate. We shoot both of his breathing tubes and then we shoot his face. One thing that you can do to save time is if you lead him away from either Wyatt or Fergus, he won't knock them over because as you saw, he knocked Fergus over. Now we have to wait for him to get up and do all that, and it takes a really long time. But if you don't do that, you don't have to wait for that, and it starts this next sequence a lot sooner. But it's really hard to do correctly, so...
Everybody still breathing?
All good.
The incinerators are off.
Any way to get that door open? I'd rather fancy leaving the monster open.
I won't open from this side. Hold on. I can hear someone out there. Someone's coming.
And there he is. Ronald Death's Head. He was just one of the most awful looking antagonists I've ever seen in a game.
God, just that face, I hate him already, honestly.
yeah. If you even have enough reasons to hate him already, that's another one. So he's just got contraptions and things, so he's gonna trap us in here. And there's this cutscene with us passing out, but we don't care that much, so we're just gonna go ahead and skip it. And it's gonna move us forward to the next sequences, which is a long kind of cutscene. I do agree with chat. This guy's he's a really punchable face.
Extremely.
Extremely punchable face, yeah.
For many reasons.
Yeah, and this is kind of the instance where he's like, hey, I know you actually. So, kind of drawing in those connections from previous games. There's another character that we're going to be seeing later, Caroline, who's also like that. Caroline, I can confirm for sure, is actually from Wolfenstein 09. Which, like I said, is a very interesting video game. So, essentially what's happening here is, because Death's Head is just one of the worst guys ever, he's going to have us pick between Fergus and Wyatt to save one of them. We have to pick one. And this introduces the game's branching timeline mechanic. So essentially, depending on who you save, the game will turn it out just a slightly differently than as opposed to the other one. For speedruns in this game, we are always going to be choosing the Wyatt timeline. Just because there are certain things that make it marginally faster than choosing Fergus.
Should you decline my appeal, I shall have to put a scalpel to both of them and we'll be here all day. I'll make matters simple. All you need to do is look to the one you would have me dissect.
Unfortunately, that is going to be Fergus. Rest in peace, Fergus. In the new 07 Fergus. In the new Colossus, there actually is a little bit more variety with the different runs based on the timeline. That game also kind of takes that same sort of approach, but executes it just a little bit differently. If you were doing the new Colossus, if you're doing regular runs, if you're doing regular difficulty runs, the easiest difficulty, you will usually pick Wyatt. But if you're doing the harder ones, you pick Fergus. Which is cool to see variety, because I love the Fergus timelines in both games, so glad at least in that run you get to see it a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and get this really big guy off of Wyatt. And we're gonna go ahead and finally escape. Here we go, we got the 3 best ones. Those are always random, which 3 you have to break. We got a good pattern there. And here we get to see, so the difference between them is there's like a main mechanic that you unlock. Fergus's is hot wiring, but Wyatt's is lockpicking. And lockpicking is going to turn out to be a lot more helpful for us when it comes to doing things faster. So that is the first chapter of the game. Next, we're going to be going on to... That's one of the longer ones. This is going to be one of the shorter ones when it comes to actual gameplay. So this is Anya. And essentially what happened in that cutscene that we just skipped was BJ got hit with... Essentially, there's a big explosion happening. And as they flew out of the window, BJ got hit with shrapnel in the conch, as he describes it. And it kind of shredded up his brain a little bit. So... he has no idea who he is, and he got found by fishermen, and they sent him to an asylum in Poland, I believe. So a very ouch-owie situation. But it's gonna be okay, because Anya's gonna take care of us.
Wkrótce to wszystko się skończy. Zostawię cię teraz przy oknie, w świetle.
So we get another really great cutscene sequence here. We are going to skip it once it lets us skip it, but essentially it describes BJ as basically being trapped in his body. He can't move, he can't speak, but he's conscious, and it turns out that he is at this asylum for 14 years, which is a really, really long time.
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, he was kind of like that for 14 years, but it's going to be chill because he's the protagonist guy. And essentially what's just been ordered is they've just been ordered to shut the asylum down. And of course, in Nazi fashion, they have to do that in the worst way possible.
Was hier vorgeht, die haben einen Offizier bei der Befehlsausführung angegriffen.
Lautet nicht, die Betreuer zu töten.
Was war bei der hier? Keine Ahnung. Bringst du den Keller. Von der entscheiden. Komm auf. Scheiße.
So even though BJ's been not great the last couple of years, we know what we gotta do. So BJ takes care of him, and we are going to go ahead and rescue Anya, and we're going to get out of here. Even though BJ has not walked or done anything in the last 14 years, he has got the best plot armor I've ever seen in my life. So
For real, he should not be able to walk at all right now.
No, he should not at all.
There is no blood in those legs.
But it's all good. So
Yeah,
in the
run
normal,
perfectly fine.
yeah, he's great. He's doing really great right now.
He's fantastic at the moment.
He is, yeah, he's doing great. There's Anya. We just want to go ahead and take care of these guys. For that, there's going to be these drones that spawn. There's going to be one. Some guys will spawn. There's one more on that side. Then two more should spawn in, and that'll be that. Awesome. And that's chapter 2. Which is one of the fastest ones in this game. So now, we've just kind of skipped all of the exposition once again. Essentially, we rescue Anya, and she takes us to her grandparents' house. And they explain that it has in fact been 14 years, and that... And BJ's like, well, the war certainly cannot be over because all of these bad guys here are roaming around like it's fine. But they explain that in this timeline, in this universe that the game takes place in, the Nazis have won World War II. And essentially they did that by winning the nuclear arms race. And they used nuclear weapons on the United States. So just a whole hell of a lot going on. But again, BJ, our guy, our protagonist, cannot let that happen. So we're using this guy to find out information, and now we're going to be on our way to train station to go to Berlin so we can go find the rest of the resistance.
Take my hand. Not safe. You kill the Nazis. Here, I stay with Carl. We wait for you here. Kill everyone.
Absolutely. So this is supposed to be the game's first sort of stealth section, but we don't have time to do all of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill this guy. We're going to take his pistol, put on the silencer, and then we're going to take out 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. It would help if I hit them all in the head first. But that'll be that. And that'll be this first section. All of those guys spawn in the same place every time. So we can just kind of do that. And it looks cool. So now we've got to raise this lift here. We kind of can't be... This one we're not going to be able to be as stealthy with. But we are going to lockpick this door. Here's definitely a spot where the lockpicking saves so much time. Because we can lockpick that door, and then we can lockpick this door. And that saves us a whole lot of having to sneak around and do a lot of other stuff that we otherwise would have to do if we would have picked Fergus. Awesome, so now we're going to go ahead and do another stealth section that we're just going to go ahead and speed through. So we're going to come here, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Did not mean to do that. Unfortunately, one thing about this game is the dual wielding does not feel so nearly as good as it does in the new Colossus. That game really incentivizes dual wielding. This game does not. So we're going to be kind of limiting when we do that for when we absolutely need to, which is going to be one of these moments here. You see there's these big robot guys because nothing can ever be easy. So that one will destroy that robot instantly. So now we just only have to fight the one instead of fighting both of them.
It's just a button that explodes them? Okay.
Yeah, there's just a button to explode them for some reason.
Convenient, I love it.
We're gonna be really careful here because this one robot guy does a lot of damage. We're gonna be really careful. Okay, we're playing Ring Around the Rosie. There we go. As I said, with one of the other good things about this mode is that you have infinite ammo for all of your guns, including things that you technically should not have yet. For example, the rocket launcher attachment for the assault rifle is not something you get until like chapter 10 or 11 out of 15. So we're definitely not supposed to have that, but it makes my life a lot easier. So now, for those who have seen some of my other Wolf runs on the channel, we get to meet the original appearance of Becky with the bad jaw of Mima of Frau Engel. So, this is Frau Engel, and this is Bowie. Frau Engel is kind of a minor antagonist of this game. She's gonna have a long sit down with us. We're gonna skip that so we can just skip to the part where we actually do stuff in this cutscene. But essentially she wants us to play a picture game to try and determine whether or not BJ is Aryan. So.
Meinen Sie, dass dieser Mann unreines Blut hat, Bernhard?
Ich weiß nicht, Frau Obersturmanführer.
Ja, das werden wir bald wissen. Nicht
Once again, I'm going to keep talking about the new classics. That is also one of my favorite games and one of my favorite speed games as well. She is really a piece of work. She's really a piece of work, so. She'll be getting a little bit of what's coming to her later in this run, but my goodness.
Sage Ihnen etwas. Wenn Sie ein Nicht-Arier gewesen wären, hätten Sie zur Waffe gegriffen.
Sie müssen diese Dame schon entschuldigen, aber sie ist sehr stolz darauf, diese Bilderrätsel mit Bildern.
So as I explained, this was just a stupid game. So that'll do it.
Davon abgesehen kann ich ein Nicht-Arier mit bloßem Auge erkennen. Du etwa nicht? Lassen Sie ihn gehen, Bernhard.
So finally, we can get up, and we're gonna go ahead and take our coffee to Anya, who's waiting in our cabin, and then that will be the end of chapter 3.
Vergessen Sie den Kaffee für Ihre Freundin.
One thing I love about this, and it's so random, is the coffee in the mugs. It's a flat texture, so if you just jiggle them around a little bit, they look really dumb.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier too before I even sat down. It's a little goofy.
Very. Okay, there we go.
William?
Yes.
Is that for me?
So here we are. This is our stop in Berlin. And now where we're going to be going is, we're not going to be going there just yet. We're going to be going to the secret police headquarters, as Anya says, before we go to Eisenwald prison, which is where the last of the resistance that we're going to be rescuing is held at. But first we got to figure out, a way to get there.
If they're still alive. Something's happening. There's a prison transport arriving. Come quickly.
Okay. So here we're going to get introduced to the precursor of one of the coolest protagonist guns ever. We're going to get the laser, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to let us laser our way through things. And one cool thing about that, if I could show off the cool thing. Okay. There we go. What you can do is you can make really small holes in fences with that. And for some reason, BJ's hitbox kind of just like shrinks when he's sliding, so you can slide through really small holes with that. But it is finicky. Sometimes it works as in, well, I wouldn't say that's intended, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it gets a little bit finicky.
They feel a little goofy either way.
Yeah. I will say I have to agree with the chat message. I do love this game. One of the things I love about it is just like the sheer like kind of variety of the stuff that goes on in these levels. Like here we're just kind of doing this like we're like having to we're doing whatever this is. This is like terrifying, but it's really cool and it really breaks up sort of the rest of the gameplay. I think later installments take a lot more of a emphasis on the gunplay and the combat, but I think this game has a kind of a lot more of a balanced approach to it, which I really appreciate.
Concrete for miles.
So here we are. We gotta sneak in to Eisenwald prison and go rescue our people. So we're gonna get this guy. I'll pull out our laser. And hopefully these all work as intended. So what we're gonna do is all of those guys, when you go to stab them, lock you into an animation. But if you're in the middle of a jumping animation, before they can lock you into that animation, you can just avoid it, which is really helpful. So here's another section where lockpicking saves you a hell of a lot of time. Because we are just going to lockpick these two doors back to back, and that's going to save us so much time. Otherwise, you would have to go into some pipes and go run away from a dog just to get to that section where we just were. And actually do these as intended. So here's this dog. This is the dog that you would have met before. But what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to use the laser to break this grate. But what we're going to do instead is we're just going to wait for the dog to break part of that so we can fall under it. And save us some time. There we go. We're just gonna kill that guy, so make my life easier. And one thing that I really appreciate about the infinite ammo here is we don't have to recharge the laser. In this instance, between the thing with the dog and this here, you'll usually always run out of charge, and you'll have to charge it before you can do all of the prisoners here, which is really annoying. Yeah, but with infinite ammo, you do not have to do. You don't have to do that.
Gosh almighty. I thought I was a goner. And here you are, back from the dead.
I do see some in chat talking about some of the other games. I will say that the new Colossus and Youngblood they're different, but that's not to say that they aren't good. I actually really enjoy the new Colossus, one of my favorite games ever, and one of my favorite speedruns that I do. Youngblood 2 is a little bit of an acquired taste, especially with the co-op, but it's not a bad game by any means, it's just different. I think if you're playing with someone to do the co-op with, I think it can be a really fun experience. And I also think the any % speedruns of the game are really good. That game is completely like broken wide open, so really awesome.
I feel like co-op makes it. I can't say words. Hold on. I feel like co-op makes yeah, it makes a lot of games like this like a lot more fun for sure. If someone's played a lot of like Borderlands, for instance, like it definitely adds a lot for sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to put together a submission for Youngblood for a while with a couple different co-op partners. They've just never aligned. The timelines have never just aligned enough to get it submitted. But it's such a cool speedrun.
Hopefully someday then.
Yeah, essentially that game has what is called super jumps, where if you vault over like an object and use the PEP system where you can give you and your co-op partner, you can give each other buffs. If you do that and vault over an object at the same time, you go flying up into the sky.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so it lets you skip a lot of stuff, and also it makes you invincible too. So it's something.
That's just broken at that point.
Yeah, it is really broken. The 80% speedrun is like half an hour. It's really good.
Jeez. It's like going up into the sky. That's already broken enough. Makes it invincible as well. Yeah, it's busted.
Yeah.
Absolutely busted. That's so cool.
So I was talking over it, but the person that we were rescuing was Wyatt from all that time ago. So he's working with the Resistance, and they happened to get caught. So we're rescuing our boy here. And here we have kind of an arena where we gotta protect Wyatt. Ouch. We gotta protect Wyatt so we can use the jack and get to the door. There's these guys. There's gonna be a big armored guy that spawns down there. And hopefully we can get him from here. Please. There we go. And there's gonna be these guys that spawn in here, and it'd be nice if I had ammo. Yeah. White should be good. And here's a specific section where we want to be really, really careful, because those you saw those big armored shotgun guys. Those guys are scary. They have shotguns. They do a lot of damage. And there's going to be like 3 of them in the next section. We don't have that much health, so I'm going to try to play it careful. There's our checkpoint. We might have to reload here. There's some health here. Maybe a dog. Okay. We're gonna use our rockets here. Okay, using those helps a whole hell of a lot. Okay, and then there's gonna be one more that spawns. Usually in regular runs of this game, we would just skip all. You can just run past those guys basically. And a consequence of that is that last guy at the end doesn't spawn, which is really good for us. But because those guys do a lot of damage, and we do need to kill them, it makes the last guy spawn. And this game has a lot of, like I said, like alternative kind of gameplay sections. In particular, with this one, we get to drive a car for like 30 seconds.
Woo! Still been a good car section, honestly. I played the 007 games growing up, and they had a lot of RAM driving sections like this.
Yeah. So that was really short-lived, unfortunately.
Oh.
We kind of crashed, but it's all good. So we're able to get into this sort of storm grate here, but it's looking like it's over. It's looking like a dead end. Oh man, whatever are we gonna do? But it's all right because Anya's gonna rescue us, the greatest.
I can't believe you made it out of there.
Let's go, Anya.
Let's go, Anya.
Do any of you know how to hotwire a car?
Awesome sauce. So despite the hot wiring not being Wyatt's mechanic, he does also know how to hotwire a car, apparently. So there's that. But here is where we are finally going to be introduced to the resistance in this game, the Christ House Circle. We gotta get in there first, though.
I'm so sorry. There was no grate in front of that hatch when I left. I've been in prison for about 2 months. Oh, I'm so gosh dang stupid. Shouldn't assume things were as I left them. Great job keeping us alive out there, Captain.
No problem. Alright, so we're gonna get in here and then we're gonna do our first of our little kind of home base missions, as I like to call them, where we do like little stuff around the resistance here. So in particular, we need to go find these plans, and you're supposed to kind of meet some of the characters around here. In particular, Max Haas and Klaus, where those plans Max actually took, and you're supposed to go talk to him, and you're supposed to do all this, that, and the third. But if you get a crowbar, you can just skip all of that and go get the files yourself. Love Max Haas, by the way, is awesome character. And here's Bobby. So we are going to be going on our first sort of mission for the Resistance towards liberation. And we are in London. And we are going to this really big, really evil-looking structure called the London Nautica, which Bobby's going to talk about.
Fucking disgrace of a building is the London Nautica. This used to be downtown London. Used to be fighting in the streets over here. I mean, furious, unrelenting resistance. And then the Nazis brought in the London Monitor and everything went to shit from there. They just do whatsoever they please now. They just fucking leveled everything and erected this fucking monstrosity. It's a top Nazi research facility, this is. Aviation, space, all kinds of evil shit transpiring. Caroline and the other pilots should be over the radio tower by now, you see it. Anya's operating the radio back in Berlin. You can reach him using this. This is where you get off. So long, Blazkowicz. You make this count, alright?
Alright, Bobby. So Bobby's gonna lock in. And, yeah, he's gonna lock in. So, our method for infiltrating the London Nautica is we're gonna cause a whole bunch of chaos. Bobby's gonna blow it up a little bit. So the rest of us can get in there and do what we need to do. So other than kind of just taking down this really big monstrosity that they've got, we are trying specifically to get a bunch of helicopters in their hangar. There's another big doggy, by the way. Okay, bye, big doggy.
Big crankersy.
William, I'm looking at blueprints of the building. It's a long way to the top.
So now we are going to make our way into the London Nautica proper. And oh my goodness. What the freak is that? So another one of those big old robots. This is supposed to be like a mini kind of boss fight here, because these guys are scary and do a lot of damage. But this one in particular, you can, in every difficulty of that, just walk past it into the next arena, which is really funny. You can just, yeah. So that's great. So here, there's another robot. And we want to be really careful because all of these guys, again, do a crap ton of damage. You want to be pretty careful here. But we're going to be mainly wanting to take this robot down. And watch out for that. And these guys, because they can... we're mainly going to be playing it safe on these stairs here. But these guys can come up behind you as well. Alright. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go here, get this checkpoint, and then reload it. For some reason, when you get this checkpoint, it despawns all of the guys in that previous arena and starts spawning the guys in the next arena. So doing this, we also are going to get all of our health back, which is awesome.
Inside the moon dome is a door to the maintenance section. Look for a door on the
And here, we're going to do a cool little skip, as well as hopefully not die. Also, I think I've neglected to mention, these guys have a lot of health. They do a lot of damage and they have a lot of health. For combat, we're basically going to be trying to aim for heads, as those are still going to kill them in one hit. There we go, awesome. So that little skip skips you having to go in that kind of thing over there and move a satellite so you can walk over there. But if you get a well-timed jump, you can just jump over there and make it. So now we're going to do another cool little skip with these counterweights. Is if you throw a grenade up here, hopefully I'm not going to hit my head on anything. I didn't. Awesome. If you just throw the grenades, it'll break all of the stuff on the elevator that is keeping the counterweight down. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like crawl around, and then there's a counterweight on the other side and do all the stuff that we don't care about. But if you do the thing with the grenade, it will do that a lot faster.
Ancient artifacts.
Right, so here, there's a lot of stuff going on, but all we need to know is that there is some important research stuff here. And some things to our benefit. One of those is going to be... So we kind of have this, like, flimsy, stupid laser. But we want this big boy. We want the laser craftwork BJ signature gun in this game. So now, we're going to do that same thing with the counterweights for the elevators. But you're going to be able to see me do it this time. We're just going to throw it on top of there. Oh, we missed one. That is unfortunate. There we go. We're going to do that, and then we're going to come to our next arena. So here's another little bit where we want to be kind of stealthy for just a little bit. In particular, we want to take out these commandants first. Here we want to make sure we hit them in the head. Just so we don't start this prematurely. And with the commandants, if you leave them alive, they will start to call in reinforcements and make our life harder. So, now that we've done that, we can start this arena up proper. And there's more of these big robots. Here we go, there's one. The other one is not really on that side, ready to go. There we go. So now that we killed those two robots, the rest of the arena is going to start. The first section here is going to be denoted by the higher pitched beeps. And here, rather than dual wielding, it is easier and a lot more accurate to just aim down the sights with one gun. So that is the first wave. Should hopefully be getting to the second wave where we got a lower pitched beep. Okay, and that's that. So now we're going to pull up our laser craftwork because we've got this big old guy coming up. And Peter describes it perfectly. Aw, nuts. And there we go. So that's that. We're gonna let in our friends from the Resistance.
Nazi robots dead. Broke all your shit. Helicopter.
And we'll go ahead and get this mission to a close. There we go. We get treated to some more banger music. That is this game's soundtrack. These games have really, really good soundtracks, by the way. Very good.
I think someone mentioned in chat earlier is Mick Gordon's soundtrack, so he's very good at making music.
Yeah. But yeah, very, very good. But we are gonna pick up Caroline, put her in this helicopter, and then I think it should be time for a break after we finish this chapter.
Sounds good.
All right. So we'll put Caroline in here and we'll skip this cutscene, and then once the cutscene loads in, we should be good to pause timer and take a break. Okay, cool.
William, I could use your help. Could you come over here for a second?
So we can take a break now, and we'll see you when you all get back.
Yep, sounds good. Let's take a quick break. Actually, what she said, yeah, never mind. Yeah, break time, yeah. Welcome back, everybody, to do all the things. The GDQ Hotfix show about Harmson experience and completionist categories in general. I'm your host, Mr. Shasta, and we're halfway through this Wolfenstein Northern run from Anarchy, so I say let's get back to it.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to TNO. We're going to go ahead and get started again in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Actually, I want to go back this way. So what we are doing here is we are back at the Kreisau Resistance, the headquarters, which are actually under the Berlin Secret Police headquarters, which is really ballsy and a move that I really respect. So
There's a patch of mold. Need a circular soda cut set.
there are a couple instances in this game where you get to kind of just do stuff around the base, which is what we're doing in this instance here now that we're back from the London Nautica. So in particular, this one, we need to get a sample of concrete, which I promise will make sense later. But to get that, we needed a circular saw, and then we kind of just fell through the map a little bit. But like we stayed in bounds, if that makes any sense. So anyway, we got to get back to where we were and go get this concrete sample. We got our concrete, but unfortunately, that upset Max Haas, who we love. So this is where we get to collect Max's toys. We're not actually going to collect all of them and give them back to him, but we're going to collect the 2 of them because they're on the way. This guy's we love Max. Awesome.
Thank you, William.
So there's a concrete, and we're also looking for some files. So the next little bit might be a little bit distressing for anyone who is sensitive to some of the atrocities that occurred during World War II. So what the Resistance's next mission here is, we are rescuing a specific person, Set Ross, from this work camp in, I believe it's Croatia. And here's our least favorite ever, Frau Engel and Booby once again. This is Frau Engel's camp. And essentially what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to rescue Set Roth, who is going to be really invaluable to the Resistance, and liberating the camp as we do so. So first we need to get there. So what they do at in this particular camp, what they have the prisoners doing is making this concrete, which is what we needed the concrete sample for. So we're gonna mess up one of these machines here, and it's gonna get everything shut down. So we're able to talk with Milo, and Milo is gonna switch uniforms with us, and that way we're gonna be able to go find Set.
Places like this. Auschwitz, Buchenwald, from east to west.
So that's Set, and that is her Faust, which is a really big, scary robot, and it's basically a walking incinerator, which is just absolutely, for lack of a better term, it's batshit. That's a little wild. So we are going to try and get that shut down. In particular, we're going to try and find a battery, because Set has made a controller, and it's going to allow us to take control of her Faust and use that to liberate the camp.
Solche Dreistigkeit habe ich von Ungeziefern wie dir noch nie gesehen. Unglaublich.
This is another guy that also does stuff here at the camp. And one of the side objectives for this mission, not all of the missions, not all the chapters have side objectives, but one of them is to kill this guy. Unfortunately, we're not going to be doing that in the speedrun, but know that most people do every other time.
Understandably so. Also notice during this section you don't have a 9 health either.
Yeah, in this section, because he kind of beat the crap out of us, we get down to 5 health. But don't worry, as we've done in other situations, he's kind of left BJ for dead, but BJ is the protagonist of all time, so we're gonna hop out of this incinerator, and because as you see, we do not have 999 health, we have 20 health, which is not good, and we will die instantly if I do anything but move here. So we're gonna hit the game checkpoint there, and then we're gonna reload it, and that will give us our health back. One fun tidbit about the loading screen of this game, if you've never noticed before, is that the red bar in the center will kind of tell you where you're at in the game.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is very cool, especially if you have never played the game before and then don't know what's happening. That's not something I noticed on my first playthrough, but it is very cool way to kind of show your players what's going on. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so we've disabled the security systems, and that is going to allow for the first part of our plan. And now we're going to go to the other half of the camp, where we are going to go get this battery from. So here's a little bit about the movement. It is technically faster to do this kind of like sprint jumping movement. It is technically faster. It doesn't really feel faster, but it is a little bit faster. And I'm so used to not doing that. It's kind of a more recent development. So you see me doing it sometimes when I remember. I don't remember all the time, so that is what it is.
That's surreal.
Oh, unlucky. I was gonna try and jump past that guy, but well. Anyway, here's Set. That's her Faust, and here's Frauengel once again. And now that we've got this battery for this remote control, we are going to set all of our plans in motion here. here's a little bit of a gore warning coming up here. Here's where Frauengel kind of got her nickname that me and some people call her Becky with the bad jaw, because her jaw gets a little mangled and stuff.
Ooh.
And this is a pretty iconic scene. I think when most people think about this game in particular, this is one of the scenes they think about.
Your kind exterminated. In the end, I will feed your flesh to the furnace.
But like whatever, we're just gonna like throw her off a cliff. It's chill.
She went flying. Sheesh.
Yep. Which is even amazing when you think about she didn't die. She lived. She lived enough to be the protagonist in the sequel. So it's like, okay.
That is surprising. I feel like that destroyed anyone right there.
She's got her whole jaw cracked open. She hit a tree like she was like a toy. Oh my goodness. Anyway, here's our government mandated mech section. All of these games have a mech section for some reason. And this is this game's one. So we're going to be using her Faust to liberate the camp here. We have a little bit of arena here. Here, instead of health, we've got armor. We've got like armor for the mech here. And we want to be careful because this can also go down faster than you think it can. Just be careful here. We've got a minigun, and then we've also got a rocket launcher. So I'm gonna be careful here. I get some of the armor off of this robot. There we go. So now we have, we're going to set up for another little arena. Seta's going to open the gates so we can get the rest of the captives here. What we're going to do in the meantime is we are going to shoot all of these concrete barriers. Because the enemies are going to spawn and they love to hide behind these. But with the robot, we can just shoot them and they will not be there. And it'll make my life just a little bit easier. So usually they'll spawn up there, down there, and up here. And hopefully we should be fine. We max out our armor there. There's the alarm. I don't know, one thing I forgot, I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier or not, I think I talked a little bit about it, is we definitely want to be aiming for heads here, because the enemies in this game, or in this game mode, and just on Uber difficulty in general, they take a lot, they're very kind of bullet spongy, they take a lot more to die than you would think that they should take. Ow. So that's why in particular we want to aim for heads, because that will always be like a one-hit kill, because you kind of can't do anything without a head. So
it's true. It's true.
Awesome. Okay, and that is Camp Polizza. And so as I said, that was a lot of things that happened to Frauengel, but they didn't kill her. She's still alive. Just completely deranged. So now we're gonna go back to our Chrysler headquarters, and the mission before it was a circular saw, and now we need a welding equipment. So we gotta come all the way to here to come talk to Wyatt. And Wyatt is like, oh, I dropped it in the water. and he didn't go pick it up. So now we have to go pick it up for whatever reason. So here I will hopefully get to show off some of the coolest movement in this game right here. Okay, it's gonna make me do it normal style. Whatever. Ooh. There again, with the sliding thing with the grates. You can make a really small hole, you can slide through it, and then immediately interact with the grate. And it looks really cool. But sometimes it just does not want you to do that, which is alright, that's chill. So here, as I said before, the Chryso headquarters is in the catacombs under the secret police headquarters. And here, this is a section where you get to kind of see some of that in action. You get to hear some of the conversations up there and get to move around down here as we get back to where we're supposed to be. Here, we're going to be careful because they keep super soldating in here for some reason. We're just gonna shoot them in the face till I die. And you want to be careful with those guys as well too, because if you get too close to them, which we hopefully won't see later, but there's a chance that we will, they will just pick you up and kill you. So we don't want that to happen. Yep. There we go.
Long wall for a lousy welder.
Now we'll bring this to Set, and I'll wait here for a few seconds because Set wants us to give a note to Anya, who's right there for some reason.
That's all I need. Actually, would you deliver this note to Anya? She will need the frequency.
And there we go.
William.
Those ones at their headquarters they're always short and sweet, but I kind of like them because they usually sort of break up some of a lot of things that go on in the other machines. So here is our mandatory underwater level, and we have this thing called the tunnel glider, and that is gonna be how we can safely navigate under these catacombs here. Now, one thing that we're not going to be seeing here, because I haven't enough time to test it, but I found the other day that if you get the tunnel glider close enough to the grate and you exit it, it will put you on the other side of the grate so you don't have to open it. So... Unlucky. I genuinely do not know how I made that happen, but I did make it happen and it was really cool, so... I have to run that one back. Theoretically, I'm not sure that it would save that much time because the reason we need the tunnel glider is because it helps us to breathe underwater and to navigate under here. But I think theoretically, with this rule set where you have so much health, you would be able to tank it. So I don't know, we'll have to do some testing. So here we're going to reposition these wheels here so we can swim through them. Theoretically, you're still supposed to use the sub here, but I think it's faster to just swim fast. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to swim fast. Do the rest of this.
Swam many water in my days, known as cold as is this?
You stop being able to even use the thing like right here anyway. So
You will have to find a way to reach the platform on the other side.
we're gonna come over here. We build a big old thing with a bunch of water.
Well done, William. In the last section, you will have to swim. The catacombs are close.
So now we have these underwater mines that we're gonna use to blow some things up in our way. We're really lucky that these just happen to be down here to clear this debris.
It wasn't as dark as this.
Here we get to sprint swim all super fast. There's a little piece of tech here where you can run on that ledge right there, but I find that it's really finicky and I don't like doing it, so we're just gonna swim. And I think it's the same difference anyway.
Age 19, dove down the well to salvage father's watch, but it wasn't as deep as this.
Oh, there we go. I get really lucky there because I was starting to drown. Usually you're able to resurface there and I kind of forgot, but we have a hell of a lot of health, so I don't actually know what would happen there. We ran out of breath. It does drain your health pretty quick, but I don't know how quick it'd be actually.
Might be an instant kill or something, for all we know.
It's like not an insta kill, but it drains your health, but it does it in a way that's fast. So I don't know if it would be... I don't know how quick it would be.
Might just take like a little longer, I guess, in that case.
Yeah.
Simply enough.
I think there is a dog behind me, but it should be chill. It is in fact chill. So what we're gonna do is I just get jump scared. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna ignore all these guys. Oh, we're not. I lied. I'm gonna die is what's gonna happen. But what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to open up the rails for the train. We're gonna hijack a train. So give us a checkpoint right here, which is fine. I don't know why all those guys had spawned in like that, but that is all good. We're at the end of this chapter anyway. So that is that. So what we needed on that train is there are a bunch of nuclear warheads, and they are loading those warheads onto a submarine called the Evis Hammer. And what we did is we took one of the ones, we crawled in it, and now we're on a submarine. So now, we're basically gonna hijack the submarine. Because who doesn't love having that at their disposal?
Just hijacking everything at this point.
Yeah.
That rules.
There's these two guys, we're just gonna run right past them. So this level is essentially one big arena. I'm not gonna reload here. For my health, I think I will be okay. We just want to be a little bit careful. And just like the other arena, you're gonna be able to tell the waves by the pitches of the beeping. So you've got this first wave here. We've got the higher pitch beeping. Also wanted to come up here to make sure I picked up a grenade. Because those will be useful. So that should be second wave here. Should be... There we go. Guys that spawned in there. Should be a big guy somewhere. Spawned in up there. And we're waiting for those doors to open. Let's see, there's another one around here somewhere. There's another guy somewhere. Ah, there's another guy in here somewhere. The doors are not opening. Huh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Not sure what that was about, but okay. Okay, well the game just felt like doing that, I guess. Sure.
My father taught me this rhyme as a child. There are many other songs for different places. Whoa, something's moving.
So here, this is usually where I, in like regular runs of this game, since it's like 2 hours, is usually this part, specifically where I'll like stand up or roam around, or if I'm fast enough, even go to the bathroom. But this one is a little bit of exposition about Set. Essentially, Set is a part of a secret order of really advanced sort of technological advancements. I suppose there's a lot of really cool technology in here. And Set kind of explains that to us. They're called the Dachikud. And now that we have Set, we can use some of this technology to our advantage for the resistance. This section in particular is the one where we have to wait for them to walk all the way down this hallway.
I think we may be the last to visit.
Alright.
But let me see. Warning. Blah 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 blah. Bobby Meisters, just step inside. What did you say? There's a transition chamber. The main hall. Did you say warning something? Yeah, warning. The instructions are old and faded. Let's go. This we use to get to the main hall. I don't recognize these symbols. Oh, but what?
Anyway, well that just happened. Alright. So here we go. We've got this big old thing. Which is reminiscent of the specific piece of technology we were looking for, which they call the spindly torque. That's a really big one of those. The spindly torque.
It's a funny word to say.
This is the secret vault out there. Now, first, we need to activate magnetic fields and create an entryway. This machine here, it controls the electromagnetic fields. Yes. Okay, are you ready, Ingele? 1, 2, 3, go!
Okay, that's cool. Now we're finally gonna do the thing.
Oh yes. Oh yes, Yes, Mr. Blazkowicz, show me your laser weapon.
Okay.
I will work.
So here we gotta power up these steps. Now really you have to be a little bit conservative with your charge here because usually that is a little annoying. But we don't have to worry about it. So we can just kind of do that one willy-nilly, which is fun. And specifically, we're going to be looking for... He's going to open this, and then we want to turn around to face... there's going to be a polygon? A polygonal-looking thing, which is technically a key. And that is right there. And pick that up, and then we're going to interact with that, and that is going to be the end of that little mini chapter there.
Nazis built this bridge 3 years ago.
So now we're in Gibraltar, and here's our big old spindly torque thing, and we'll get to see that in action here. And we'll get to see it a little bit before we skip this cutscene. So essentially what it is a big old ball. It's got a lot of things that shoot out of it. And then it twists itself around, and then it kind of breaks everything. So very good for our purposes. So here's now that we're kind of into the second half of the game is where things start getting like hard and a little dicey, but it's all right. We are gonna lock in because we are gamers. Now here is the actual chapter where you would get the rocket launcher. Okay. I'm gonna play this level a little bit carefully. So, in particular, this section can be a little bit scary. So there's a super soldaten here, and a turret on the train there. And then we're gonna make a run for it here. This train car. And we want to kill all of the enemies that are in here. We're gonna be very careful to do that. In a non-hard difficulty run of this game, you would normally just run past them because they can't really do anything to you. But in particular, we have this cutscene here, this in-game cutscene, that we can't, we can get shot through and you will die. So here, we're going to skip a little bit of what the game wants us to do. We're just going to jump over that. And we're going to get on this bar and run down here. That skips doing a lot of rigmarole we do not want to do. And then next, we're just gonna again run through all of these guys. This is supposed to be another kind of big arena. We'll get here. And hopefully we won't have to reload anything because there is a spot where in the run we want to reload the checkpoint anyway. Alright. Now here we do want to be careful because you can and will die here. Alright. Did not mean to pull that out, but sure. Alright, so here. Oh no, a big scary super soldat and he's gonna freaking kill us. Youch.
No.
Oh no. But don't worry. Got one of the cooler action sequences in this game. Wyatt's gonna kill him with a freaking helicopter blade.
Oh my god.
Because he's the goat. Because he's just the goat like that.
That was so sick.
Yeah, this game, as Chad says, this game freaking rocks. I love this game so much. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm. This is great.
You remind me of him. All these years keeping the resistance going with Caroline. A lot of times I ask myself, what would Captain Blazkowicz do? What would Captain Blazkowicz do? Still do.
I think those are really good words to live by these days. What would Captain Blazkowicz do? So now all these guys are looking that way for some reason. As you can see, we have no health. We are going to restart from checkpoint to rectify that. I didn't see the save icon come up, so hopefully this is fine. If not, we'll just have to watch the little helicopter thing again. That's all good.
Oh no, not that cool cutscene again. No.
Oh no. Okay, we're good. So reloading this checkpoint for some reason makes all of those guys despawn. And it gives us our health back, so that is cool. So what we're going to do is we're just going to just go wee and then fall down that helicopter.
Got the papers. Now what?
So now we get to go to one of the cooler parts in this game. As the astronauts on the Artemis 2 are going to the moon, so is Captain Blazkowicz. So we're on the moon because the Nazis did not stop at just the world. They also wanted to take over the moon. So they've got a base on the moon. And in particular, we are looking for, I believe it's decryption codes of some description. I'll be frank, I don't remember what they are for. So what we needed to do that previous mission for, we needed that so we could steal a uniform and identification for the chief research officer who works on the moon, so that way we can get up here, because it's kind of hard to get to the moon after all. But now that we've got in here proper, we can kind of do whatever now. So we're gonna get all our stuff. And we're gonna get to killing. So we're just gonna ignore those guys. We're kill both of those commandants. And here's a section where we do want to be really careful. Yeah, we are gonna have to kill this super soldat. Sometimes we can get lucky, and he won't actually have walked that far. But we want to be careful because there's not enough room to jump around that guy. And like I said before, if you get too close to them, they will kill you. They will grab you and they will kill you, and that'll be what that is. So I've had a lot of runs back in my early days of running this game die to not realizing that. So definitely want to be careful. So here we're going to go to our next section here. Pick up some more health. We're a little bit on the lower end. That's fine. These guys also all happen to spawn in, so. It's all good. So now, finally, we're gonna get to where we really want to get to, which is a spacesuit, so we can actually walk on the moon surface, which is one of the coolest parts about this game. So you get low gravity physics and all. You just kind of roam around the lunar surface. It's freaking awesome.
Love a good low gravity section like this.
Yeah, it's very, very fun. Now we are gonna be careful here because the low gravity kind of makes some of these jumps a little bit scary. Ah! Okay, well we made it to the other side, so that's all that matters. Sometimes those are scary, and you can miss those jumps and you will die.
I remember this moment. Back in the camp.
There's an encryption-decryption database mainframe inside
I didn't mean to go this way, but that was fine. Yeah, so that is what we were looking for. We're looking for nuclear decryption keys, so we gotta just kind of get through the rest of the moon base here. Also, we went through a new loading zone, so we got all of our health back, which is always awesome. Owned. So here we're gonna get the keys. We do have to kill these guys first. It's like the one thing where you can't just run past them. Oh, unlucky. So now that we've got these nuclear decryption keys, we are gonna we gotta go. Because now everyone knows, and we cannot be here anymore. There was an instance where the hitboxing actually worked, which is great. Now here, we do want to be a little bit careful with our health. We don't have a lot of it, but it's okay as long as you make it to here, because we're gonna sit down and watch this cutscene, and then when we load it next time is when we are going to reload a checkpoint so we can get all our health back. There's also a reference to one of my favorite Easter eggs where in this universe, since the Germans kind of rule the world, the Beatles are not the Beatles. They're this group called the DKFer, which is German for the Bugs, and they're like this universe's version of the Beatles, which is really funny. They got a couple songs.
The Bugs.
The Bugs.
I like the Bugs.
Yeah, there's like a couple like in-universe like music groups. There's like there's DKFers, there's I think it's Carl and Carla, I think is what they're called. And you can actually like find, I can't remember if it's in this game or in the New Colossus, where you can find some of the records and you can listen to them. I think it might be this one.
I was trying to think of like alternate Beatles song titles now at this point.
Yeah.
They like, it says Strawberry Fields Forever. It's like Blueberry something.
Yeah. So here is where we're going to hitch a ride off of the moon. And we want to be kind of careful here. We're going to have to fight two super soldatans. One is going to spawn from there and one's going to spawn from there. But We want to be careful because they do a lot of damage. And usually on the easier difficulties, you can kill them pretty fast. So one will spawn and then you'll have some time before the second one spawns. But in Uber, they kind of spawn at the same time, which is terrifying. So, anyway. So now we skipped the cutscene, but we took over this escape pod, and then we crashed in a little bit. So rough things happening for us, but it's okay.
We'll bounce back.
We bounce back. We make a last stand here. So that's a helicopter. That doesn't look very good. So now we get a cool action sequence. And we get to swing on this rope here. We get to do a little Indiana Jones before Machine Games would actually make Indiana Jones. So now we are back at the London Nautica, and this is kind of what it looks like. Yep. Hello. This is kind of what it looks like after we blew it up a little bit, so... Should we pick up a gun there? Health not looking great, but it's all good. Alright. So this one, we want to be careful. The helicopter is going to come back, and it will blow up all of those things that just blew up. We can't just skip this part. We need to blow the helicopter up. We have 45 health, which is not great. We'll play this one a little bit safe here. Oh, we got it. Okay, awesome. So the next checkpoint is somewhere around here. But again, we want to be careful here. Here we go, there's the next checkpoint. We got a bit of help there. Ooh. Okay. We're gonna see if we can make it. Please blow up, okay. I want to see if we make it through here because we are, again, gonna do like a, I want to say mandatory, but we are gonna reload a save anyway, or checkpoint anyway. There we go. Alright, so here is the London Monitor, this really big guy. So essentially this is what the Germans brought to London to kind of quell the resistance here, this really big scary robot. Jeez. And we are going to skip it, walk, because it's got to walk all the way into the arena for us to fight this really big robot, but the checkpoint for it is right when it steps into it. So... can go ahead and skip that, which is why I wanted to wait to reload a checkpoint. So this boss fight can be really evil sometimes. Hopefully we can get the 2 cycle. That's the first cycle. So we want to. So what we have to do is we have to shoot at the eye. And then we have to shoot at the, I guess it's the exhaust, whatever is under it. And you can do it in 2 cycles. There we go, if you're close enough. Awesome, that was really, really good. That's like my best London monitor I've ever had running this mode. That was awesome.
Hell yeah.
That was sick. Alright. So we're rapidly approaching the end of this run. This is the second to last chapter. So now that we have gotten back from the moon, and we've taken out the London monitor, we find out in this cutscene that we are going to skip, that Frau Engel has found out where the resistance is. And she has come to put them down. But we can't let that happen. So that is Max Haas and Klaus, who was a former Nazi and who joined the resistance we were really skeptical of. Max, buddy, I need you to get up. There we go. So Klaus was kind of like a father figure to Max, and Klaus gave his life for us, which we appreciate. So as we see, they've kind of set the whole joint ablaze, but we are going to skip all of this. So here's like one of the only times in the run we kind of half see Jay, which is one of the characters in White's timeline, where he is this universe's version of Jimi Hendrix, which is really cool. Hello? There we go. So Jay's a cool character, but we don't get to really see any of him, just because of the nature of it being a speedrun. But anyway, we also get to see some more of the fruits of our labor of that trip to the Dachikut Vault, where we see Caroline, who previously has been confined to a wheelchair, is able to use this power suit. She's able to walk and articulate her limbs and everything, and it's pretty cool. And this thing also becomes a staple throughout the rest of the games as well. Now we're gonna get this dog. Okay, we're gonna get the dog. Alright, and now we're going to be moving on to the last chapter of the game. We return to Death's Head's compound, where we didn't get him the first time, but we're definitely going to get him now. So now we're going to use kind of a combination of all of the stuff we've gathered over the last little bit of the game. So the Spindly Torque, the Aegis Hammer Submarine, these underwater suits, and we're gonna go ahead and show it to Death's Head.
Stand by, Cap. Readying the payload.
We are getting close. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters.
I love the music picking up in this part. It's great.
Now we're gonna fire, and then we get treated to one of the kind of coolest scenes in this game. I absolutely love when we load in here, kind of the juxtaposition of the water and the greenery and the moss on the castle versus it kind of being on fire because we're gonna blow it up. So one of my favorite little bits, but now we're gonna go back through this castle that we went through at the beginning of the game. and we're gonna go. Also, one consequence of Frau Engel doing Frau Engel things is she kind of kidnapped all of the cool people from the Resistance, so we gotta go get them back as well. Here's a big robot, but we're just gonna skip past that. And now, because we're in the end game, stuff is really gonna start hurting. In particular, this next room, there's a lot of Soldat and there's a lot of regular enemies. And essentially, we need to open a door, so it's gonna lock us into an animation. And we want as much health as possible. So... Awesome. So you see that drained us of a lot of health. One cool thing, the consequence of not... Yeah, one of the cool things, the consequence of not actually killing any enemies in that last room is none of the ones in this next arena, this next area spawn in at all, which is really good. So it is fine that we've lost all of our health there.
Everything according to plan.
So now we're just gonna go through Death's labs, and oh my goodness, it's Booby. So because nothing can ever be easy, Booby has injected us with the mystery juice. That is supposed to paralyze the mystery serum, yeah. Yeah, whatever that is.
You'll find it harder and harder to move. There we are.
So, oh my goodness, one would think it must be, it's gonna be over for us, it's over. Like, we can't, like, it's over. It's so over.
Ich habe ein Geschenk für dich, mein Schatz.
It's over, it's so over. So never mind the mystery serum. He's also got a sickle.
Ooh.
And that hurts. That hurts quite a bit, actually.
Darf ich ihn für dich aufschneiden?
Ouch. Hey, so with every it's so over, you know, it looks like we can't do anything about it. There is also a we are so back. So we're gonna bite the crap out of Booby's ear, and just whatever. Who cares about a mystery serum? Who cares? We got stabbed in the gullet.
Just gonna Mike Tyson him. Sheesh.
We just Mike Tyson him, and goodbye, Booby. BJ is that guy. He will forever and always be that guy.
Damn right.
Exactly. So now we're gonna go get our friends because that's what we're here for. And then after that, we'll be moving on to the final boss. That is also another scripted moment where you lose all of your health. So as you can see, we are down to smooth 20 health. I love the chat message. Local man too angry to die. Exactly. It's perfectly encapsulates BJ Blazkowicz.
It really does.
I also love this moment too because they're like, "Oh my gosh, BJ, you're like dying. Like my brother, like what's going on with you?" And then they're just like, "Okay, whatever, we gotta go." Actually, we need to go.
You got stabbed. You got serum inside you. Like,
there's a lot of bad things happening to you, but we gotta go. Yeah, so it's like we gotta go.
Help me out.
All right, so we're gonna help Bombati, and then after we skip this cutscene, we are gonna move on to the final boss, where we are. They're gonna make sure we get oriented there. Here's the Machine Man, who's gonna punch us into oblivion. That's gonna give us our checkpoint. We're gonna load this here because I like living. So.
Big fan of that personally.
So here we got this robot. We actually lost all of our weapons. And this robot here is actually the brain of whoever you didn't pick. So in this case, it's Fergus. So we have a little mini boss before we get to the final boss proper. Here we're gonna pick up all our stuff there, and now General Deathhead. He's kind of a wimp, as I think we could properly describe most Nazis, and he has this big mech thing going on that is drawing power from it's being powered by those two Zeppelins, and we need to go destroy them to break his big shield that he's got going on. And he's gonna try and guilt trip us, but who gaff? Now that we've done that, jump over that. We should shoot him a bunch. Right after his big shield starts overloading there. And then that's going to be phase 1 of Death's Head. We're going to wait for the checkpoint. We're going to reload it again because we lost a lot of health, because it is the end of the game and it does a lot of damage. So we definitely be careful here. So here we're going to pull out a rocket launcher. You want to be careful because you can really get your health drained here a lot more than you think if you're not paying attention. And there we go. We're going to be coming up on time. And that was time.
GG.
GG's. That was really good. Very fast final boss. And yeah, without the break, I did pause my timer, but that is a PB for me. So, yay.
It just barely sub 2 from what I'm seeing here too.
Oh my goodness, sub 2 RTA, I'm the greatest ever. Awesome. Yeah, so on my end, we timed this game without load, so that was a 151.46. I think the current world record is a 148-ish. But anyway, that has been, yeah, so we're chipping away at our time, and maybe, who knows, maybe we'll have the record for this category soon. But GG's. Thank you so much, Shasta, for having me on to showcase this game. Like I said, this game hasn't been on the channel since 2022. This was the first game I ever ran for at anything GDQ related. I ran it on aimbot, rest in peace aimbot, and then ran it for the first UBAF. So I really got to be showing this game off again. It's one of my favorites. And yeah, you can find me everywhere, Anarchy ASF. You can also find me on the GDQ channel, hosting Hidden Heroes every other
Shouts Hidden Heroes.
Shout out Hidden Heroes. So that's going to be all from me. Thank you so much again, Shasta, for having me on.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for running for me tonight. That's going to be it for Do All Things Tonight. Thank you all for watching. After this, got a replay of our show as well. So stick around for that. But also, optionally too, if you want, you can also go to GDQ TV. GDQ is always on 24/7 Speedrun channel, where you can choose your own adventure and check out runs from GDQ's past. Check out twitch.tv/GDQ TV. But that's it for all the things. I'll be back actually next week, funnily enough, with another episode. So tune into that for sure. But for now, I'll see you all around. Thanks for